You are listening to Fettuccini Fiasco, Book 3 of the Jade Sommer series. Written by Nicolette Pierce. Copyright 2021. Audio copyright 2025 by Pierced Heart Publishing. Digitally narrated with full cast of voices. Chapter 1. Mila and I stood in the office doorway, looking out at Lily and Ross. They stood side by side at the prep table, cutting vegetables for the upcoming dinner rush. Lily's long black hair was tied up, and Ross kept taking sidelong glances at her. Seemed that even though Ross snubbed my matchmaking, he was interested in Lily.
"There's something going on with them,"
Mila said, eyeing the pair who stood shoulder to shoulder. Their arms brushed every so often, making Lily blush. "They're prepping for tonight," I said.
"That's not all, Jade. Haven't you seen the way they look at each other?"
I try not to pay attention to my brother.
"Well, I have been paying attention, and I think there is something going on."
I was pretty sure something was going on too, but there was no way I would tell Mila. The fact was, Ross finally got his head on right and noticed Lily. She was the full package, pretty, smart, and kind. And not to say Mila didn't have those qualities as well, but I had a feeling Ross and Lily would make a better couple, which is why I basically tossed them together for drinks one night. Mila was never to know. Mila huffed and dropped into the aging office chair that groaned under her assault. I glanced back at her. "You're pouting."
"I don't pout."
When I raised a brow at her, she stuck out her tongue. I laughed, but that laugh died when I saw Logan walk into the kitchen. He was delectable in jeans, long-sleeve shirt, and badge clipped to his belt. His dark eyes were quick to find me, but then turned just as quickly to Ross. I couldn't get a reading from Logan, though I knew he was upset with me.
"Oh, that was Frosty,"
Mila said as she returned to my side.
Not even a smile.
It was better this way. Logan might be angry with me, but he was alive, and that was all that mattered. If my brain could relay that to my heart, I'd agree with myself.
"You really should tell him."
You know why I can't. Cops who go up against the company's mob bosses aren't heard from again. I need more time. I'll figure a way out of this.
"It's been 3 weeks, and all you've done is piss off Logan and get your ass kicked."
She was right. After 3 weeks of being under the mob's thumb, I was no closer to freedom. I couldn't stop the illegal fights. My complacency was the only thing keeping me alive. When I didn't say anything, Mila put her hand on my shoulder, making me wince as a jab of pain shot through me.
"We'll figure this out, I promise."
I hoped so, because my body couldn't take much more, and my makeup budget was off the charts as I covered the bruising. However, I must say the beauty regimen I started really helped brighten up my dull brown eyes and hair. I nearly looked like I cared about my appearance, which hadn't been the case since I was fired from my dream job and found my fiancé briefing his assistant on my dining room table. When Logan turned to me, Mila made a frivolous excuse about napkin folding and abandoned me. Logan gave a nod to Mila as she sped by, and then trapped me in his narrow gaze. I wanted to flee with the traitor, but I kept my ground.
"Still avoiding me?"
Logan asked. His voice was silky, though it held a hard edge that warned me of his simmering mood. "I'm not avoiding you."
"Really? Because every time I ask you out, you make up an excuse."
"I don't." That was a lie. He raised a brow.
"Jade, if you don't want to date me, that's fine. Just tell me."
I didn't want to tell him that. It wasn't the truth. In fact, a few weeks ago, all I wanted was him back in my life. Back to the way things used to be before I had moved away. So I would never lie and say I didn't want to date him. "I'm not ready," I said. "And neither are you."
"Are you serious?"
"You were engaged 3 weeks ago."
Because I never thought.
Thought? I prompted. He shook his head.
Never mind. I'll see you later.
My stomach clenched as I watched Logan disappear out the back door. Every time I watched him walk away, I feared it would be forever.
Is this a game to you?
Ross asked. He wiped his hands on a towel and tossed it on the counter while his hazel eyes pinned me. Of course not.
It sure the hell looks like one.
He dragged a hand through his dark blonde hair.
Logan broke off an engagement for you, and now you give him the cold shoulder?
I just think since we both broke off engagements recently, we shouldn't jump into a relationship.
Jade, admit you're scared.
Maybe I was. I lost Logan once, and it hurt more than I could describe. At least he was alive. What if he died trying to protect me? I'd never forgive myself. Ross, I need time. I told Logan the same thing.
It's not always about you, Jade. Logan is going through a lot right now, and you can't even see past your own needs.
I paused. What's going on with Logan? Ross shook his head.
Why bother telling you when you can't be bothered to care? You've always been self-centered, Jade. I thought you'd grow out of it eventually.
When Ross shut down the conversation and walked to the dining room, I headed out the back door for air. The last of the summer warmth cocooned me in scents that permeated the air. Chinatown's stir-fry dishes and spices blended with our family's Italian sauces and herbs. It was like walking into a hug. The voices of the street vendors hawking their wares and the constant traffic streaming by were a chaotic lullaby. This was home, and I was glad I was here. Now, I had to figure out how to live here without making everyone hate me. I knew Logan was upset, and now Ross had his nose out of joint. I'd say Ross didn't mean what he had said, but he meant those words, and I couldn't blame him. He always did the right thing. When I had left to pursue my own dreams, he stayed to help with the family business. I selfishly moved beyond the restaurant, and yet, here I was, at the family business, and my dreams were dead. I stood in the alley, not wanting to sit on the rickety chair stationed under the bug cemetery lamp. Sitting hurt. Everything hurt. And knowing my luck, the chair would break, and I'd be on the ground in pain. But what did Ross mean about Logan? Were there issues with his break with Avery? A movement out of the corner of my eye caught my attention. Immediately, I braced my stance, something I wouldn't have instinctually done 3 weeks ago. When I saw it was my cousin Kobe, I relaxed. Kobe didn't pose a threat to me. Well, not anymore. While he was the one who had started this illegal fighting train wreck, Kobe had been on his best behavior since then. In fact, I never heard one utterance about his video channel or producing more content for it. It was as if he'd given it up.
Hey, Jade.
He never got too close to me either. The fact that he had to walk past me to get to the door had him skittering like a rodent. I put my hand out to stop him. His gaze widened. I already have too many people mad at me, I said. I don't need you acting weird.
Me? Weird!
He scratched his sandy hair, messing up his carefully sculpted locks. Kobe, you and I are fine. I know you didn't mean for any of this to happen.
I really didn't, Jade. 1 minute, it was a friendly competition between you and a sumo wrestler. Next thing I know, Sparrow opened the betting.
He leaned in.
I haven't seen Sparrow for a week.
Maybe he's on vacation. I supposed even the friendly neighborhood drug dealer needed a break now and then. Kobe shook his head.
Someone already took his spot at the park.
He's going to be furious, but that's his problem. Kobe leaned in and whispered.
Unless he's dead.
I paused. Have you heard something?
It's not like him to take a vacation. He's been around for as long as I can remember. What if his disappearance has something to do with the company?
I sighed. If it has anything to do with them, then we definitely keep our noses out of it. Got it? He nodded. And not a word to Logan, I added.
Promise.
He was about to head inside when we heard off-key singing. Kobe groaned.
She's coming.
A moment later, Aunt Dot rounded the corner and entered the alley. Aunt Dot was not one to sing or hum or whistle. In fact, it would earn you a swat with a spatula if anyone made musical notes near her. So, watching her perky steps as she sang was jarring. "Is she drunk?" I asked, knowing she was in divorce proceedings with Uncle Frank.
That's what I thought yesterday, but I don't think so.
Did she hijack Sparrow for his goods?
Don't even joke.
Aunt Dot swung by us, giving Kobe a pat on the head and tossing me a smile. A smile. And she was wearing perfume. Who was this woman who used to look like an aging mosquito? Was that lipstick? I asked. Kobe nodded. Interesting. Maybe Aunt Dot was sprucing up for the dating pool. From Kobe's winced expression, he probably had the same thought.
I better go in.
Good luck.
Yeah, you too.
He paused.
I mean, just not at work tonight.
I know. I followed him inside and prepared for an uneventful night of pizza delivery. Before I could grab the scooter key, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out and glanced at the message.
Tonight, 8-411.
I cursed. The company's 411 underground fighting ring was trying to get me to fight tonight at 8. I texted back. Working until 10.
Be there at 8.
We had an agreement. I keep my work hours for appearance.
Agreements change.
I shoved the phone into my pocket and then winced at the pain in my shoulder. Flagging Mila from the dining room, I pulled her aside. They want me at 8.
You have an agreement.
And they changed it.
What are you going to do?
Can you cover for me? We won't have that much of a rush on a Tuesday night.
Ross said we're going to be packed tonight.
Why? We were never packed on a weeknight. Only recently we started getting a decent clientele on the weekends.
It's Taco Tuesday. Ross has been advertising a special taco pizza that Dot created.
We've had the same menu for 3 generations, and now she wants to create a new pizza?
She's been acting strange. And did you smell the perfume?
I sighed. What am I going to do?
Pretend you're sick. I'll deliver for you, and Ross can pick up hosting.
And what happens next time? And the time after that? I took a deep breath, willing myself not to panic.
Are you any closer to figuring out who is in charge of the 411?
No. There are company men at the fights, but I've only seen one guy who might have some ranking. All he does is parade his girls around and yell. Most of the men ignore him.
It can't be him then, but maybe you can butter him up and get him to talk about the family.
I let out an involuntary shudder. Carlo was a poster boy for the vintage mob. Brash and loud, his leer could make a woman layer on sweaters just to escape his roving eyes. Buttering him up would mean giving him carte blanche to my goods, and I wasn't willing to go there. However, I was also running out of options.
Are you going to be okay to fight again?
I have no choice. She frowned.
Want me to pick you up after?
I shook my head. Since this began, I didn't let Mila anywhere near the fights. The last thing I needed was to have her spotted and give them even more leverage against me. Or worse, make her join in the fights as well.
Be safe.
I nearly laughed. Sure, be safe. The restaurant phone rang, signaling my first order of the night. Mila squeezed my arm.
You got this.
I nodded, because there was nothing else to say. Tonight I had to show up to the fight or find myself at the bottom of Lake Michigan in concrete boots. Chapter 2. Mila had been correct about being busy at the restaurant. It was as if we had announced we were going to have something spectacular other than taco pizza. Sure, the scent wafting from the oven was enticing, but not enough to make Chicago's population run for our door. And yet, that was what happened. I felt guilty for leaving in the middle of the chaos, but I had a date with another injury. I arrived at the 411 a minute before 8. The bouncer stood inside the doors of the unassuming brick building. He stopped me like he had every night for the last 3 weeks. And like every night, he checked his list to make sure my name was on it. "We've talked about this," I said. "My name is never on the list. It's on the whiteboard behind you." He glanced behind him. Scribbled were both my name and that of my opponent, Master Sword. Master Sword? That name sounded ridiculous, and it didn't bode well for me.
You're clear.
The bouncer said. "Thanks," I muttered. The bouncer might not have had a lot going on upstairs, but I knew why the boss kept him around. He had so many muscles that one swat from him and any intruder would need a trip to the emergency room. They should have put that guy in the ring instead of me, but the odds of him winning were extremely good. Everyone in their right mind would bet on him, even Master Sword. When it came to me, I was the opposite. No one knew if I was going to win or lose. Most of the time, I never knew what to expect until I arrived in the ring. One time, I arrived to find a mud pit with a bikini model. I won that round even as my jeans dragged me down. The MMA fighter they pinned me against the next time flattened me in less than 60 seconds. Master Sword? I didn't want to find out. Hurrying through the beat-up metal door, I entered a generically appointed office lobby that was there for appearance's sake. I then glanced at the hidden camera in the potted plant. After a moment, the bookshelf next to it slid away, and I stepped into the dimly lit arena. After having been here several times, I learned that the 3 rows of seating were for company thugs and company-approved guests. No one else was allowed inside the building. Anyone who wasn't part of the company could view and bet on the fights on the dark web. The overhead lights were never turned on. Only the cage was lit. There was a loft above, and guys would casually peer down if the fight was interesting enough. I felt those eyes on me often, especially when Carlo was on site. Since I didn't have time to change, I was still wearing my uniform polo, which I was hoping not to ruin. Ross was a stickler for keeping uniforms in like-new condition. Blood was not acceptable. I jogged over to the cage master. He wasn't the chatty sort. Still, if anyone could carry the title of master on his shoulders, it would be this guy. With his bald head tattooed in skulls and snakes, I didn't question his authority.
You're late.
The cage master said as he pulled open the door and gave me the usual shove inside. I chose to think of it as a pat on the back for good luck. I came face to face with a samurai. The elaborate red padding and gear he wore had to be costume, but his stance and gleaming sword said that he was a professional. Turning to the cage master, I said, "I can't fight against a sword,"
Gear up.
he ordered as he secured the cage door. I glanced to the side of the cage to find similar gear waiting for me. However, the padding looked like someone took a handful of rags and stuffed them into a pillowcase, and the sword was dull and bent. The samurai didn't budge from his spot as I pulled on the gear as quickly as possible, which was not fast. Between my shaking hands and the stress sweat stinging my eyes, I could barely function. "Rules?" I yelled as I grabbed the handle of the sword and realized the hilt was loose.
No rules.
Cage master said.
First blood or knockout ends the match.
Standard answer. I was afraid of that, but first blood made me feel a little better. As long as the samurai didn't skewer me or go Sleepy Hollow on me, I should survive. I glanced over at him, noticing he still hadn't moved. "Can we not kill each other?" I asked. "Just a scratch?" His response was a guttural sound as he raised his sword and pointed it at me.
Hold!
Someone yelled from beyond the cage. I searched for the voice, but as usual, I couldn't see anything beyond the cage light. The samurai lowered his sword and resumed his stance. Walking to the edge of the mat, I glanced out at the cage master, who was talking to someone. I couldn't see who it was until the cage master shifted his weight. I shuddered at the sight of Carlo. With his dark, greased back hair and his pinstriped suit that pushed at the seams, he looked like a penguin, a dangerous penguin. Carlo pushed past the cage master and eyed me.
I'm against this match.
He said to me. So the match is off? I asked. He shook his head.
Not quite.
Everything about this man made me not trust him. The creepy feeling that crawled along my skin when he was near had me wanting to back away.
A pretty thing like you might get scarred fighting with swords.
His words coiled like snakes. And that was what he was. A snake disguised as a penguin.
But I can pull a few strings and get you out of here.
What would I have to do in return? He smirked.
Smart girl. There are one or two things I would ask for in return.
Name them.
We can discuss later.
He rasped in a low voice. I knew exactly what discussing meant. I had hoped for something I could negotiate with, but I knew better than to trust him. Well, hopefully I won't get a scar, I said. My stomach rolled as I sealed my fate with the samurai. Carlo shrugged.
Too bad.
I turned and flagged the cage master. Let's get this over with.
All bets final.
He shouted and then rang the bell. The few people watching from the seats yelled for blood. Typical. As the samurai lifted his blade for a killing blow, I knew I'd rather face death than do any favors for that snake. Even so, seeing a glinting sword race toward my skull made me wonder how far I would go, and that scared me more than the samurai. I feinted to the side and rounded on him. The only good thing about this entire situation was that I didn't have to fight by anyone's rules. The samurai? He was trained in proper procedure. I was not. And I fought dirty. I had to. After 3 weeks of hell, I learned just how dirty I could play. Rolling out of the way of another strike, I kicked him in the balls so hard that not even padding could stop the shockwave. The intensity of the strike vibrated through my leg, and I knew I would be limping afterward. His eyes rolled back as he crumpled into a fetal position. I grazed the back of his hand with the dull sword and produced a speck of blood. The bell rang. Tossing down the sword, I moved to the door to leave. The cage master opened it for me.
Collect your winnings.
Not even a good job? I asked him. After 3 weeks of matches, I either got the collect your winnings line or the get out line. Once, he told me to go see Doc. It wasn't an experience I wanted to relive. Doc was an ex-con who had no bedside manner, nor proper equipment. But if you were wounded enough to go see him, it meant serious ass-kicking had happened. The cage master shooed me out with a jab of his thumb. He didn't need to twist my arm. The fact that this round only lasted a few minutes meant I could collect my money and go back to the restaurant to help. Once I stepped out of the cage, I let my eyes adjust to the dim light. Walking the perimeter of the room, I glanced up at the loft. A soft glow emanated from somewhere beyond my sight. Having never been up there, I didn't know exactly who was there, except that they were the company's big players. I also knew it was off limits, which made me suspect there might be more illegal activities happening there. I stepped over to the man in the booth, behind bulletproof glass. He slid a wad of cash out of the slot. "Thanks," I muttered. He grunted. Like the cage master, I never got anything out of this guy either. That didn't mean I didn't try. "Who's up there?" I asked, pointing to the loft. He grunted and shut the tiny door to the slot, and that was the end of that. I turned and was about to leave when my path was blocked.
That was a fast win, Jade.
Carlos said. His brown eyes flashed red as he took a long drag on his cigarette. With all the grease keeping his high-swooping hair in place, I wondered if he ever lit himself on fire. The 2 women who flanked him wore tight dresses. Their hair was nearly as tall as his.
I thought we were going to have an actual show tonight. We'll have to find you someone tougher to beat.
I got lucky on that one, I said. The last thing I needed was tougher people to beat.
Maybe.
He said, eyeing my polo shirt.
Next time, wear something a little more feminine.
There won't be a next time. Smoke curled out of his nose as he smirked.
Jade, I'd hate to get ugly, but you wouldn't be the first dame I've had to cut loose. Just make sure you want their fate before deciding.
And that was my stay in line or die warning. I had received it multiple times before, but never from Carlo. His hard gaze told me he wasn't bluffing, and I'd find myself with concrete shoes if I didn't follow orders. I'll keep fighting, I said, stuffing the wad of cash into my pocket and then hurrying away before he could threaten anything else. Hiring a lift back to the restaurant, I found Mila in the alley with the new scooter, courtesy of my spoils. She was on her phone. As soon as she saw me, she abruptly ended the call. Her gaze scanned me from head to toe.
Are you okay? Why are you back so quickly?
I'm fine. It was a fast fight.
I'd ask if it was another mud fight, but I don't see mud.
No, I'll tell you about it later. I'll grab this delivery if you want to head inside. She shook her head.
No way. It's like a war zone in there. Next time, don't inspire your aunt to create new foods. It's mayhem.
Nothing about my night was going to go my way, but I was getting used to it. I waved goodbye to Mila as I headed inside to find Aunt Dot no longer humming, but yelling at Ross to get the food off her line. Lily, who I had never seen sweat, wiped her brow with the sleeve of her chef's coat as she raced between the line and prep. Ross had plates in his hands, on the counter, and on the line. His dark blonde hair had lost the battle to stay in place and was sticking out on the sides. I hurried over. What table? He pointed to the plates on the counter.
6, and bring hot sauce.
I grabbed the hot sauce and then picked up the tray. After I dropped everything off at the table, I asked, "Can I get you anything else?" When they shook their heads, I headed back into the kitchen for more food.
Keep running food,
Ross said.
I'll ask why you're back later.
I'd make a dash for it at the end of the night. While I had plenty of time to concoct yet another lie, my lies were compounding.
I need more plates.
Aunt Dot yelled to Kobe, who was overrun with dirty dishes.
We're low on glasses, too,
Mom said as she unloaded a tray, balancing the dirty dishes at the dish station.
And can someone help bus tables? We have a wait list now.
While there was no helping Kobe since there was only one dish station, I could help Mom bus. Let me run this food out, and then I'll start bussing, I said.
Thank you,
she called as she headed back to the dining room. I hurried to run the food, and then grabbed a tray to clean off tables. Jumping back and forth as I gophered for everyone, I didn't notice Carlo walk in. It was only when I felt chills crawl up my spine that I looked over to find him and his 2 dames in the doorway. His mouth curled down as he scanned the dining room that had been recently decorated in traditional Italian restaurant flair. A nod to the red checkered tablecloths of long ago. What was he doing here? And then I remembered my uniform. He had seen the logo on my polo at the match. I should have never been so careless. And now there was nothing I could do but pretend he was a regular customer and hope for the best. Chapter 3. My heart pounded as I hurried over to Carlo so no one else had to deal with him. Are you here to dine? Or is there some other reason you're here? Carlo smoothed his crisp lapels before eyeing me.
Why does it smell like a Mexican joint?
It's taco pizza night. He grimaced.
I thought this was supposed to be traditional Italian.
We're trying a few things out. People love it. As you can see, we are busy. I can put you on the wait list for a table. Please say no,
I don't wait for anything.
he said as he stepped farther into the dining room. He saw a table that I had just cleaned and veered over to it with his entourage in tow. When they sat, he snapped his fingers.
Menu!
I quickly apologized to the couple who had been waiting, letting them know the rude man had a reservation, even though they probably heard otherwise. After seeing Carlo, they didn't comment. Instead, they wisely backed out of the restaurant. As I silently cursed, I fetched 3 menus and placed them in front of Carlo and the ladies. He was the only one to pick up a menu.
Bring your best wine.
He said from beyond the menu.
Money's no object.
I glanced at the ladies, but they didn't make eye contact. As I walked through to the kitchen, I called, "I have table 8.
Are you sure?
Mom asked.
That's my section.
You're busy. I can take them and still run food.
If you're sure.
I nodded. Ross, I need the wine key, I said as he loaded a tray with food.
Those are $400 bottles and up. Do they look like they're Dine and Dashers?
They have money. He pulled out a set of keys from his pocket and tossed them to me. We didn't have many bottles in the small wine cooler under the side counter, but I grabbed the best, which had a $1,000 tag on it, and brought it out with 3 wine glasses and a corkscrew. Holding the bottle label up, I let Carlo inspect it before I uncorked it.
Decent enough vintage.
I set the glasses on the table and then uncorked the bottle, pouring the wine into each glass. He swirled the glass and eyed it. A sniff and sip later, and he said,
It will do.
"May I take your order now, or would you like a few minutes?" I asked politely, even though I wanted to break the bottle over Carlo's head. A $1,000 bottle of wine will do,
Fettuccini al salmone.
he said, handing the menu back to me.
And antipasto salads for the ladies. Got to keep the figures, am I right?
When he chuckled, the ladies tepidly smiled. Keeping my expression neutral, I headed to the kitchen with the order.
Can you take this to table 1?
Ross asked as he put dishes onto a tray. Yeah, put in a salmon fettuccine and 2 salads in for me. I took the tray and carried it to the front, keeping watch on Carlo, but he only seemed to care about his nails as he inspected them. The girls remained poised and without expression. By the time I served table 1 and refilled their drinks, Uncle Sal walked in. "Hey, Uncle Sal," I said, giving him a kiss on the cheek. "Are you here for taco pizza?" He shuddered, making the thick gold chains around his neck quiver.
Absolutely not. I wanted to grab some lasagna, but you seem busy.
Taco pizza, I grinned. He tisked and then paused as his gaze halted on Carlo.
What's he doing here?
Who? I asked innocently. Uncle Sal had connections with the company even though he said he didn't. But most of those connections were old. So, how did he know Carlo? Uncle Sal frowned.
Never mind. Check if I can get 2 orders of lasagna to go. Don't put your aunt out if she's busy.
Is the second order for Uncle Frank? He nodded. Then you've probably doomed yourself, but I'll go check.
Thanks.
As soon as I made my way to the kitchen, I glanced back through the swinging door window. Uncle Sal didn't waste any time heading over to Carlo. When Carlo saw Uncle Sal, he straightened and narrowed his eyes.
On your left!
Mom called as she came through with a tray. I stepped out of the way and lost visual. Aunt Dot, can I get 2 orders of lasagna to go? I called.
At this rate, it will take an hour if they want to wait that long.
It's for Uncle Sal. Aunt Dot grumbled something about Uncle Frank, but she added a few colorful, choice words in between.
Give them one of the prepped pans. Tell them to cook it themselves. It's not like we're going to use all the lasagna tonight.
Well, it would get Uncle Sal out faster. I pulled 1 pan of lasagna and covered it with plastic wrap. I then brought it out just as Carlo's face flamed red. I guess I wasn't fast enough. Obviously, something was going on between the 2 men. But what? Here you go, I said, stepping between them. I handed the pan to Uncle Sal. You'll have to cook it, so you better get going. With one arm occupied with a pan, his other arm wrapped around my shoulders and directed me to the front door.
I'm going to wait across the street until he leaves. If he tries anything funny, yell.
How do you know him?
Let's just say I know a guy who knows a guy.
Standard Uncle Sal answer. For someone who isn't involved in the company, you sure know a lot of them. His gaze narrowed.
I never said he was from the company. How did you know?
Silently scolding myself, I said, "Look at him. How is he not from the company?" That seemed to appease Uncle Sal long enough for him to harumph and open the door.
I mean it. One wrong look from him and you yell for me.
I will, I said, lying. Uncle Sal was in no condition to fight anyone's battles. His jogging suit wardrobe might indicate that he worked out, but that was only with a fork. He was soft and squishy like a favorite uncle should be. And I would not stick him in the middle of my problems. When he left, I turned to find Carlo standing from the table. He snapped for his girls to stand as well. I hurried over. "Is there a problem?"
Your clientele has turned my appetite.
"You can stay. He's already gone, and your dinner should be ready." Hopefully. He shook his head and then leaned in with a warning.
Remember what side you're on. You work for us.
As opposed to working for the guy in the jogging suit? I asked. I'm pretty sure he's retired.
This is a lifestyle. You don't retire until you die.
One snap of his fingers and the ladies were at his side. He walked out with the women trailing behind, and without paying for the $1,000 bottle of wine. When Ross stepped out of the kitchen a moment later and eyed the deserted table, I knew he was going to kill me. He'd have to get in line because I had a feeling I might not retire from the cage until I died, which, judging from opponents in the ring, might be soon. I sat on the couch in the apartment, downing the remaining bottle of the $1,000 wine with Mila as we talked about the events of the night.
So, Uncle Sal knew him,
Mila said as she absently swirled the stemmed glass. If Uncle Sal could have summoned a boulder to drop on Carlo's head, Carlo would be dead right now.
And you'd be better off for it.
I don't think so. I know Carlo is one of the higher-ups, but he's not the one pulling the strings.
How do you know?
Just a feeling I get. He flaunts himself too much, draws too much attention. Anyone with more authority or more to lose wouldn't do that.
Perhaps?
You think he is? She shrugged.
I just know that if there is a rule about a stereotype, then someone is bound to break it. Who better to break it than Carlo?
She had a point. Still, I couldn't reconcile people wanting to follow orders from Carlo. He had to have someone backing him, someone in the upper loft, someone I had to talk to. A knock on the door had us both sitting upright.
Carlo?
Mila asked. I doubt he'd walk upstairs to our lackluster apartment.
He could have sent someone.
Again, Mila had a point. Tiptoeing to the peephole, I peered out to find Logan. I unbolted the door and opened it. I wasn't expecting you, I said. He would have been a welcome surprise if I didn't have to constantly lie to him. After our encounter at the restaurant earlier, I didn't expect that he'd want to see me until he cooled off. Judging from his hard gaze and rigid stance, I suspected he had not cooled off.
We need to talk.
Mila stood.
That's my cue to go to bed.
She took her wine glass and wiggled her fingers in a farewell as she hurried to her room. I opened the door wider for Logan to come inside and then locked it behind him. "What's up?" I asked. "Do you want to sit?" He glanced uneasily at me before sitting on the couch. That look didn't bode well for me. I gulped the wine and then set the glass on the coffee table. He eyed the bottle with a raised brow.
Where did you get the expensive bottle of wine?
You know Mila has quality taste in wine. Technically, that wasn't a lie. She had purchased a $500 bottle recently. I still wondered where she got her expensive taste, and I also wondered who was on the other end of the random phone calls she received. I wouldn't have been curious had she not quickly disconnected every time I appeared, but that was a matter for later. Logan turned his gaze on me, and I had a hard time not shying away when his gaze paused on my jaw. Did my makeup wear off? Could he see the bruise?
We need to talk.
You said that already. Just come out with whatever it is. I put on a brave face, but my insides clenched.
You've been acting oddly ever since I broke the engagement with Avery.
I've got a lot going on with the restaurant. He slightly nodded.
But things are back on track with the restaurant, and you still push me away. I had thought you wanted to give us another try, but maybe I got the wrong signals. You tell me.
I couldn't lie to him. Not when vulnerability reflected in his eyes. It made me want to drag him into a kiss. You aren't wrong. I do want to try again, but I said we should go slow. We both just ended a relationship.
I'm okay with slow, but pushing me away isn't slow. It's going in the complete opposite direction.
You're right. My phone buzzed and lit up on the coffee table. He glanced down at it.
411 noon. What does that mean?
Don't you know it's bad manners to read someone else's messages?
Hazard of my job, so what does it mean?
A promotional thing I was hoping to try out. I'm doing a test run at noon, and that's when they'll give me the 411. You know, information and whatnot. His gaze leveled on me, and I had a hard time keeping myself from shifting in my seat. I sympathized with all the people he questioned in his years of police work.
Kiss me.
I blinked at the sudden command that seemed to come out of nowhere. I'd happily kiss him, but there was something off about his request. Still. I leaned in and covered a wince as my bruised muscles tweaked. He didn't make a move to come closer to me, but he requested the kiss. Something about this was very off. Are you going to make me do all the work, or are you going to help a girl out?
It's a simple kiss, Jade. What do you need help with?
Narrowing my eyes at him, I scooted closer and planted a kiss on his lips. He didn't move, didn't even return the kiss, just sat there. I leaned back to eye him. What game are you playing?
I'm not playing any game. I'm wondering why every time you move, your breath catches.
It doesn't. But had it? Yes, I was a little sensitive to movement. But that ass-whooping happened 2 days ago, and I was nearly back to normal. He raised a brow.
It's my turn to ask what game you're playing.
I'm just a little sore.
From what?
Working.
I might have bought that when you first returned to the restaurant, but not now. Do you want to stick with that answer?
Yes. He stood.
Then maybe you are right.
Right about what?
That you aren't ready to date yet. You're obviously keeping something from me, and I refuse to be in a relationship with someone who keeps secrets.
I stood. What secrets? I knew right away that was the wrong thing to ask, but it was out of my mouth before I could take it back. He smirked, and I knew I was toast.
What secrets?
He repeated as he came toe-to-toe with me, his body deliciously close and yet held dagger straight.
Let's see. How about why you've been wearing more makeup?
He reached up and grazed the back of his hand against my jaw, making me flinch.
And why Ross would hand over a bottle of his precious wine to Mila. He has his customer-only rule on the wine cooler.
He needed the money.
Uh-huh. And how about when you move, your breath hitches?
I already told you.
And why do you want to take things slow when I can see in your eyes that you'd rather go fast? Slow has never been your speed, Jade.
Before I could argue, he pulled me to him. He kissed me until I forgot why we were arguing and forgot about the lingering pain. He pressed one last kiss to my lips and then backed away.
Your breath caught and your bottom lip is cracked. Want to tell me what the hell is going on now?
I studied his stance. He was bracing himself for more lies, and all I could say was, no.
Then we are done.
Watching as he turned his back, I bit my lip, ignoring the pain as it split open again. He opened the door and walked out, not looking back. I wilted to the couch and grabbed the bottle. Alcohol wouldn't fix anything, but I paid for the stupid bottle with my winnings, and it kept my mouth occupied for a moment before I could do something stupid and call Logan to spill everything. But even though he was angry, and he probably thought the worst of me, he was safe. That was all that mattered. However, one thing was certain. I needed to find a way out from under the company, because when this was over, I was going to get Logan, and there would be no taking it slow. Chapter 4.
What's the plan?
Mila asked the next morning as she twirled a lock of her purple highlighted hair. She had been working on her laptop all morning, trying to find more information about the company. But she needn't have bothered. The only information was from the news, and most of it was old. I sighed and sat on the couch. I don't know. I can't force my way up to the loft, and even if I did, I wouldn't know what to do anyway. If I ask to be released from fighting, they'll say no. Maybe I should fake my death. That would solve everything.
No, it wouldn't. It's ridiculously hard to do, and you wouldn't be able to return home. Ever.
Doesn't matter. Ross is mad at me, and Logan said we're done.
I'd say I'd make Ross feel better, but I guess that's Lily's job now. Anyway, Logan is just upset. He'll get over it.
I hope he doesn't get over it with someone else. That thought didn't sit well.
He won't. He's waited this long for you. He'll wait some more.
Wait? He was engaged.
And it took him a decade to get that far. Seeing that Logan is attractive, has a job, and is responsible, he should have been married and knocked up his wife 3 times by now. But the moment you arrive in town, he drops his fiancée, all because he has been waiting for you.
It was because she went bridezilla. Mila smirked.
Avery seemed fine until Logan flaked on her a couple of times to be with you.
He didn't flake. He thought it was an emergency.
And then she met your family, and her life was destroyed in a matter of days.
Don't remind me. I suppressed a shudder. Avery never stood a chance. Let's get back to the problem at hand without getting Nana or anyone else involved.
Nana Nina's too busy with her casino to worry about anything else right now anyway. Maybe next time Logan starts sniffing around your corner, point him over to Nana's nefarious activities. He'd be too busy wrangling her to worry about you.
Throw Nana under the bus? Ordinarily, I would say no to something like that. But Mila might be onto something. Nana's illegal senior gambling ring needed to be stopped, and Logan would never arrest her. 2 birds, 1 stone. I'd have to ponder that more.
I think we should interrogate Uncle Sal. From what you said about his encounter with Carlo, he must know the most information. If he knew what they were doing to you, he'd spill.
Or he'd not tell us anything and then try to be a hero and get himself killed. Mila nodded.
I suppose. But he's the only one who knows anything about the company.
Sparrow has connections with them. That's how this whole thing started. If it wasn't for Sparrow opening online betting against my match with the sumo wrestler, the company would have never known.
Good luck finding Sparrow. Kobe said he's gone missing.
I nodded, knowing we couldn't find Sparrow unless he returned to his spot in the park, which meant Uncle Sal was our only hope. I guess I'll need to speak with Uncle Sal, I said.
You have time to call him before your match at the 411.
This conversation can't happen by phone. I'll swing by his place on my way.
Then we should head out now. Give me a couple minutes to get ready.
You don't have to come if you don't want to.
We're in this together.
I smiled as she closed her laptop and headed to her room. I wondered what I did to deserve such an awesome friend and roommate. I knocked on Uncle Sal's apartment door. As far back as I could remember, he'd always lived in apartment 1A. The 4-story brick building hadn't changed much, only the level of deterioration. Mila stood close to me, eyeing the hallway's peeling wallpaper and dirty floor. A pungent scent of urine made me cover my nose as we waited for Uncle Sal to open the door. Not wanting to linger in the hallway had me banging on his door again.
Keep your shirt on. I'm coming.
A moment later, the deadbolt scraped open, and Uncle Sal scowled at us from beyond the chained door. Once he realized it was me, he grinned.
Hey, imp. What are you doing here?
Hoping to talk to you for a few minutes. He closed the door, and I heard the chain slide off. He reopened the door and waved us inside.
You just missed Frank. Went out for groceries a minute ago.
Lucky break for me.
Have a seat.
Uncle Sal said as he shuffled us to the living room.
Want anything to drink?
We're fine, I said. As Mila and I sat on his worn leather couch, I scanned the living room. Not much had changed in the apartment. Same leather furniture, same brown curtains, same brown shag carpeting. The only difference was the flat-screen TV, and not the 1,000-pound console that used to take up half the wall. On the walls and scuffed end tables were the same old photos. Most were of my family. Some were of his family. He used to tell me stories about them, and they were always entertaining. Maybe not so much for his cousin Alfie, a.k.a. Arsenal. He now swims with the fish courtesy of Tony the Trout. Tell me about Alfie, I said to Uncle Sal when he groaned into his recliner.
Alfie?
He chuckled.
I thought you were too old for those stories.
I shrugged. I was wondering how Alfie got involved with the company. He eyed me.
This is about yesterday, isn't it?
There was no tiptoeing around the subject when he already figured it out. Yes. How did you know that guy?
Who says I did?
If he was a random company peon, you might have warned me he was bad news. But you were angry, as if he stepped into enemy territory. Was that it? Was this some kind of turf breach? Did Uncle Sal have some secret mafia group? Seemed unlikely with the amount of time he spent with Uncle Frank, including all the time they ate and drank at the restaurant. Uncle Sal would never have time to orchestrate anything from the dining chair. But Vito Scarcella did. He worked from the back booth of his shabby diner. Once I had met up with Nash at the diner, and he told me what he knew about Vito. It wasn't much, but now that I was thinking about it, Vito was a boss. Had to be. People were coming and going to talk to him. He was a hub. I didn't need Uncle Sal. I needed Vito. And maybe Nash too. Still, Uncle Sal knew something, and I wasn't going anywhere until I got info I could use or until I had to leave to go to the match.
Enemy territory?
Uncle Sal scoffed.
The company has their fingers in enough pies. They don't need to be dipping into our cannoli. Everything they touch goes to hell. The last thing the restaurant needs is for them to start pulling strings.
Sounds like you've been on their strings before.
No, but I know people who have been, and it never ends well. Never. You already know Alfie's story, but there are countless others. I don't want to see you or any of the family getting hurt by them.
That's sweet,
Mila said. Yes, sweet. But it didn't give me any information. What would you have done if Carlo tried something? Uncle Sal frowned.
Not sure I could have done much of anything, but I'll be damned if I'm going to sit on the sidelines while they sink their claws into the restaurant. What I don't understand is why they set their sights on Piatto Perfetto.
Who said they set their sights on the restaurant? Maybe they were just there for dinner.
Uncle Sal was about to shake his head but paused.
Possible.
You were about to say no, I said.
It's over. I'd rather not worry you or get the family into a tizzy.
So there's something to be in a tizzy about?
Mila questioned. He narrowed his eyes at her.
I didn't say that.
You might as well have.
Listen, I've heard stories about that guy. He's a real piece of work. Even his own family wouldn't mind if a gang bumped him off.
What stories?
Mila leaned forward.
Has anyone ever told you ask too many questions?
Yes, but it doesn't stop me.
Then, for your own good, I'll remind you to keep your nose where it belongs. You two are sniffing around at something you shouldn't be sniffing around at. And for the sake of your safety, I'll tell you what I know about him. At least, maybe it will make you realize this is a dangerous game you're trying to play.
Mila leaned back and smiled at him.
We want to know more about the guy. That's all.
After a harumph, he said,
Carlo is one of the boss's grandsons.
Which boss?
Vito Scarcella. Nasty piece of work himself.
Vito? The diner guy?
Vito pampered his grandson, gave him everything he wanted. Now, Carlo doesn't know the word no. If he can't get what he wants with money or coercion, he takes it by force. So if he shows up on your doorstep, he wants something, and he'll take it. That is why I reacted the way I did.
I had a feeling about Carlo. A creepy, crawly feeling. But after hearing this information about him, it made me worry. Not only about my safety, but that of the restaurant and my family. The company had already made threats. They coerced me by threatening the restaurant and my family. But what if Carlo became interested in the restaurant? What if he wanted a place to do business out of like his grandfather?
Who's your source?
Mila asked.
I don't have a source.
You must. Either that or you've got an in with the company. Maybe you got a side hustle.
He laughed.
Listen, kid, the only thing I got is a crap apartment with thin walls. I hear things. The guy upstairs deals in weapons. The guy on the side of me is a pimp.
Mila and I both cringed. Why stay here? I asked. You'd be safer somewhere else.
I've been here so long I've grown roots. I'm part of the scenery. No one pays attention to me, and I don't stick my nose in their business. That's why I'm alive. Do you two get it?
When we nodded, he seemed appeased.
Good. No more discussing the company. It gives me indigestion, and I got Frank coming with food. You two want to stick around for lunch? I can't promise my cooking will be as good as Dot's, but it can't be as bad as Frank's.
No, but thank you, I said as I stood. We have lunch plans already.
And you'll keep your nose where it belongs?
I leaned down to give him a kiss on the cheek. It will stay where it is. Which was already deep in company hell.
Good. You two go have fun.
Mila stood and followed me to the door. I opened it as Uncle Frank came through with 2 bags of groceries in one hand and a 12-pack of beer in the other. It looked as though he hadn't used a razor in weeks, and his dark gray hair hadn't seen a brush.
Hey, what brings you guys here?
He asked as we swapped places. I backed up a step as his breath caught me by surprise. Smelled like he hadn't bothered brushing his teeth either. Just saying hello, I said.
And leaving already?
I nodded. Just a quick visit.
Oh, okay. Well, say hello to everyone for me.
You can come to the restaurant and say hello too. He frowned.
Things are a bit complicated.
I know, but you're still family. He shied away.
Maybe when things settle down.
I hope that's soon.
Me too.
I hoped things worked out for him. While I thought Aunt Dot and Uncle Frank were probably better off separated, he seemed lost without her. I wasn't sure why, though. When they were together, he spent most of the time dodging her. But that was their issue to work out. I had my own issues to deal with. This visit wasn't a total loss. I learned something useful. Vito Scarcella might be my ticket out of my predicament, and that meant a trip to the diner. Chapter 5. On the taxi ride to the 411, I texted Nash. I wasn't sure what his reaction would be. It wasn't like we had been that close. And even though I had suspected him of being the penny pyro, I still considered him a friend. However, after the whole incident with the arsonist, we lost touch. Mostly because I was too busy with the company, and I assumed he was too busy getting together with Avery. Hey, want to meet up at the diner for breakfast tomorrow? As I waited for a response, I checked my emails. It was mostly junk, but there was one that made me pause. The subject line was, "Your roommate." That was sketchy. Probably a hacker. I was about to delete the email, but Mila had been acting a little off. Maybe it was legit. Opening the email, I scanned for a message or information, but there was only a picture. I gazed at the girl who was surrounded by men in black suits. It was a faraway shot, but I knew that short wavy hair anywhere. Mila. This had to have been taken years ago. But who were the men surrounding her? And why did someone send me the photo? I glanced at the sender's email address. It was random numbers and letters. Nothing to indicate who was behind this. Was it a threat or a warning? A text popped up from Nash.
Haven't heard from you in a while. Thought you might be off on your honeymoon with Logan.
I've been busy at the restaurant. Are you free tomorrow morning?
Sure, what time?
9?
I'll see you then.
I sent back a thumbs up as the taxi pulled over. Paying the driver, I shoved my phone into my pocket and hurried up the sidewalk to the building.
Name?
The bouncer asked when I walked inside. On the board. He glanced behind him and then grinned. Having never seen him grin before, I was a little startled. And why did he grin? Was there something on my face? Or something horrible waiting for me? Since I didn't have time to question him, I hurried through the bookcase and over to the ring. Instead of the cage, I found a large inflatable kids' pool. It was at least 5 feet wide and knee-deep. But what made me stall was the green gelatin that wiggled inside of it as 2 bikini-clad women stepped in.
You're late,
the cage master said. What the hell is this?
This is your challenge,
a raspy voice said. I knew that voice. Glancing back at Carlo, I arched a brow. Haven't I been through enough? While I was thankful not to have to go around with another MMA fighter or samurai, climbing into a jello bath with 2 other women was nearly as bad. They had 2-inch painted claws, and their string bikinis were one tug away from naked. He smirked.
Not nearly enough. Your restaurant treated me shabbily. Even my girls were offended,
he said as he gestured to the women in the pool.
Since it wouldn't be right for me to take my anger out on a dame, they've taken the matter into their own hands. If you win, I won't step foot in your restaurant again. But if you lose, I'm taking it over.
Taking over what?
The restaurant.
You can't do that. He smirked again.
I can do anything I want. If you behave, your family can keep their jobs and their lives. Start making waves, there will be consequences.
He didn't have to say what those consequences were. I knew what the company did to get rid of annoyances. But could I beat 2 women at the same time?
I'll even sweeten the pot for you. If you win, you can stop fighting here.
I eyed him to see if he was serious. Forever?
Forever.
That alone would have been enough to motivate me. But what about the restaurant? If I lost, I would no longer need to worry about the company killing me. I'd have the wrath of my family. Nothing could be done about it now except to fight, and fight dirty. I had a feeling the women in the gelatinous pool fought dirty as well. Walking to the side, I looked into the wiggly depths. Someone had been busy in order to fill this entire pool.
Before you get in,
Carlo said as he held up a scrap of cloth with strings on it.
You'll need to change.
I'll stay in my clothes. Sure, the jeans would probably weigh a ton by the end, but I wasn't going in there with a bikini.
It's not an option. If you don't wear it, you forfeit. Is that how you want this to end?
I reached out and snatched the fabric from him. Where do I change?
No changing rooms here.
He grinned. Scowling at him, I slipped my arms through my shirt and fumbled until I got the bikini top in place. Thankfully, my t-shirt was long enough for me to yank down so I could hide other parts while I tugged off my jeans and put on the bottoms. Wadding my clothes into a ball, I placed them off to the side. Stepping over the side of the pool, I gently eased into the cool, wet, and slippery substance. It swallowed my feet, and I sunk down to the bottom in a squelch. Disgusting. Before I could get a good stance in the thick gel, the cage master rang the bell. Immediately, the two women tackled me, nearly knocking me out of the pool. As one tugged my hair and the other sank her claws into my arm, I realized I forgot something important. "Rules?" I shouted. Because if it was first blood, I was already a goner.
"No rules. Knockout or out of bounds ends the match,"
the cage master said. They pushed against me as if trying to shove me out, but with so much gelatin on me, I was hard to move. Legs and arms were in a tangle. As soon as I freed my arm, my leg would become pinned. It was like fighting with an octopus. Grabbing for anything I could, I yanked a wad of hair, but my hand slipped away with all the green slime. Yelping, I twisted as nails dragged down my side. "What the hell are those things? Razors?" I snapped as I kicked out, landing a perfect blow to her stomach.
"Stay down,"
one of them said. "Never!" I plowed an elbow into a jaw as claws raked against my back.
"They have my daughter."
I hooked my legs on her and twisted.
"They will kill her."
"What?" I questioned just as both women piled onto me, shoving my face into the gelatin. Thrashing to get away, I was held down by the women and the weight of the jello. I couldn't get away. I couldn't breathe. And the more I struggled, the more my body demanded oxygen. When I gasped in a lung full of lime jello, my world went dark. Chapter 6. I blinked open my eyes and slammed them closed again. The bright overhead light branded marks on my retinas, dotting the blackness with floating discs. My lungs burned as though the air was made of fire. With ragged breaths, I asked, "What happened?"
"You sucked in a lung full of lime jello,"
Doc said.
"It was like resuscitating an alien with all the slime coming out of you."
"Am I going to live?" Doc snorted.
"You're alive now, ain't you?"
Shielding my eyes, I peered over at him as he leaned back in his chair, puffing on a cigarette. The smoke tortured my lungs. His holy tank top was covered in green. But I guess I preferred that over the blood he had on it last time I saw him. I coughed and then cursed as my muscles seized.
"You'll feel like shit for a while. That's what happens when you almost die. You're lucky they pulled you out when they did."
Who pulled me out?
"The girls."
Lucky? They're the ones who did this. Oh my God. I lost. I sat up on the cot so fast my head spun. I leaned over the side of the cot as my stomach churned.
"Not so fast, Flash. You'll be unsteady for a bit."
I ignored him as the realization of my failure hit me in the gut. I lost. I lost everything. How was I going to tell my family? Everyone was going to hate me.
You win some, you lose some. Be thankful you're alive and can walk out of here.
Yeah, alive. But for how long? I had to talk to Mila. My rational mind had already flatlined, and I needed her to tell me what to do. I had to fix this.
Your clothes are on the table if you want to change, and you have some messages on your phone.
I glanced at him. Did you read them? He smirked.
Had nothing else to do while I waited for you to wake up. If you're going to hang out with this crowd, you should password protect your phone.
He stood with a stretch and headed for the door. Hang on, I said. Doc glanced back at me with an arched brow.
Yeah?
Who runs this place? He smirked.
Someone you never want to meet.
Is it Vito Scarcella?
Nah, he's too busy with his ring. Doesn't bother with this place.
But his grandson is here. Does that mean it's still in the family?
Everything is in the family, just not the Scarcella family. And that's all I'm telling you. Last thing I need is to be gutted with my own knives. You had better keep your head down if you know what's good for you.
Doc opened the door and walked out, closing it behind him. Slowly, I stood and tested my wobbly legs. When they didn't buckle, I figured I'd survive long enough to dress and get home. With a paper towel, I wiped as much of the gelatin remnants off me as I could, but most were dried on, leaving me green and crusty. Nothing I could do about it here. After I changed into my clothes, I glanced at the messages. One was from Mila, checking in to see how I was. And there was one from Ross saying there was a family meeting at the restaurant before opening. Mandatory. I wondered what that was about, but it was good timing since I was about to drop a news bomb on them that would banish me from the family forever. I held it together long enough to hire a lift and then sobbed the entire way home. Between my blubbering and the green goo still in my hair and dried to my skin, I gave the driver a good tip for having to deal with me. When I entered the apartment, red-eyed and still green, I dropped my keys on the kitchen table and went to find Mila. She wasn't in the kitchen or living room. Her bedroom door was closed, so I walked over and was about to knock when I heard her say,
"I won't come back, and there's nothing you can do about it."
Who was she talking to? None of my business. As I was about to head into the bathroom to shower, she said,
"You can't threaten me. I have my own life now."
Who would threaten Mila?
Fine, cut me off. I don't care.
Silence. A string of swears. Something banged. And then the doorknob began turning. Before I could dash away and pretend I wasn't listening, Mila opened the door. Surprised, she stopped and then scanned me.
"What happened to you? Did you get into a fight with a sick badger?"
I think I might have died a little, and... Keep it together, I scolded myself. I had a 10-minute cry in the car. I didn't need to come unglued now.
"Go shower,"
she said when I couldn't get the words out.
"I'll get your robe and have wine waiting for you."
She understood me. Without another word, I stepped into the bathroom and closed the door. Turning on the water, I stripped off my clothes. I then looked in the mirror and saw a stranger staring back at me. Brown hair was slimed with chunks of green. Brown eyes were red-rimmed. Even my face had a green hue like I was going to be sick, which was appropriate since that was what I felt like. Claw marks glowed red on my jaw and down my throat. My arms were shredded, and I knew from the stinging that there were more claw marks around my torso. Once the water was warm, I stepped inside and melted under the stream. Shampoo and repeat, I told myself. Get clean now, and then plan later. Plan what exactly? I didn't know. I was screwed, and so was the family. When the water ran cold, I knew I had to stop hiding in the shower. I dried off and wrapped my hair in a towel. I hadn't heard Mila come into the bathroom, but my robe was on the hook. I took it and snuggled into it, tying it securely. Glancing in the mirror one last time, I saw the green girl. Maybe not as green as before, but still not a healthy color. With a sigh, I walked out and into the living room where a bottle of wine sat on the coffee table with a wine glass. Mila glanced up from her spot on the couch.
"Come sit and tell me everything."
As I sank onto the couch, she poured the wine and handed me the glass. "Thank you." After I took several gulps, she said,
"Well, you came home green and said you died a little. Spill it."
"I'm in so much trouble. I don't think I can keep this from Logan or the family any longer. In fact, I know I can't."
"Don't worry, whatever happened, we'll deal with it."
The match wasn't just for money this time. Carlo changed the stakes. It was for the restaurant.
"Oh my. And you said you died, which means... Did you lose? Is the restaurant gone?"
Mila's stunned expression broke as she reached for the bottle of wine and drank from it.
"Tell me exactly what happened. Don't leave out any details."
I wish I could. It's all a blur. All I know is that I lost, and I want to say that Carlo had threatened one of the women.
"Women?"
I told her what I remembered from the fight, that Carlo's girls were in the green bath with me. I swear one of them said that she had to win, that they would kill her daughter.
Maybe that's how Carlo is controlling them.
And now he has the restaurant.
Not yet, he doesn't.
He has the backing of the company. What he wants, he takes. And even if we went to the police and got lawyers involved, he would make sure we suffer. You heard what Uncle Sal said. This guy doesn't understand the word no. I need to go to the diner and talk to Vito.
Are you insane? He's the guy who created his monster grandson.
I bit my lip to keep it from trembling. Why am I such a screw-up? I asked.
You're not. This isn't your fault.
I should have told Logan what was happening right away.
And he might be dead right now. You did what you thought was right. There's no reason to beat yourself up about it, but we do need to warn everyone. Carlo could show up with his entourage and take over tonight.
Did you get the message from Ross about the meeting tonight? She nodded.
And we'll tell them at the meeting. Together.
Can I be drunk for it? She nodded.
I wouldn't blame you if you were. How are you feeling?
Numb.
Drink up. I'll get the med kit for your cuts.
I wasn't worried about my tweaked muscles, slashed skin, or burning lungs. I was worried about my heart when I shattered my family's. Chapter 7. Before Ross could drone on about ways to cut costs, or how best to serve a customer, I barged into the dining room and tried not to wince as my family stared back at me. I avoided my parents' gazes and focused on the salt shaker that had tipped over on the table. Mila stood next to me in a show of solidarity, but it didn't help as I felt the questions mounting while they looked upon my non-makeup face. There was no need to cover it anymore. They had to know the truth, and they had to know the severity of it.
What happened to you?
Mom asked as she walked over to me.
Were you in an accident?
Kind of. That's what I want to talk to everyone about.
She'll need to work in the kitchen today,
Aunt Dot said.
No sense in scaring the customers.
Dot,
Dad admonished.
we're not banishing her to the kitchen.
Tell us what happened,
Mom said. I looked at Mila for help. She was better at ripping bandages off, but before either of us could say anything, Kobe stood.
This is my fault.
Were you the one driving?
No. I asked her to help me with a video, and it spiraled out of control.
That was weeks ago. This goes beyond that, I said. Please, everyone, sit down. I'll try to explain, and if you want to lynch me later, I'll head to the alley. You can hose down the evidence. The front door opened and Nana walked in with Uncle Sal. She took one look at me and nudged him.
You were right. She's in trouble.
I was really hoping to not involve Nana in this, but since she was here, it was better if she heard the news from me. Have a seat, I said to them. She and Uncle Sal sat down at a table behind my parents. With everyone seated and looking expectantly at me, I said, I've been fighting for the company for the last few weeks.
We all have,
Ross said.
That doesn't explain your injuries.
Not our company,
Nana said.
She's been fighting for the company, the mob.
Why would you do that?
Ross demanded.
Is that why you've been blowing off Logan?
She didn't have a choice,
Mila said.
They threatened her.
You knew about this?
Ross asked, turning to Mila.
Yes. We were trying to find a way out that didn't involve anyone else getting mixed up in this.
You should have told Logan.
Ross, you know what happens to police who investigate the company, I said. They disappear. I'm not willing to put Logan in that situation, and I've been holding my own in the matches. Mostly. Until today.
We'll get you into a protection program,
Nana said. It's too late for that, I said. When I showed up today, I was informed that my fight wouldn't just be for prize money. It would be for the restaurant. I lost. I'm so sorry, but I lost the restaurant.
What does that mean?
Aunt Dot demanded.
How is that even possible?
Carlo?
Uncle Sal questioned. When I nodded, he sighed.
Ross, call Logan,
Mom said.
We'll sort this out.
Until then, close the restaurant.
Uncle Sal said.
It's better closed than in the hands of a monster.
I'm offended,
Carlo said from the doorway. All eyes turned to him. He was down to only one woman tonight, but was backed by 4 giant thugs that made the bouncer at the 411 look like a featherweight. Carlo smirked as he walked in, knowing none of us could stop him while his men were armed. Thankfully, the weapons were stowed for now. He casually scanned the dining room, not caring that an entire family he'd force into destitution was there and watching him. It was as if he had no empathy at all, and that scared me more than the guns.
I give you 2 choices. You can work for me, or you can leave.
This is our restaurant,
Aunt Dot said.
We have the papers to prove we own it.
Do you?
He questioned.
I'll tell the morgue to wallpaper your coffin with them. Anyone else want to talk to me about papers?
Carlo, you're messing with the wrong people.
Really, Sally?
Carlo drew closer to Uncle Sal.
See, I know all about you. Heard the stories from Vito. And if you're lucky, I won't kill you. I know where you live and everything about you. Still want to say I'm messing with the wrong people.
Uncle Sal flinched. Carlo straightened.
I've rescinded my gracious offer of employment. Leave now, or I'll make this a whole lot uglier. And I caution you about going to the police. I'm being generous letting you all leave. But if any police come sniffing around here, that generosity ends.
When we didn't budge, he snapped his fingers. The 4 thugs drew their guns. We'll leave, I said, shooing my stunned family out the door. When we fled, the door was shut behind us. We gathered at the end of the block.
Emergency meeting at my place?
Nana said.
No, our place,
Mom said.
It's closer.
You live right above the restaurant. He'll have ears on us.
She's right.
Ross agreed.
It's probably not safe for you to live here anymore.
We're getting ahead of ourselves,
Aunt Dot said.
He has no legal rights to our restaurant. I'm not going down without a fight.
Fighting got us into this mess to begin with,
Ross said, glaring at me.
Split up and rendezvous at my place. That's an order!
When the group dispersed, Nana pulled me along with her.
You're riding with me. Bring the other hooligan with you.
I waved Mila over as I followed Nana to her car. When we were settled and Nana was on the road, it took her a mere second before she launched into a full inquiry.
Tell me everything that happened from the start until now. Leave nothing out. And Mila, you fill in any details from your point of view. We'll plan when we get to my place.
No plans, I said. I already screwed things up enough as it is.
Which is exactly why we need a plan. Start talking.
I'll have to repeat myself in 20 minutes. Everyone is going to want to know. She sighed.
I guess I can wait. Tell me how you got those claw marks on you.
Carlo's girls were in the ring today. They have dagger nails.
Carlo's girls? There was only one at the restaurant.
I don't know what happened to the other one, and I'm a little concerned for her.
Why?
She said that if she didn't win, they would kill her daughter.
And so you let her win. Very heroic.
No, they shoved my head into the gelatin after that. They won. But I wouldn't have wanted to win if there was a little girl's life at stake.
And now the woman isn't with him. That doesn't sound good.
No, but maybe he let her go. He had said if I won, I'd never have to fight again. Perhaps he made a similar promise to the woman. Nana snorted.
I didn't raise you to be gullible. That man doesn't keep his promises to anyone, not even to his mother.
How do you know?
I know his kind. It's all coercion. They'll promise you the moon to get what they want. If you're alive long enough to collect, they'll fix that.
You think he killed her? I asked, as a chill stole through me.
I wouldn't doubt it, but we'll never know either way. They're good at hiding their victims. It's why they still run the city.
I leaned my head back against the seat as Nana blasted through commuter traffic, honking her horn and yelling at anyone who dared get in her way. I pulled out my phone, knowing I had to call Logan even though Ross got the order to do so. I had to explain why I kept it from him. But I was chicken.
Call him,
Nana said, reading my mind. He's going to be furious.
Nothing like a hot, under-the-collar man to spice things up.
I glanced back at Mila, who had been quiet this entire time. She was on her phone, her fingers typing madly on it. Who are you texting? I asked. Her fingers stalled.
No one. Just trying to do a search on Carlo. It'd be faster if I had my computer.
She lied. I saw her screen was on a text, not the internet. But why lie about that? Turning back to face the road, I pondered Mila. There was a lot about her I didn't know, and what I did know perplexed me. She bought high-end wine and expensive coffee. She had money to set up the entire apartment and even pay the security deposit and first month's rent. And not only the money, but I searched her favorite winery. The website showed a photo of a man in a vineyard who looked like he could be Mila's brother or perhaps a cousin. Then there were phone calls that ended as soon as Mila spotted me. And now she lied about a text. Mila's private life was none of my business, but it chafed knowing that after everything we had been through, she still didn't trust me enough to tell me. Was she a trust fund baby? Was she afraid I'd judge her? I could hardly judge anyone, especially with my screwed-up life. Speaking of screwed up, I texted Logan a quick message. Emergency meeting at Nana's. Consider this my pre-apology, but I will grovel later. There was no response, and by the time we reached Nana's, I wondered if Logan would ever speak to me again. Soon after we arrived, 2 more vehicles pulled up along the walkway at Nana's condo in the Your Time Acres active senior community. Once the rest of the family had arrived, I noticed both Mom's and Aunt Dot's eyes were blotchy and red. Dad's lips were pressed flat, and Kobe scurried around everyone as if the company thugs were on his heels. When we reconvened in the living room, and everyone had either a cushy spot on the furniture or the sequestered kitchen chairs, Nana pointed to me.
Start from the beginning. I want every detail. Leave nothing out.
Shouldn't we wait for Logan? I asked.
He's not coming,
Ross said. Why not? I asked.
He's busy.
What could be more important than this?
Leave it alone. He's busy, and that's all I'm going to say about it.
After all the food I fed that kid, he can't take a minute out of his day?
Nana sighed and looked at me.
Might as well get everyone on the same page, and if we can't use Logan, we'll get another detective involved.
Part of me was relieved that we'd bypass Logan, but the other part of me worried. What was Logan doing that made Ross defensive? And would another detective be as invested as Logan? Either way, we had to proceed without him. I told the group everything I could remember, even scraps of information that seemed insignificant. But when I was finished, no one spoke. They looked at me as if dumbfounded, probably wondering how they raised such a stupid kid. I really thought I could handle this without getting anyone into trouble, I said. They only wanted me for betting. That changed when Carlo came to the restaurant.
It makes sense,
Uncle Sal said.
He's probably after the restaurant, so he can be like his grandfather.
If those jerks touch my favorite knives, I'm going to fillet them,
Aunt Dot said.
There is more at stake than your knives,
Nana scolded and then turned to me.
Do you have any fights coming up?
No, but they don't always give me notice.
Okay, so for now, we are fine on that front.
Nana pressed her lips together and then sighed.
Ordinarily, I'd say we gear up and go after those punks, but even I know when to let the experts help.
A A scolding eye pinpointed me before moving on.
We call the cops now and get the ball rolling.
But Carlo said he would retaliate,
Mom said.
He probably will, which is why we bunk together. We'll all stay here and have a rotating lookout.
Several raised their voices in opposition.
This place is 55 and over,
Kobe said.
We'll get kicked out.
Nonsense. Lan's been staying here and no one has batted an eyelash.
What is Lon doing here?
Aunt Dot asked.
I'm helping him out just like I'm doing with all of you. Now, I won't hear another word about it. Jade and Mila can bunk with me in my room. Lily can stay in Lan's room.
He's got a room?
Lily, I yelped. We forgot about Lily. Eyes darted around the room as we all came to the same conclusion. She hadn't been at the meeting, and she wasn't here.
She must have been late to the meeting,
Dad said.
She's going to walk right into the mob,
Mom said. Ross bolted to the door.
Someone call her and warn her. I'll pick her up.
I fumbled for my phone and pressed every wrong button until I finally dialed her. It rang and went to voicemail. Don't go to work. Call me right away. I then ended the call and texted her the same message.
Oh, poor Lily,
Mom said.
Do you think she's already at the restaurant?
Most likely. We all got the same meeting request from Ross. Like Clark said, she was probably running a little late.
If that was the case, Carlo already had her. He wouldn't hurt her though, right? He already had what he wanted. Seconds later, a message verified my fears. I read it to the group. To make sure you don't do something foolish, I'm playing for keeps. And I'm keeping Lily as insurance. Play it cool, and you'll get her back. Get the cops involved, and you'll never see her again. Aunt Dot was the first to speak.
This text is proof we can take to the police.
It's a message from Lily's phone. There is no proof of anything. Carlo can deny ever sending it.
I'm calling Ross. It's too late to intercept Lily now.
Tears burned the back of my eyes as they threatened to spill. This was my fault. Now, Carlo had Lily. Lily wasn't a fighter. They'd break her, and I'd never be able to live with myself if I saw her as damaged as Carlo's women. Chapter 8. It was 8 in the morning, and I was on watch duty. Almost everyone was awake or starting to stir. Mom kissed the top of my head as she passed by my station at the living room window.
Did you sleep at all?
I shook my head.
Ross spoke with Logan last night about Lily. She will be his priority. The entire family will gladly step away from the restaurant to save her, so there should be no reason for Carlo to hurt her.
Just by being with him, he's hurting her.
She's a strong girl. Let's pray for the best.
Praying wasn't enough. I still had one Hail Mary play, and I was going to take it. Either I was going to fix everything or go down in flames with it. I just had to make sure that I didn't put Lily in more jeopardy. Mom gave me another kiss on the top of the head and then walked to the kitchen where Aunt Dot was cooking. Her culinary frenzy had started an hour ago. The smells were delicious, but I didn't dare eat. The way my stomach felt, no food would stay put for long. Lan appeared. He shoved his dark hair into a low ponytail and grimaced at me. I wondered if he was going to yell at me for his sister being taken hostage. But instead, he said,
"If it makes you feel any better, I don't blame you for this. I know what it's like to find yourself in a shit avalanche. You think you can handle it, and then the world caves in on you. It sucks. But you got an awesome family to back you."
"Thank you. I appreciate it. But I promise to get Lily back."
"If anyone can, it's you and Nana. But count me in to help. I haven't been a great brother to Lily. Maybe I can change that."
He turned and strolled to the kitchen. Having everyone's support felt good, but I wasn't about to put them in further danger. Instead, I slipped my phone out of my pocket and texted Nash. "See you in an hour." If I couldn't reason with Carlo, I'd try Vito. I stood in front of the diner and waited for Nash. I wasn't sure why I wanted him with me, other than that he might talk me out of confronting Vito. But Nash had an in with the diner staff. They knew him and might let their guard down if I was seen as a friend of his. It was a long shot, but I wasn't going back to Nana's until I had a crumb of good news. It had been nearly impossible to get out of Nana's condo to make the trek over here. With Nana's rules in place, everyone had to be accounted for, everyone tracked. So I left my phone at my apartment under the guise of packing for an extended stay at Nana's. And since we were now ordered to use the buddy system to travel, Mila came along and was at the apartment with my phone. She was the only one who knew my plan, and while I could tell that she might not be 100% on board, she also didn't stop me. Instead, she pulled me into a hug and said, "Good luck." That was about as much as she had said in a 16-hour time span, not even a comment after she choked down Nana's thick bargain coffee this morning. Something strange was going on with Mila, and if I didn't have so many other fires to put out, I'd worry about her. But she was alive and safe, and that was all that mattered at the moment. However, when this was over, and if we were still alive, I'd coax her secrets from her.
"Hey,"
Nash said as he walked down the sidewalk, his long strides quickly closing the distance between us. "Hey yourself," I said, glad to see a friendly face.
"I have to say I'm surprised you wanted to meet up."
His blue-eyed gaze locked on me as he took in my bruises and claw marks.
"Were you in an accident?"
"Not quite, but these marks are one of the reasons I'm here. How are you and Avery? I meant to check in with you sooner, but life got away from me."
"Me and Avery?"
"Yes," I said and then paused. "You still work with her, right?"
"No, I haven't worked there for a few weeks now. She hasn't been the same since the night of the fire."
Getting lit on fire by an angry employee would make anyone change.
"It's different than just the fire. It's creepier. I can't explain it. But if I believed in the supernatural, I'd think she was possessed."
"You're kidding." He shook his head.
"No, I'm serious. I'm surprised Logan hasn't told you about it."
Logan? Was Avery the reason he had been busy? "Let's grab a table," I said. "Tell me everything." He opened the door for me.
Not much to tell. Something in her mind snapped that night.
He waved at the server as we seated ourselves at a booth. I casually scanned the diner, eyeing Vito Scarcella in his back corner booth. Two men stood next to the table as they spoke to Vito in hushed tones.
Avery closed the restaurant almost as soon as she got out of the hospital.
But she was so proud of the restaurant, and it was a success.
That's what I'm telling you. She's not in her right mind. She would have never shut down the restaurant.
And she's been talking to Logan?
Not talking so much as stalking. The last time I spoke to her, she had every intention of getting him back. And the way she spoke, I was afraid for Logan's life.
I sat back in the booth, slack-jawed. "Did you warn him?" Nash nodded.
I'm not sure if he believed me at first, but I have a feeling he knows how unhinged she is.
"Why? Did something happen?"
When I went to clean out my locker at the restaurant, I stopped by her office. She wasn't there, but hundreds of pictures of Logan and her were taped to the wall. She used her bridal magazines and cut them up to make it look like she was wearing a veil or he was wearing a tuxedo. Quite a few were written on with Mr. and Mrs. Logan Ward. I snapped a pic and sent it to him. He replied saying he knew and was dealing with it. But what I want to know is why he hasn't said anything to you.
I sighed. "We haven't been talking." Nash eyed me.
Why? I thought you two would have eloped by now.
A server stopped by the table and winked at Nash.
"Hey, Nash. Nice to see your handsome face."
Nash smiled at the server.
Always nice to see you, Autumn. I'll have my usual, Jade.
"The usual sounds good," I said, not bothering with the menu. I wasn't here for food anyway, and I was getting sidetracked by Avery and now Autumn. Once the server sashayed away, Nash returned his attention to me.
"So?"
he questioned. "So,"
Are you going to tell me why you're not speaking to Logan?
Actually, it's complicated. I need to speak to Vito. Nash paused.
Vito? The guy in the back corner booth with armed security detail?
I nodded. I'm in way over my head. I need his help. Nash raised a brow.
I've been here enough to know Vito doesn't give his help to anyone unless there is something in it for him.
What could I give Vito that would make him stop his grandson? I had prize winnings, but that was probably chump change to him. What else? Possibly the restaurant, but his grandson already had that. Have you heard him complain about anything? I asked.
Vito?
I nodded. Maybe he needs something that I can provide. I could swap him.
Unless you're willing to be a mule for him, probably not.
Nothing illegal, but I could do an ad campaign for him. Nash snorted.
An ad campaign for this diner? The last thing he needs is for more people to come here.
I'm grasping for things, I said.
Tell me what's going on. Maybe I can help.
It was worth a shot. It wasn't like Nash could make the situation worse. And he did help when we dealt with the penny pyro. I'll tell you, but you have to promise not to get the police involved.
Promise.
Long version or short version?
Better be the long version. We still don't have our food.
He smirked, making me feel a little better. I rehashed the story and tried to speed through from beginning to end. By the time I got through it, Autumn returned with 2 plates of eggs, toast, hash browns, and a side cinnamon roll. This is your usual? I asked, thinking for a chef. This was rather mundane.
I like simple. The cinnamon roll is to die for.
He paused.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say die.
I waved off his concern and picked up my fork. The food looked and smelled good, but my stomach wasn't up for it. I picked around and ate a little.
Now that you told me what's going on, I understand wanting to talk to Vito, but I don't think you should.
Why?
He doesn't give a damn about what happens outside this diner.
But his grandson took Lily hostage. It could become Vito's problem eventually.
Vito's problem management is to go nuclear. He wouldn't slap his grandson's hand and tell him to behave. Carlo, Lily, and everyone tied to the restaurant would find themselves in an unfortunate accident that would wipe out the entire problem at once. That is how Vito handles a problem. Collateral damage isn't just expected, it's a promise.
He would kill his grandson?
Why do you think Carlo doesn't work for Vito at the diner?
I shrugged.
Carlo was already kicked out of here. That was his first and only warning. Vito doesn't give warnings to just anyone.
I leaned back. What do I do?
You said Logan might be working to get Lily from Carlo. Why not wait for him?
And have him die? It's my fault this spiraled out of control, and Logan was already stuffed into a trunk by a maniac. What if this time it's not just a trunk? What if he dies? What if Lily dies? The least I can do is try to swap Lily out. Nash frowned.
And put yourself in danger?
I've survived this long.
Barely. Look at yourself. Beyond the bruising and scratches, it looks like you haven't had a decent meal in weeks.
I can't eat when my stomach is in knots, and always being called into a match doesn't help with that. I let my fork clatter to the plate. I thought I could at least get through the fights until the company got bored with me and found someone else.
They don't get bored.
They don't? He shook his head.
No, because there are always ways of manipulating people, and that means more entertainment for them. If they truly get bored, do you think they'd let you walk away?
What if they made a promise?
Did they make a promise?
Not to me, but to the woman who made these claw marks. She said she had to win or they'd kill her daughter, and I haven't seen her since.
I hope for her sake that they kept their word. But if you are asking my opinion if they are trustworthy, then no.
You seem to know a lot about them.
I hear things.
In the diner?
Mostly.
Where else? He shrugged.
You just hear things.
I wasn't sure what to make of Nash. I trusted him, and yet he seemed like he knew insider information. In fact, I wondered if he'd ever been to the 411. When I go to the matches, I ask around to find out who is in the loft, I said. I think they might be my ticket out of the ring.
Have you seen anyone?
There is a soft glow coming from up there, and I've seen shadowed faces peering down. I assume it's the VIP section, but maybe that's where they keep the money.
It's possible Vito keeps his money in a locked freezer.
Nash took a bite of his cinnamon roll. Did he admit that he knew the insides of the diner? I eyed him as I picked up my glass of water and drank from it. Could he be another grandson? Nash was blue-eyed, dark-haired, and tall. I glanced over at Vito. I couldn't tell his height or his eye color, and his hair was gray. No, Nash wasn't some mob family member. I was letting my imagination run away. Still, how did he know about the freezer? Did I dare ask him? I placed the glass down. Your last name is Sutton, right? I asked.
Yes, why?
I supposed he could still be a member of the Scarcella family, or possibly one of the other families. It didn't add up. If he was part of the company, he wouldn't be a chef, and if he was, he'd have enough money for his own restaurant. I shook my head. Nothing. I had to get a grip. Not everyone was in the company.
Still thinking about talking to Vito?
Part of me wanted to. But what if I made things worse? I was too chicken to find out. Lily's life was at stake. No, I said. I'll wait to see if Logan gets Lily back. Carlo can have the restaurant.
That's probably for the best. Anyway, you can buy your family another restaurant with your prize money.
I had a lot in prize money, but I never told him that. Did he assume it? Or did he know something?
And there's a slightly used bistro coming on the market soon. It can be a fresh start for your family.
At Avery's place? No. There was no way I was going into Avery's territory. But you should buy it.
I was thinking about it, just need a little more capital.
You can take my place in the ring. I bet you could win a few matches.
That is one place I wouldn't want to be.
He held up his hands, wiggling his fingers.
These babies are my money maker. Have you seen how fast I can chop?
I have seen you at work. Very impressive. He smirked.
If you weren't in love with Logan, I'd show you my other impressive skills.
I smiled, but it felt flat. Nash was a great guy, but not my guy. I better go. I pulled out cash from my pocket, but he waved it away.
My treat. Just stay safe. Let Logan and the police deal with Carlo.
I nodded. Thank you. Sliding out of the booth, I peeked over at Vito as he raised his gaze to me. I stood, locked in my spot. He gestured for me to come over. It was not a suggestion, but an order. I guessed I was talking to Vito after all. Chapter 9. My legs refused to move as Vito summoned me to his table. For someone who looked like a grandpa in a jogging suit, I also knew he was not the kind old man that he appeared to be. His eyes narrowed on me when I didn't jump at his call. Nash glanced between Vito and me and said,
Run. You can easily get away. He doesn't know who you are.
I have a feeling he does. When Vito snapped his fingers exactly like his grandson, 2 thugs stalked over to me.
Vito wants to see you,
one of them said. No guns were drawn, and it all looked civilized, but I knew the truth.
I'll wait here,
Nash said after receiving a warning glare from one of the men. If I died, at least Nash could tell Logan who killed me. Hesitantly walking to Vito's table, I thought of scenarios on why he would want to talk to me. None of them ended well. What possessed me to come here? I should be locked up for my own good. I really did take after Nana, but even Nana had more common sense than I did. She knew when to stand down. Obviously, I didn't. When I reached the table, Vito said,
"Sit."
I slid into the booth across from him and maintained eye contact for as long as I could. But the way he stared at me had me looking down at my fidgeting hands.
"I've seen you before,"
he said, his voice rumbly like gravel in a tumbler. I wasn't sure if he meant at the diner or if he had seen me fight at the 411. Since I didn't know, I stayed quiet.
"Do I make you nervous? For a girl who can kick a samurai in the cannelloni so hard he blacks out, you don't strike me as the bashful type."
So he recognized me from the fights. I actually came here to talk to you, I said, deciding I might as well go for broke.
"Yeah."
He leaned back with a mocking, thoughtful expression.
"Don't tell me. You don't want to fight anymore, am I right?"
Well, there is that, but that's not why I'm here.
"Good. I can't do nothing for you with the fighting. You bring in too much money."
I do? He nodded.
"You'll be fighting a long time."
Not what I wanted to hear. But I couldn't get sidetracked. I had to keep Vito talking before I succumbed to a waterfall of tears. How do you know how much I bring in? I thought you were more interested in hanging out here and doing whatever it is you do.
That doesn't mean I don't keep tabs on what's going on around me.
Then you know what your grandson has done.
Did he get a little too handsy?
Vito smirked.
Sorry, but we don't have an HR department.
No, he kicked my family out of our restaurant and now has an employee held hostage so we don't go to the police. Vito's eyes narrowed on me before he scratched his jaw.
And what have you done about it?
Nothing. It happened yesterday. I don't want trouble. I just want our employee released unharmed.
No plea for the restaurant.
A life is more valuable than a restaurant. But it is a family restaurant. Many people are hurt because of it.
What's the name of it?
Piatto Perfetto. Vito scowled, making his jowls more pronounced. He began speaking in rapid Italian. The two men who had lingered stiffened as Vito banged on the table with his fist.
Bring him to me. Now.
The men raced out, leaving me alone with Vito. Gazes that had been drawn to Vito's outburst quickly turned away.
You will stay here as my guest until I deal with Carlo.
His words said guest, but his voice said there was another hostage situation about to go down. Vito grabbed his phone, jabbed it with his finger, and then brought it to his ear. After a moment of silence, he launched into rapid Italian again. I stole a peek over at Nash, who ate my breakfast as he glanced over at me. At least his stomach wasn't affected by this. While I was glad he was still here, it made no sense for him to get pulled into this. He should leave, but I didn't dare try to convey that to him. Vito ended the call and slammed the phone on the table. Perspiration dotted his upper lip and brow. Was that stress sweat? For a man of his station in the mafia, this didn't seem like something to get anxious about. Sure, I probably needed a shower after this. But for Vito, this would be a schoolyard squabble to him. I remained silent. It had been scary enough to be in the booth with him before he exploded. Now, I pressed my hands to my thighs to keep them from trembling. Vito snapped his fingers again.
Coffee.
Two servers stopped in their tracks and then scrambled to get coffee. Vito eyed me once he was satisfied that his command was addressed.
We have some time to kill.
I wished he didn't use that word.
Tell me about yourself, Jade.
I work for my family at Piatto Perfetto. Well, until yesterday. And I've been forced to fight at the 411.
Do you have kids?
Even if I did, I wouldn't tell him. No, I'm single. Just got out of an engagement. Not sure why I added that detail. Nervousness, I guessed.
Why did you split?
I found him with his assistant on my dining room table. Coffee was placed in front of me before the server bolted. He gestured for me to drink as he took his cup and sipped from it. His phone rang. Glancing at it, he then picked it up. Once again, he spoke in rapid Italian. I wished I could have understood. Whoever he spoke to was getting an earful. Was it Carlo? I thought Vito would have been proud of his grandson, but maybe that wasn't the case. Vito slammed the phone down again and took a breath. He eyed me.
I have a proposition.
I studied him, knowing I couldn't trust him, but I also heard a thread of hope. I'm listening.
I return the employee to you in your restaurant. You don't go to the police and we call it even.
I wanted to latch onto that and take the offer and run. It was too good to be true. Instead, I got greedy and asked, "What about the fighting?"
You remain a fighter. That's out of my hands.
While I was beyond relieved for Lily and my family, I knew I wouldn't survive the ring for much longer. My body was beat. I'd need a dozen rolls of duct tape to hold me together. "And what about your grandson?" I asked.
He won't cause you any more problems.
When I got here, I thought to only save Lily, but he was giving me the restaurant too. It would be stupid to not jump on his offer and run before he took it back. I wondered if there was a catch, but I was in no position to negotiate either way. "Deal," I said.
Stay with me for a minute while I get Carlo out of there.
I nodded and nervously sipped my coffee as if this was a normal morning for me. I glanced over at Nash to see if he was still in the booth. He hadn't moved, and the plate was now empty.
Is Salvador still a resident patron of Piatto Perfetto?
"Do you know Sal?" I asked.
Our paths have crossed.
I heard a story of his cousin Arsenal. Vito narrowed his eyes at me over his coffee cup. He lowered the cup and said,
Al never worked for me.
"Different family?" Vito nodded.
Same one who runs the 411. So if you know what's good for you, you'll keep your head down.
"And you don't run your business like they do?" I questioned. He snorted.
I'm 77 years old. I have no desire to go to jail.
"Law-abiding citizen?" He harumphed.
No such thing. Tell me you don't drive over the speed limit.
That doesn't count.
Yes, it does. People follow the law when it favors them. Everything else is a gray line.
And you like to travel on the gray line.
It's the only line I know, but I don't do it without knowing the consequences. Everything I do, I have backups in place. But the 411, those mothers don't. They break people. Do you hear what I'm saying?
I nodded.
Being part of the company, our families back up each other. You do something stupid with them, you make me your enemy. Got it?
I nodded again. He glanced at his phone when it buzzed on the table.
You can go. But mind what I said. I'm giving you this one-time boon as a favor to your friend. But there are no more after this. Next time, there will be a cleanup crew, and believe me, you don't want to be on the other side of the crew. Got it?
I nodded.
Go, and don't come back here.
Hurrying, I slipped out of the booth and over to Nash, who escorted me outside.
"What happened?"
he asked when we made it a full block away. "He gave me the restaurant and Lily back as a favor to my friend. I don't know who he means except maybe Uncle Sal."
"Be happy you got Lily in the restaurant. I'm surprised you got that much."
"Me too."
"Did he say anything about fighting?"
"I'm still stuck doing that. He warned me about the 411.
"What did he say?"
To mind my own business and keep fighting."
"We'll figure out a way to get you out of there."
"There is no we," I said. "I'm not putting anyone's neck on the line besides my own."
"Jade, you can't do this alone."
I've survived this long.
You have scratches and bruises all over you. What happens if it's worse next time?
Then Doc will fix me up, I said. Listen, I got more than I hoped for from Vito. I'm not going to push it now. I'll follow orders until I see an out. Then I'll call in reinforcements.
Do you promise?
I would never promise anything of the sort, but I nodded. Lying was easier than telling the truth. We kept the restaurant closed for the night, in case there was backlash from Carlo. But at least I was home and not at the 411. I relished having a night off both work and fighting. I wasn't sure why the 411 didn't text me, but maybe Vito said something. Or maybe they wanted me to rest up before they tried to kill me again. It was probably the latter. I half expected Logan to bang on the door and demand answers. But he was eerily silent. No visits, no calls, no texts. Just silence. Was he mad at me? Did he change his number? Or did something happen to him? I tried to remember he was a capable detective who didn't need me checking up on him. But he also had a dangerous job, and from what Nash said, an unhinged ex-fiancé. Sitting on my bed, I turned off the lamp and then picked up my phone from the nightstand and checked messages. Nothing. I placed it back down and cuddled into the blankets. Fall was fast approaching, and the nights were colder. Even though Mila kept the apartment at 72 degrees, the chill seeped through the windows of our old building. Mila's murmured voice drifted through our adjoining wall. Who was she talking to? Part of me wanted to give her privacy, and part of me wanted to know who kept calling and texting her. That part won. I crept over to the wall and put my ear to it. Mila's voice was too low for me to hear anything, which was probably for the best. While I hated Mila was keeping something from me, I had no right to be nosy. I just had to deal with the fact I might never know some parts of her life. But now that my brain was in active mode, I knew settling down for the night would be difficult. A glass of wine might be the calming liquid I needed. Heading to the kitchen, I turned on an end-table lamp in the living room instead of blinding myself with the overhead kitchen light. The dim glow was enough to navigate to the kitchen, but I couldn't find the corkscrew in the drawer. As quietly as I could, I rummaged through the various kitchen utensils, hoping I wouldn't jam my finger on something pokey. A pound on the door had me jumping, knocking the drawer closed on my hand. I yelped in pain and wrenched my hand free.
What's going on?
Mila called. The hallway light flipped on.
Jade?
Kitchen, I said as I shook my hand. I slammed my hand in the drawer.
Are you okay?
She asked as she rounded the corner into the kitchen. I'll be fine. I was startled by the knock on the door.
Is it Logan?
I had a bad feeling it wasn't Logan, and no one from my family would come over here at this time of night. There was only one way to find out who was beyond the door, but did I dare? Chapter 10. Walking silently to the door, I leaned close to look through the peephole.
Who is it?
Mila whispered next to me. I don't see anyone.
Is it a trap?
Could be. I'm not opening the door to check.
Should we call the police?
I shook my head. Let's see if they come back. She twisted her lips but then nodded.
We can wait for a while and see.
I'll get the wine.
Is that why you were in the drawer?
Yes. I can't sleep.
Me neither.
I wanted to ask her about the call but decided to wait until we had wine. I returned to the kitchen and flipped on the light so I didn't have a repeat injury. After finding the corkscrew and grabbing a bottle of wine, I headed into the living room with everything plus 2 glasses. Mila was already curled up on the couch.
It's getting colder. We might have to turn up the heat at night.
I set everything on the coffee table and then tossed her a blanket from the basket that was nestled between the side of the couch and the wall.
Thank you,
she said as she cocooned herself in the blanket. Maybe herbal tea would be better for you, I said. She shook her head.
I'd rather have wine.
As I uncorked the bottle and poured, I asked, "Are you stressed because of the phone calls you've been getting?" She frowned.
I have some family drama going on.
I handed her a glass. I'm sorry. Do you want to talk about it?
Not really, they just tend to be a bit much.
Where do they live? She hesitated for a moment before saying,
New Jersey.
Taking my glass, I sat cross-legged on the couch and pulled some of the blanket over my lap. Your family can't be as dramatic as our lives have been the last couple of months.
You would think that.
They're more dramatic? How is that even possible? She nodded.
Always have been, which is why I moved across the country to work for you at the ad agency.
Do they know you're not in California anymore? She nodded.
They figured it out and have been badgering me to come home.
And you don't want to?
No, with us, distance truly makes the heart grow fonder.
I understand. I thought the same of my family when I left.
But your family is great.
They are. But when you want to get away, even great can be stifling. She nodded as if she understood. However, I'm glad I'm back, I said. Even if everything is going wrong.
At least Vito took care of his grandson. Do you think Lily is traumatized by the experience?
I'm not sure. I feel bad for her. I don't expect her to come to work tomorrow or ever again. Mila shifted, taking my corner of the blanket.
Lily sounded okay when we talked to her, and she said they didn't hurt her.
I know, but that had to be traumatic for her.
I'm sure. But she said she spent most of the time cooking for Carlo and his guys. They were figuring out a menu. It all sounded very businesslike except for the fact that she couldn't leave.
I wondered if Ross had checked up on Lily since she went home. Mila and I sat for a moment in companionable silence until my nose wrinkled. Do you smell that? She paused and then nodded.
What is it?
I couldn't put my finger on what the odor was, only that it seemed to get stronger. I placed the wineglass down and covered my nose with my shirt. Standing, I hurried to the kitchen to look in the garbage. There's nothing in here that would cause the smell.
Maybe it's outside.
She stood and walked to the living room window. Don't get too close to the window just in case Carlo has men out there.
I won't.
She stepped to the side and peered out through the curtain.
I can't see much, but the smell doesn't seem as strong over here.
Where is it coming from? After a few moments of walking around the apartment, searching for the stench, we both paused at the door.
It's out there.
I looked through the peephole again. I don't see anything. Should I open the door?
Hang on.
She hurried to the kitchen and returned with a large knife. She nodded for me to open the door. I slowly unlocked it, trying not to make any noise. When I opened the door wide enough to peer out, the foul odor nearly knocked me back a step. I swung the door open.
Disgusting!
We both looked down at a rotten side of ribs. Maggots wiggled around the meat in a frenzy.
I'm going to be sick,
Mila said as she backed away. My stomach heaved, and it was only through willpower that I was able to keep from making a mad dash to the bathroom.
Close the door.
The odor had a pungent hang time that made the air thick. I closed the door long enough to grab the garbage can from the kitchen. Where are the gloves?
I threw them away. They were getting gross.
I wasn't about to touch the maggot meat without something to protect me. Taking 2 garbage bags from under the sink, I pulled them up my arms, and Mila cinched them closed at my shoulder.
Do you need a bandana around your nose?
I was about to tell her no, but that smell was so strong I didn't know if I could get outside before I yacked. Perhaps an extra barrier would help. Yes, please. She raced to her room. I heard a drawer open and close, and then Mila was back in the kitchen, tying a red bandana around my face. I probably looked like an old-time bank robber. With my bagged arms, I brought the garbage can to the door. Mila opened the door for me. As soon as I walked through, she shut the door on me and yelled her apologies. Setting the can down, I held my breath as I picked up the ribs. I was about to toss it when it began falling apart. Worms, bones, and meat all fell to the floor in a nauseating pile. And worse, the old hallway carpet absorbed the foul juices. This place was going to stink forever unless I rented a shampooer, or we moved. In fact, if it was Carlos' thugs who did this, it might be time to move. It was bad enough he knew where I worked, but where I lived. That was creepy. But why leave nasty meat? Was this his way of saying I was going to be maggot food after ratting on him to his grandpa? I'd think about it later. Right now, I was doing my best not to succumb to my heaving stomach. Scooping the meat off the ground, I dumped it into the garbage can. It took a few minutes, but I got most of it off the floor. There were only small chunks that would have to be picked up with a vacuum later after it dried. I tied the bag closed, which made little difference in the odor. Who in their right mind would keep meat this long only to have to haul it to someone's place? Maybe that was the answer. They weren't in their right mind. Or maybe they knew exactly what they were doing. They would know someone would have to clean up the mess and take it out to the dumpster. At night. In the dark. While everyone else was asleep. No witnesses. A wise person would not go outside, but I couldn't keep the garbage in the building either. Maybe I could open the door and chuck it outside. In the morning, I could transfer it to the dumpster. That was probably my best option. I attempted to lift the garbage bag out of the can, but it was heavy. I feared the bag might break on the way down. So I took the garbage can and its contents and dragged it downstairs. When I reached the back door, I paused to listen, but the old metal door didn't give any clues who might be back there. All I needed to do was place the can outside of the door and then run back to the safety of the apartment. As soon as I twisted the knob, I felt it pull from the other side. Someone was beyond the door. I let go and attempted to scurry away as a dark figure emerged from the alley. Chapter 11. As I willed my feet to scramble away from the dark figure, he stepped into the light. "You scared the hell out of me!" I snapped at Logan as my heart thudded in my throat. He pulled back, his nose wrinkling.
What is that smell?
Someone left rotten meat at my door.
Just now?
When I nodded, he backed out of the doorway and scanned the alley.
Did you see or hear anything?
There was a knock on the door. When I looked through the peephole, I didn't see anyone. A few minutes later, we smelled this.
Go to your apartment. I'll take care of the garbage.
I'll wait here.
Jade, go. I'll be okay.
Fine. Let him think I was going to comply. Put these garbage bags in there, too. I pulled off the bag sleeves and wadded them on top of the other garbage. His gaze scanned my arms, and I realized he saw the scratch marks. He reached over and gently pulled the bandana off my face, revealing more marks.
You are going to tell me everything. Go upstairs for now.
He took the can and walked out to the alley. When he returned moments later, his gaze targeted me. He glowered.
What did I tell you?
I can't remember, I lied. Why are you skulking around the alley? Logan said nothing at first, but then said,
I wasn't going to talk to you tonight. I was just making rounds. But since you're awake, do you have a few minutes?
Making rounds? He glowered again.
Do you have time or not?
It was easy to get Logan riled, but not this easy. Whatever he was going to tell me was important. Come on. I led him upstairs. He followed with the empty garbage can. When we reached my apartment, I knocked on the door. Mila, it's me. She opened the door. Her gaze traveled over my shoulder to Logan.
And I'm suddenly exhausted.
A fake yawn followed.
See you in the morning.
The latter was directed to Logan with a smirk. I returned the garbage can to the kitchen and washed my hands. Logan followed and washed his hands too. When we were both drying our hands with the towel, our fingers grazed. I pulled away. So, what's going on that you're making rounds?
Really?
He eyed me with an arched brow.
I get a call from your family freaked out about someone taking over the restaurant and that you are in a fighting ring. I come here to find you're covered in bruises and scrapes, and you really want to question me and my rounds?
It's late at night.
And I have a couple more hours left.
He glanced at the coffee pot that was dry. Want coffee? I asked.
I'll get some later.
All I have to do is press a button, I said. It's ready to go for tomorrow.
Then I'll take a cup.
I pressed the start button and brought out a large mug for him. There was no way I was going to drink caffeine at this hour. I'd be up all night. Perhaps if he was staying longer than a cup of coffee, I might need the jolt. But I had a feeling that whatever he had to say would take a few minutes, and then he'd leave. Do you want to sit? I asked.
Perhaps that would be best.
He pulled out a chair and sat at the table. I sat down across from him while the coffee dripped behind me. We stared at each other for a moment. I wasn't about to start the conversation. If he had something to say to me, he could go first.
When did the fighting start?
I thought there was something you had to tell me.
There is, but I need to know your side of it first.
I leaned back. It started after the sumo wrestler match. Sparrow had opened it up to betting, and I guess I attracted the notice of the company.
You've been fighting at the 411 all this time?
I nodded. His jaw clenched.
Why didn't you tell me?
You know what happens to cops who go after the company. They disappear.
You were trying to protect me?
I nodded.
You don't think I'm good enough at my job to help you?
I didn't say that.
You didn't have to.
Logan, this has nothing to do with your skills. I thought they'd have me fight a few times and then they'd tire of me.
Do you know what happens to fighters they tire of?
I didn't answer. He took a breath.
Jade, fighters who are no longer needed have to go up against a guy nicknamed the Exterminator. Can you figure out what happens after?
I'd rather not.
Jade, this is serious.
I never said it wasn't. I didn't want to drag you or my family into this.
And yet we've all been dragged into it.
I'm sorry. What do you want me to do?
I want you to be honest with me. Tell me exactly what happened from beginning to end. I need to know everyone from the company you've talked to, who you've fought, who has made threats. Every detail.
I guess I'm having coffee too. I stood and grabbed an extra mug and then pulled the coffee pot out before it was finished brewing. The dripping coffee sizzled on the hot plate below it. After pouring, I put the pot back and returned to the table with the mugs.
Thank you,
he said, taking his. He then pulled out his phone and placed it in between us. He pressed an app to record the conversation. Is this necessary?
Yes. I might need to refer to details later. Start with the sumo wrestler match and go from there.
With a sigh, I collected my thoughts and then launched into what I remembered. I mainly stared at his phone as it recorded my voice. The little audio waves didn't judge me. They didn't glare at me or scowl. When I wrapped up minutes later, I realized I missed one more thing. Sparrow hasn't been at the park. No one knows where he is, and someone already took his spot.
I'll look into that,
Logan said. He stopped the recording and then looked at me.
I understand how this spiraled out of control, but why did you go to Vito Scarcella?
I told you. His grandson took the restaurant. Logan scrubbed a hand over his weary face.
Vito is one of the most dangerous men in Chicago.
I realize he is dangerous, but as soon as he heard what Carlo did, he took care of it immediately.
What do you mean, took care of it?
He got on the phone and started speaking Italian, so I'm not sure what he said. But then after a little while, he said it was dealt with and that the restaurant would be left alone. He seemed to know Uncle Sal or something. Said this was a one-time favor. He also said he couldn't help me with the 411. different family or something like that.
Who was all at the diner?
Vito, 2 of his men, 3 servers, maybe 4 tables of diners, and then me and Nash.
Nash was there?
I only asked him to meet me there because he's a familiar face at the diner. I thought maybe if they saw him, they would be more accepting of me. It didn't really work, though. As soon as Vito saw me, he waved me over. Didn't even look at Nash.
So he recognized you from the fights?
Sounded like it. Logan took a sip of coffee and was silent for a moment. As I waited, I fiddled with the handle of the mug. Logan finally asked,
How did Nash seem?
Normal. Why?
Did he tell you anything about Avery?
I paused. I really didn't want to talk about Avery, but she seemed like she needed help. I just didn't want it to be Logan's help. He said that she hasn't been herself since the incident with the pyro, that her restaurant is shut down, and that she wants to get back together with you.
She's one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you.
Logan's expression turned pained.
Nash is right. She hasn't been herself. She needs psychiatric help. Until she gets it, she's a danger to herself and everyone else.
Danger to you? He shook his head.
I don't think so. Right now she has no reason to harm me, but I don't have the same confidence that she wouldn't hurt anyone close to me.
Like Ross?
No, like you.
She'd be jealous? We aren't even seeing each other. His dark eyes targeted me.
And why is that?
You know why?
I know what you've told me. But that was a lie, wasn't it? The truth is, you wanted to keep me from knowing about the 411.
I nodded. He slid his hand over the table and covered mine.
Please don't do that again. If this is going to work between us, we have to be completely honest with each other. And that means telling me when you're working for the mob. These last 3 weeks have been hell.
I'm sorry.
I know you are, and I understand why you did what you did. But we have to be better at communicating. We separated 10 years ago because we couldn't communicate.
It wasn't just communication.
Jade, you basically fled the entire state so you didn't have to talk to me. I don't want to go through that again.
I don't want to go through that either.
Good. So you're going to drop the act that we're trying to wait because we both got out of an engagement?
I nodded. I didn't want to wait anyway. A grin took some of the weariness from his face. He leaned back, taking his hand with him.
I don't want to wait either.
He then sighed.
But now that I said that, we have to wait.
Because of the company?
No, because of Avery. Like I said, she's not herself. I need to find her and get her to a place that can help her. Until then, we shouldn't be seen together. And if we are seen together, make it seem like we are still at odds. Got it?
Pretend fight with you? He smirked.
You won't have a problem with that.
I think I can manage it.
Good. I'm going to head out. Call or text if you need anything. And don't go to another fight.
I have one nearly every day. What am I supposed to do if I get the text?
Tell me. I'll take care of it.
How?
If you would have confided in me sooner, I would have let you know that we have an insider at the 411.
Who?
I can't tell you. Just know someone is there. But he's not going to blow his cover over a fight. He needs time to get the evidence he needs.
If he's in the 411, that's enough evidence. Logan shook his head.
This goes beyond the ring.
Drugs?
Among other things, don't go to fight. If they can't get you to come in, maybe they'll use another fighter. Just stay with someone at all times. Don't do deliveries, and stay inside as much as you can. No walking, and no more app driver services.
Why not?
It's too easy to have one of their hired thugs become a driver and sit outside your door. Because of GPS tracking, he'd be the first to get the request for a lift. You'd be abducted before anyone could do anything about it.
That was a scary thought. Logan took my hand again.
I'm only leaving you alone because I don't want Avery coming after you. But if you are in any danger, tell me. I'd rather deal with Avery and the company together than for someone to hurt you.
I squeezed his hand and was happy when he returned it.
I should go.
He stood. and I followed him to the door. Before he left, he pulled me into a hug that melted the stress away. "If I'm following your orders, you have to follow mine," I said. He pulled back to look at me.
And what are those orders?
"You need to be safe too."
I will be.
"And text me updates."
I will.
"And kiss me." He raised a brow and then smiled.
You don't have to order me to do that.
His lips met mine in a brief kiss.
That's for now.
"I get more later?"
You'll get a lot more later.
He unlocked the door, gave me one last look, and then left. I locked it and then went to the window to peek out. I saw him walk under the alley light and then out to the road. Stay safe, Logan. Chapter 12. "Are you sure you want to do this?" I asked Mila as she tightened the helmet strap, causing her short hair to spike around her neck.
Don't worry, no one is going to bother with me. I'm a lowly employee.
You're not a lowly employee.
The company doesn't know that, so stay here and I'll do deliveries. It's what Logan wanted anyway.
I raised a brow. How do you know that?
Other than it's obvious, I might have heard a little of your conversation last night. Pretending to still be mad at each other is going to make for some serious sizzle later. I'm nearly jealous enough to pick a fight with your brother, but it takes two to sizzle, and he's all about Lily right now.
Sorry. There was no point in denying it. 2 minutes ago, we watched as Ross cleaned a flour smudge off Lily's nose while she blushed. Lingering eye contact followed along with serious chemistry. I had been surprised Lily showed up for her shift tonight, but now I know why she did. Mila shrugged.
He's not the first guy I've chased into someone else's arms.
You'll find the right guy, someone who can handle being with a strong woman. She snorted.
I think you got the only guy on the planet like that.
He's not the only one. Be careful tonight. I'm afraid of backlash.
I'll be careful.
I hoped she was. Even though the restaurant was back up and running, it didn't give me much confidence. While Vito had pulled his grandson from the restaurant, that didn't mean Carlo was finished with us. That rotten meat, while childish, could have been the beginning of his revenge. As I walked to the front door and unlocked it, I wondered who would come through the doors. Would it be our regular diners, or would it be mobsters? I was relieved to see Uncle Sal come in first, followed by Frank. Uncle Sal forewent his favorite table in the corner and sat at the table closest to the door instead. The reason for the change wasn't lost on me. I knew what he was up to. "What can I get you both?" I asked.
"Just water and coffee,"
Uncle Sal said. I glanced at Uncle Frank.
Same.
So, not only were they going to guard the door, they were laying off the booze to keep sharp. It made me wonder if Uncle Sal knew something. After I retrieved the water and coffee, I asked, "What have you heard?"
"Nothing for you to worry about. We're having a friendly cup of coffee."
Frank frowned as he sipped from his cup. Obviously, this was Sal's idea. Frank would much rather have a beer in a location his soon-to-be ex-wife didn't store her knives. A beacon of yellow hair bobbed past the window. The door opened a moment later. Nana walked in with Landon. She eyed Sal and Frank. As she passed, she gave them an exaggerated wink, and then settled at a table near the window. Landon sat across from her and watched as she pulled out a taser from her purse and placed it on the side of the table closest to the window. She then pulled out socks and tossed them to Landon. While I tried to figure out the sock thing, she then pulled out a spiked collar. I hurried over. "Nana, what are you doing?"
Making sure people know whose territory this is. Any thugs watching will think twice before coming in here.
When Landon slipped the socks onto his arms, I realized they were tattoo sleeves. He now had instant tattoos, and Nana donned the collar. She handed me her phone.
Take a picture. I want to show the girls back at the ranch.
I took the phone and stepped back to get them both in the picture.
Give the camera a scowl, Landon,
she said. When they both looked mildly terrifying, I snapped a picture and returned the phone. Do you want to order? I asked. She nodded.
It will look more convincing than what Sal and Frank are doing.
Nana?
I turned to find Ross stalled at the kitchen door. His eye twitched as he looked at his collared grandma.
Jade, I need to see you in the kitchen,
he said and withdrew. Nana snorted.
He was always the easiest to rile.
With a sigh, I followed Ross into the kitchen to find him already pacing between the prep table and the office. Lily eyed him as he dragged a hand through his hair. She continued to prep vegetables but raised a brow at me. As soon as Ross saw me, he asked,
What in the hell is she doing?
Since she put on the collar, I assume she's our guard dog.
Jade, this isn't funny.
I leaned against the side counter. I didn't say it was, but it's not like you can stop Nana.
She'll scare away customers.
I don't think she'll scare them away. Maybe make them a little uncomfortable.
And why is he here? They've got a weird relationship, and I don't like it. He's taking advantage of her.
I smirked. She made Lon put on tattoo sleeves. It's more likely that she's taking advantage of him.
Lan's here?
Lily set down the knife and hurried to the door to peek out. When she saw it was him, she pushed out the door.
I don't like him,
Ross said once Lily was out of earshot.
I don't like that he's been living at Nana's.
He was only there because he was hiding from the blood dragons. No one would look for him there. And now I think Nana enjoys having him around. They're good together.
Good together? She's 3 times older than him.
It's not like they're sleeping together, and I think she has a positive influence on him.
She's sitting out there in a dog collar. How is that a positive influence?
He'd never hang out here if it wasn't for her.
He's a lowlife and always will be. And when he gets in trouble again, he's going to take Nana down with him.
A gasp caught my attention. I looked over to find Lily at the door, her eyes wet with forming tears.
I didn't mean it to sound like that,
Ross quickly said. But Lily was already out the door. Ross pushed through the door to follow her. I peeked out to watch as he raced out the front. The motley crew of diners eyed the door that swung closed after Ross and then over at me. I shrugged and ducked back into the kitchen to find Mila jauntily dangling her helmet and smirking.
Looks like I might have another shot with Ross.
If you want to be a part of that disaster, go for it, I said. I'm staying out of it. A strangled yelp from the pantry had Mila and me racing over to find Aunt Dot jumping from one foot to the other. I didn't have to ask her what the problem was. The dozens of scurrying roaches made it clear. Mila squealed and dashed out the back door.
Do something! Squash them!
Aunt Dot ordered as she continued to jump up and down. If she aimed her feet better, she could be the one to squash them. But I was pretty sure fear wasn't allowing her feet to do more than a Scooby-Doo dance. Mom walked in through the back door, tying her apron.
Mila told me not to come in here, that there's a plague.
Aunt Dot screeched as a roach climbed up her pants. As soon as Mom realized what was happening, she grabbed a pot from the line and joined in on the battle. I supposed I should have joined in too, but there was no way 3 of us would fit in the space. With Mom batting at everything in sight, and Aunt Dot flailing as a roach climbed her like a skyscraper, there wasn't much I could do.
What is going on?
Logan asked.
I heard screaming from the alley, and Mila said there's a plague.
What were you doing in the alley? I asked.
Rounds.
Don't you have a job?
This is my job.
Must be entertaining.
Right now, yes.
I grinned at him.
How did this happen?
I shrugged. The hazards of having food, I suppose.
I keep a clean restaurant,
Aunt Dot snapped.
Never once had a roach problem. I bet these roaches were planted by that no-good mob.
Mom smacked the pot on the shelf as a roach scuttled by. I heard the crack of the old wood as it gave way. The shelf of seasonings and flour crashed down, littering the floor in powder.
Close the restaurant! We're done!
Logan went to help Mom and Aunt Dot while I returned to the dining room to let everyone know we were closing. It was then that I got a text. 7:30 at 411. That gave me about 2 hours to find somewhere to hide, and everyone here would be gone by then. It made me appreciate the roach infestation. "We're closing the restaurant," I said as I walked to the door to flip the sign.
What happened?
Nana asked. "Roach infestation," I said, "and a tragic loss of seasonings."
I guess we'll call it a night. We got some things to do anyway.
Landon pulled off his sleeves, but Nana didn't take off the collar. "Aren't you going to take that off?" I asked as she packed up her taser. She grinned.
Not with the plans I got for tonight.
It was on the tip of my tongue to ask what the plans were, but I decided against it. Some things I was better off not knowing. As soon as they all filed out through the door, I peeked out to see if Ross and Lily were near. Since I didn't see them, I locked the door and turned off the dining room lights. When I returned to the kitchen, I found Mom and Aunt Dot leaning against the counter as they caught their breaths. The pantry door was closed, and Logan was talking on his phone.
"We're going to have to toss everything,"
Aunt Dot said.
"We might have to shut down for a couple more days to get this place back to rights."
That was both bad news and good news. I'd take it as a win for right now.
You found her?
Logan asked.
Is she okay?
Was he talking about Avery?
No, I'll be right there. Thank you.
He ended the call and glanced at me. He gestured for me to follow him. Mom and Aunt Dot were too busy planning a mass extermination for them to witness me follow Logan outside. When I shut the door, he said,
"I have a lead on Avery. I'm going to be gone for a little bit. Are you going to be okay?"
I nodded. "I'll be fine. Are you going to be fine?"
It would take more than a search for a missing person to take me out.
He glanced back at the vacant alley before leaning in.
Because when this is done, you and I are going to need one-on-one time.
I quirked a brow. "I don't know. I wouldn't want to rush into anything." He smirked and was about to say something when we heard footsteps. He backed away as Ross rounded the sidewalk and entered the alley.
"We'll continue this later,"
Logan said. As he walked past Ross, he snapped.
"Talk some sense into your thick-headed sister."
Oh, he was going to pay for that later, and I had plenty of ideas on how to make him suffer. Ross stopped by me.
I was gone for 2 minutes. How the hell did you piss off Logan again? And why is the restaurant closed?
Logan needs a chill pill, and we have roaches. Where's Lily? Ross pushed past me. Apparently, roaches won for the most important. I followed him inside as he conferred with Mom and Aunt Dot. Mila was at my side.
So much juiciness going on. Shall we head home for a gossip session?
I shook my head. How about we go out? It's not like we get many nights free. Plus, we wouldn't be home for company backlash when I didn't show up to fight.
Love it. But we need to go home and change first. I refuse to wear this polo shirt for longer than I need to.
We'd have plenty of time to get in and out of the apartment without the company breathing down my neck. Hopefully. But what would tomorrow bring? I wished I had told Logan about the text before he left. Chapter 13. I watched as Mila flirted with a man at the bar to scam a drink off him. Not that I had been out with her often, but I had once heard her say she hated when women flaunted themselves to get drinks. So why was she doing it now? She winked at the man when the bartender slid her a cocktail. Mila then grabbed the drink and walked back to the table. She sat down and took a long sip. I raised a brow. She caught it and straightened.
What? Can't a girl take a drink from a guy without the 3rd degree?
All I did was raise my brow in question when you nearly sucked down the cocktail.
I'm thirsty.
You could have gotten water from the bartender for free. He was even nice and gave me my white soda for free since I said I was the designated driver. Okay, so I wasn't driving, but I needed to keep a clear head. The man at the bar eyed Mila, nearly salivating on himself. Mila shifted her short skirt to cover more leg. I think he'll expect a little more than a wink on the next drink, I said. She shuddered.
He smells like a cow.
I can buy the next round, I said. I'm sure I owe you for something.
You already paid me back for everything I bought you, which had been a gift, by the way. I didn't expect a dime for any of it.
But now I have some extra money from the fights.
Speaking of which, did you hear anything yet?
Mila and I had nervously watched the clock as it clicked on 7:30, and with each minute that passed, we waited for a text or call. Nothing. And that was almost worse. Did they not care I didn't show up for a fight? Or were they mixing cement for my concrete shoes? Perhaps Vito had a talk with the other family and told them to back off. It was a long shot. My phone buzzed on the table. Mila and I both looked down at it.
Are you okay?
Why is Nash texting you that?
I don't know. I picked up the phone and texted, "Fine." Why?
Vito blew a gasket. Said to find her. I thought he might mean you.
He might. I was supposed to fight tonight, but I didn't go.
Are you insane? They'll come after you.
Logan said when the 411 tire of fighters, they have them fight the exterminator. He said to lie low.
Where are you? I'll come and get you. You can hide out at my place.
Mila and I eyed each other.
He must still have a thing for you. No guy in his right mind would put himself between the mob and their prey. But they'd never expect you there. Maybe it would be better if you stayed with him.
And what about everyone else? I shook my head. If the 411 can't find me, they'll start going after you and the rest of the family.
Logan will take care of us. You take care of yourself.
Logan is too busy with Avery right now.
He'd drop her in an instant to help you or any of us. You know that.
I didn't know what to think anymore. No matter what I did, it seemed like it was the wrong thing. Someone was going to get hurt, and I'd rather have it be me than anyone else. I texted Nash. I won't put you in danger too, but thank you for the offer.
Jade, don't try to be a hero. Stay with me for the night. Mila can come over too. You can have my bed and I'll sleep on the couch.
I showed her the text.
Do what you think is best.
Let's stay here a little longer. Maybe by then, I'd have a threatening message from the 411. Then bunking with Nash might seem like a good plan. Either way, I wanted to think about something else. Mila's drama might prove to be a distraction. Drink up, I said. I'm buying the next round. Maybe a little more alcohol might loosen Mila's lips about her situation. I wasn't proud of my actions, but I wanted to know more about her family.
I can flirt with that guy for another drink.
If you flirt any more with him, he's going to expect to get something back. Do you really want to French a guy who smells like a cow? She frowned.
This wasn't supposed to be the way things worked.
What things? Drinking in a bar filled with men who smell like the backside of a cow? I agree with you there.
No, I mean my life.
Was she going to spill?
I thought it'd be so easy to find the right guy and marry him, but all the right guys don't want me. The guys who want me smell like butt.
That means you haven't found the right guy yet. He's out there, and you're a strong, independent woman. Be proud of that.
I am.
She stirred her drink and pouted.
I thought my life would be different.
Do you want to go back to advertising? You wouldn't hurt any of our feelings. I know restaurant work isn't for everyone. I even ran away from it.
It's not the work, not really.
She sighed and then took a drink.
Never mind me. Here I am complaining about little things when you have the 411 to deal with.
I'm not going to never mind. Mila, tell me what's going on. You know I won't judge you. How could I when you know everything bad that's happened in my life? It would hardly be fair to judge anyone, let alone the person who has had my back. She smiled.
I do have your back.
And I have yours. So, spill it. I want to know how you had enough money to buy $500 bottles of wine and now you're flirting with Smelly Sam for a drink at a dive bar.
Do you promise you won't judge me?
I promise. She downed the drink.
Fine. Buy me a refill and I'll tell you.
Deal. I was out of my seat and over to the bar before she had second thoughts. Even though I stood far away from Smelly Sam, his stench reached me. He really did smell like a cow. When Smelly Sam eyed me like some tasty field grass, I tried not to shudder. Since the bar was mostly dead, I was able to flag down the bartender quickly. Another cocktail, I said.
What kind?
The kind she... I pointed to the table only to find it empty. Where was Mila?
Your friend ran out.
Smelly Sam said.
But if you're looking for company, come on over here.
She ran out? I questioned. Was there anyone with her?
Nope. As soon as your back was turned, she bolted.
Still want that drink?
I shook my head. No, thank you. Did Mila leave because she didn't want to confide in me? Or was it something else? For a moment, I wondered if it had something to do with the company, but she left on her own. I walked to the door and stepped out, looking down the sidewalk. She was gone. Pulling out my phone, I called her. When the phone went straight to voicemail, I texted her. Sorry if I pushed you too far. Just let me know if you're okay. When I didn't get an answer, I hopped on a bus and headed home. Hopefully, I could intercept her, and we could talk. After I paid the driver, I took a seat. I kept the phone in my hand, waiting for a reply from Mila. But when my phone buzzed, the message wasn't from her. It was from Nash.
Are you not answering because you don't want to come over? I'm a big boy and can handle rejection.
I smirked. I got sidetracked by Mila. But I'm okay right now.
Will you at least promise to come over if you feel you're in danger? I'm not working right now, so I'll be home.
Thank you. I'll let you know if I need a safe house.
Just like the mob needed safe houses, their victims did too.
When the bus pulled to a stop near my apartment, I stood and headed to the door. But as I was about to step out, I saw 3 men get out of a black SUV. The muscle-bound men had thug written all over them, and the sleek SUV said they had money backing them. If I got off the bus, they'd spot me right away. I returned to my seat and dipped my head so they couldn't see my face. As the bus resumed its route, I hazarded a peek back to watch them enter the building. I guess the 411 noticed my absence after all. Was Mila at the apartment? Since she wasn't responding to my texts, I didn't know where she could be, but she was smart and knew the risks of going home. I had to hope that she was somewhere else. And if she was home, she'd never open the door for those guys. She'd be okay. Hopefully. Either way, I texted her again, warning her. I then texted Logan with an update on the situation. Now, I needed a place to hide. For a moment, I thought of going to Nash's, but I didn't think Logan would like that. So, I hopped off the bus at the next stop and rerouted to Nana's. The regular 20-minute drive would probably take an hour by bus, but there was nothing I could do about it. And since I had an hour with nothing else to do, it was a perfect time to snoop into Mila's family life. I walked through the Honeycomb Active Senior Living community, jumping out of the way of an oncoming golf cart.
Stay on the sidewalk.
The man yelled at me as he sped by. Considering I was on the sidewalk, I feared for the safety of the other residents of Your Time Acres. When I reached Nana's condo, I knocked on the door. As I waited, I checked my phone for messages. Nothing. Where was everyone? I knocked on the door again. Nana, it's Jade. Out of the corner of my eye, something moved. Was it the curtain? Psst. I glanced around to find the source of the voice. Psst. Hello?
Over here.
The voice whispered. The bush under the window shook. I stepped over to find Kobe. What game is Nana playing now?
Shh.
He waved me over.
Get down.
I'm not squatting behind a bush with you.
Jade, get down.
He reached up and clasped my wrist, pulling me down into the small space, my hair snagged in the branches. Kobe!
Shh. I think Nana is in trouble.
What are you talking about?
I came over for a grilled cheese. You know the ones Nana makes with the mayo and pickles.
So?
So I heard yelling and then a bang.
What kind of bang?
The kind that makes you duck for cover.
So Nana could be bleeding with a gunshot wound, and you're hiding behind the bushes.
It wasn't a single bang. They keep going off.
We both flinched as we heard a popping noise. It was loud, but I didn't think it was a gun. Plus, who would randomly shoot a gun? Well, we were at Nana's. Anything was possible. I crept out of the bush and peeked through the window. The curtain was in the way, so I sidled to the other window, trying not to trip over Kobe's feet as he plastered himself to my back. Kobe, give me some space. He eased off by an inch. The front windows were blocked by curtains. I'd have to head to the back. As I rounded the corner, another popping sound startled us. It can't be a gun, I whispered.
Then what is it?
We crept onto the patio and spied Nana and Landon sitting at the kitchen table facing each other. They were alive. No blood. But what were they doing staring at each other? And who was the petite lady sitting off to the side? She must be one of Nana's friends. The woman slowly reached into a box at her side and retrieved a packing pillow. She twisted it, popping it. Neither Landon nor Nana blinked. They were having a staring competition? I banged on the back door, making them both jump.
You blinked first,
Nana said to Landon.
You did.
You both did, I yelled through the glass. Open the door. Nana stood and slid the door open.
I wasn't expecting to see you two. Is everything okay?
I'm lying low and was wondering if I could hang out here for a little bit.
You don't even have to ask,
she said, shooing us in.
And I was hoping for a grilled cheese, you know, with the mayo and the pickles.
Nana nodded.
I'll make us a round.
Why didn't you open the door when I knocked? I asked.
We were at war.
Obviously.
Kobe took a seat next to Lan.
Have you had her grilled cheese sandwiches?
Lan nodded.
She makes mine with mushroom and onions.
Kobe's nose wrinkled.
Gross.
Actually, that sounds lovely,
the lady said.
Essie, do you want to stay for a sandwich?
I'd love to, but I should probably head home. I'll see you later. Lon, are you going to be at the ice cream social tomorrow?
He nodded.
I'm bringing cookie dough ice cream.
Oh, good. That's one of my favorites.
I know, which is why I got sugar-free.
Essie beamed.
You are such a sweetheart. I'll see you both tomorrow.
She wiggled her fingers in a goodbye and let herself out the patio door.
Getting cozy with the old people?
Kobe asked, and then yelped when Nana smacked the top of his head with a rubber spatula.
Language,
she warned.
I was wondering if he's schmoozing so he can find a sugar Nana.
I was okay with Landon finding a sugar Nana as long as it wasn't my Nana.
I'm just being nice,
Lan said, standing from the table.
Everyone here accepted me when I had no place to go.
He headed to the living room.
Nina, I'm going to go work on that puzzle for a little while. That corner's going to drive me nuts until I find that piece.
Let me know if you need a snack later.
He paused.
Is there any more bridge mix?
I think we ate that when we had Stella and Hank over for cards the other night.
Oh, that's right.
I can make more later.
Thank you.
I watched as Lan walked out. His footsteps were more like a shuffle. And was he wearing old man slippers? If Lan didn't snap out of whatever unhealthy thing was happening here, I was going to call an intervention.
Now, Jade, tell me everything that's happened,
Nana said as she heated the pan. Taking Lan's chair, I sat down. You know most of it. But Logan said not to go to any more fights. The 411 messaged me to come in tonight, so Mila and I hung out at a bar, waiting for the 411's reaction.
What was the reaction?
It was quiet. No calls or messages.
Curious.
I know. And then I think I pried too deep in Mila's past. She ran off. At least, I think she ran off. The person who saw her leave the bar said she was alone. I went to go see if she had gone home, but company men were there. So, I came here. I pulled out my phone to check messages again. Nana, I'm worried. She hasn't responded. I don't know if she's mad at me or if she's in trouble. I should have gone into the apartment to check. What if they got her?
It's a good thing you didn't go into the apartment. They would have gotten you both.
I can text her. Maybe she'll respond to me.
Please, I said. I don't know what to do anymore. Nana tisked.
Don't worry. We'll have a little something to eat and then figure out our next step.
That made me feel a little better, but not much. While I was waiting to stuff my face with grilled cheese, Mila could be at the mercy of the company, or dead, and still nothing from Logan. I texted Nash. I haven't heard from Logan. He went to find Avery. Should I be worried? Please say no.
How long ago?
A couple hours. The dots telling me he was writing his answer mocked me as I waited. They blinked at me as if knowing every second I had to wait was another second of torture. Was he trying to find the right words to tell me Avery had Logan stored in the freezer for later consumption? You're killing me with the message dots. Finally, a message came through.
Sorry, I was thinking.
And?
She's unstable, but I'm sure Logan is fine. I wouldn't worry about it. It's not like she wants to hurt him. I'd be more worried about what she'd do to you.
I'm not worried about myself. Anyway, I'm at Nana's right now, so she probably wouldn't be able to find me. Let me know if you hear anything. He sent a thumbs up. I wondered if I shouldn't have texted him my location in case it was intercepted, but I shrugged it off. That scenario would be unlikely. By the time I ate my grilled cheese, I'd probably hear from Mila and Logan. Nothing to worry about. I'm worried, I said as I paced Nana's living room. We haven't heard from Mila or Logan yet, and the plan that Nana had scribbled on the blackboard would get us killed. Stop nibbling on the chalk, I said. We'll have none left. Nana had a nervous habit of chewing on the ends of pens. Over the last hour, it extended to chalk as well. She had caught herself a few times, but now her mouth was covered in chalk as she stared at the board.
It's okay. I stocked up,
Landon said. Perhaps this was becoming a habitual thing. Nana squared off with the board.
We have 2 missing people who might not really be missing. We also have too many suspects. We need to whittle them down.
Logan went after Avery, I said. So, she's the #1 suspect for him, and the company is the #1 suspect for Mila.
Is it? You said yourself she was secretive about her past and where all her money came from.
Secretive, yes. But she told me a little about her family. Well, just that they are from New Jersey, and from the conversations I overheard, it sounded like they were badgering her to come home.
So they could have come and taken her. We'll need more information.
I searched her name on the internet. I found some things, but they were all from social media profiles. However, the farthest back the profiles dated was from when she started at the ad agency with me. No personal information.
And you don't think that's odd?
Nana questioned as she nibbled on another stick of chalk.
It's very odd,
Kobe said.
She's a few years older than me. She should have tons of years online.
Maybe she deleted them,
Lan said.
Why? That's history.
Sometimes people don't want their history lying around for other people to pick apart. I deleted all of my profiles.
You're also living in a senior community.
What does that mean?
You're not the average social media demographic. But Mila is. She's all about being online and social.
Nana nodded.
Either way, if she deleted her profiles from before, then we can assume something in her past was bad enough that she wanted to escape from it.
Possibly her family, I said.
Where did you say her family is from?
New Jersey, but I couldn't tell you much more than that.
We need to get into her bedroom.
Stop being weird.
No, he's right. She might have information in there that we can use.
We can't go through her things. It's an invasion of privacy. And we don't even know if her past has anything to do with why she's not responding to my texts. Maybe she lost her phone.
Or maybe the company got her.
Jade said she left the bar alone,
Nana said, tapping the chalk against her chin as she thought.
She's running from something, and the longer we sit here twiddling our thumbs, the farther away she'll be.
Even if I agreed to searching her room, it's not safe. The building is probably being watched.
Good point.
I'll go,
Lan said. It's not worth the risk, I said.
They'll be looking for a white lady, not a handsome Chinese man.
He grinned, which made me blink. The last time I had seen him grin like that was when he was in grade school. He had lost his spark when he reached high school and fell in with the blood dragons. Maybe staying with Nana was good for him.
He's got a point. I say we drive past and scope it out. Jade will stay low so no one sees her. We'll have Lan walk past the building. If no one bothers him, he should be safe to go in.
I frowned. It was a plan. Better than anything I came up with. And if Lan could get in, it would at least answer the question as to whether or not Mila was home. I agree, I said, but only if Landon wants to do it.
I'm willing to risk it. You guys had my back when I needed it.
Then it's settled. Operation Fettuccini is happening.
Can't we call it Operation Mila? I asked.
Nope. It's already been approved by the team.
Meaning Nana thought of it. Kobe agreed because he thinks with his stomach, and Landon agreed because he goes with what Nana says. But why fettuccine? I asked.
Those long, fat noodles are troublesome, and that's what we got. A troublesome case.
All right, I conceded. Let Operation Fettuccine commence.
To the meatball mobile,
she declared. Meatball? I questioned before thinking better of it.
It's big and it rolls,
she said, as if it was obvious. And I supposed it was. To the meatball mobile, I muttered as we filed out of the house. Chapter 14.
Keep a lookout,
Nana called as we idled past my apartment building. Other than the fact that pedestrians were looking at the giant boat creeping along the street while enraged drivers honked at us, this was the perfect cover.
I don't see the black SUV,
Kobe said. Since I was pushed down to the backseat floor, I couldn't see anything except that Kobe had mismatched socks, and there was a pungent smell wafting from them.
Over there,
Lan said.
Oh yeah. What are they eating?
Looks like walking tacos. Oh, that looks like the El Oink truck.
Stop the car. I've been wanting to try their tacos.
You just ate, I said.
And I have a hollow leg. Ask Mom.
I could go for a taco too, and it will be the perfect cover to pull over.
Fine, I conceded. Just hurry.
There's no rushing at El Oink. They slow cook everything. I've been wanting to get my dad to try some of their food. He needs to update his menu, but he's stubborn.
Mr. Lee had time before he had to worry about a menu. Construction on the burnt building hadn't even started yet. Nana found a spot to pull over and park. Both Lan and Kobe scrambled out of the car. Nana glanced behind the seat at me.
Want anything?
I wanted a lot of things that didn't involve huddling on the car floor. Instead, I said, yes, I'll try a walking taco.
Done.
She grabbed her large handbag that had to weigh 10 pounds with all the weapons she stored in it. Then she wrenched open the door and pushed herself out.
My dancing knee is acting up today,
she said with a frown. And I knew that frown. It wasn't because her knee ached. It was because anytime her dancing knee acted up, something bad was going to happen. It was all superstitious nonsense, but I was already nervous enough without adding her bad luck knee to it.
Stay low.
Yep. I'll be here on the door slammed. Floor. I really hoped Logan and Mila didn't need our help because the team couldn't think past their stomachs long enough to assist. 10 agonizing minutes had passed when Landon took his walking taco on a stroll. He headed past the SUV guys and even chatted with them, gesturing at the food. So, while I was irked with stopping at a food truck, it allowed Landon to get chummy with the thugs. I guess food is truly the center of all men's hearts. After their brief bonding session over tacos, the guys flashed a phone screen at Lan. I assumed it was a photo of me. Lan shook his head, said something that made the men laugh, and then proceeded into the building.
He's in. I knew he could do it. He's come a long way under my tutelage.
Or he's a random guy eating a taco and not the person they were looking for.
We should get his call soon.
You'll have to answer it. A walking taco should mean that I can walk and not get it everywhere. It's a mess.
Ditto from the person you're spilling it on, I said. And you're not even walking. You're sitting.
Careful back there. I had my baby detailed. If I knew you were going to be messy, I would have put the plastic cover on.
Ugh, the dreaded plastic cover. In summer, they were slick with sweat or so hot they'd fry my skin off. Winter wasn't so bad, but there was the slippery aspect, especially if I was wearing snow pants. The phone rang. Nana tossed the phone back at me. I answered it on speaker. Did you get in? I asked Landon.
Yeah, I'm in Mila's bedroom now.
Start a sweep from left to right,
Nana said between mouthfuls.
I can, but I'll tell you right now that she was in the middle of packing.
What do you mean? I asked.
Her suitcase is on the bed, and it's half packed. It's a bit of a disaster, like she was in a hurry and began chucking things in there.
She was going to make a run for it? I questioned more to myself. Just because I poked around in her past a bit?
I'll send you a pic, but this looks like a person running scared.
And she's not there now?
No, she's gone.
Was there forced entry?
Doesn't look like it. The bolt wasn't locked, but the knob was.
Anyone could have locked the knob on their way out, I said. It's a twist lock, but Mila would have locked the bolt on her way out.
So, someone must have nabbed her?
Then why are the company guys still sitting in the parking lot?
Kobe questioned.
Because they aren't after Mila. They're after Jade. I bet we'll get a ransom note soon.
Something isn't right, I said. I can believe the company took her as leverage, but if there wasn't forced entry, then she opened the door for them. She wouldn't have done that.
Maybe they picked the locks.
Or she forgot to lock the door in her haste to run.
I supposed that could have happened.
Landon, take a lot of pictures, and then we'll return to base and see if we can't piece together what happened.
I disconnected, and we waited for Lan to return. Something still felt off, and I was curious to see the photos Lan took. Maybe they would shed some light on Mila. Why was she packing? Was it to get away for a couple of days? Or did I scare her enough to want to leave forever? Nana printed the photos and hung them on her living room wall next to a painting of a puppy sniffing flowers. We all stared at the photos for a minute. Nana rubbed her cheek and said,
Other than her not knowing the proper way to pack a suitcase, I've got nothing.
Well, she was in a hurry,
Lan said. And she wasn't planning on returning, I said.
What makes you say that?
She was packing both summer and winter clothes. She was going to take everything before she got interrupted.
Interesting. If her past is bad enough not to want to confide in a best friend, then perhaps it's not the company who got to her.
Lan snapped his fingers.
Because her past caught up to her.
Exactly. When you were in her room, did you see anything that might help?
Lan shook his head.
No, but I installed an app on her laptop.
He glanced at the clock.
It might be done uploading all of her files.
You hacked her computer? I asked.
Just sent everything to the cloud. If there's nothing there, then we can delete it and pretend it never happened.
That was good thinking.
I had to grudgingly admit it was. But going through her laptop was like rummaging through her underwear drawer. Once you saw things, you couldn't unsee them. Let me text her one more time, I said. If she doesn't reply in 10 minutes, then we'll look through her files. I pulled out my phone and texted her a plea to answer if she was okay. 10 minutes later, we gathered at the kitchen table as Lan searched through the files on his laptop.
She did a lot of Photoshop illustrations, some rather cool things. Why the heck is she working in the restaurant if she has these kinds of skills?
I don't know, I said. When she came to the ad agency, she was hoping to get into the graphic design department, but the only job available at the time was as my assistant. I think she was hoping to transfer to the design department once there was an opening. Lan frowned.
She could have gone further than any ad agency.
Is there anything about her past? Anything about her family?
Not yet. Photos are from the past year. Nothing earlier than that. It's as if her life began at the same time she bought her laptop.
Witness protection?
Nana questioned. Kobe nodded.
That would make sense.
Which means finding anything about her past would be impossible.
Nana said with a sigh.
She'd have a completely new identity.
Can you hack into her phone? I asked Lan. Because I know for sure she was talking to someone from her past.
No, but I could hack into her phone carrier account and look at her history.
Do it!
As Lan worked on infiltrating her account, I scanned the photos again, hoping for something that would answer the questions that were mounting up. Just who was Mila? Did I even know her at all? There were photos of her clothes on the bed. Some clothes made it to her suitcase. Others spilled over like she carried them to the bed in a heap. A makeup case was open and disorganized as if she took everything from the top of the dresser and threw it in. The drawers in the dresser were all open. One was about to fall out. A jewelry box sat tilted on a pile of scarves. One of the tiny drawers was open. A photo was tucked inside. Landon, bring up this photo on your phone, I said. He glanced up from the laptop and reached for his phone. He scrolled through the photos and then handed me the phone.
Should be this one.
I took his phone and enlarged the photo, zooming into the spot. It's him.
Who?
Nana asked. The winery guy, I said. Mila had a $500 bottle of wine. She said she sometimes splurged to buy from this winery. But when she said it, she almost sounded wistful, like there was something about this winery other than the alcohol. I looked it up online, and it's run by Colin Lesur. This is the same guy.
So is Mila running from this guy?
I don't think so, I said. She sounded like she was very fond of the winery and, by extension, this guy as well. If she was running from him, she certainly wouldn't be buying his wine.
True. And if she is fond of him, then what is keeping them apart?
Maybe Colin Lesur has the answer to that, I said.
I got on her account. Not a ton of phone calls, but a few from New Jersey, and a couple to France.
France? As in the winery?
The winery is in France, I said.
Hang on.
Lon said as he typed on the keyboard.
I'm searching the phone number.
He paused as he scanned the screen.
It's brought me to a winery called Chateau Valais Enchanté.
He sat back.
And it's run by Colin Lesur.
Bingo! We got a lead.
Should we call him? I wondered. I doubt he's the reason Mila is gone. He's in France.
Or is he? Maybe he took a trip to the States.
I shook my head. I truly believe Mila likes Colin. I don't think he's the reason she bolted, but he's obviously part of her past.
And we need more information on her past. Jade, you call this Colin fellow and make him talk. Lan, track those other numbers and see where they lead.
I don't think I'll get very far with Colin, I said. It's the middle of the night in France. Nana sighed.
Kobe, go make some coffee. It's going to be a long investigation.
Chapter 15. It was 2:00 in the morning when I received an international call. I hurried to Nana's bedroom to answer. The others were in the kitchen, eating pizza, and I'd rather not have any of them hovering over me while I talked to Colin. Hello? I answered.
Is this Jade?
I had been expecting a French accent. This man didn't have one. Yes. Is this Colin?
Yes. You called about wine. I'm not sure I understood the question. How can I help?
In my message to him, I didn't mention Mila. I wanted to hear his reaction when I said her name. I actually wanted to talk to you about Mila, I said.
Who?
Mila.
I'm sorry, I don't know who that is.
I paused. If Mila had changed her identity, then he wouldn't know who I was talking about. Listen, I know this isn't making sense right now, I said. Bear with me for a moment. I believe you know a woman under a different name than I know her. To me, she is Mila, and she went missing. I know she buys your wine, and I have a feeling you two are either related or had some kind of friendship.
I'm sorry, I still don't know who you are talking about.
She's 28, about 5'3", dark brown hair currently with purple highlights. She wears trendy clothes and never seems to worry about money. Well, until recently. Has a wistful love for your wine and serious skills with graphic design. Does any of this ring a bell, or should I continue?
I'm sorry, I still don't know who you are talking about. I'll have to cut this conversation short. I have a meeting I need to go to.
Can I send her picture?
Yes, email it to me. My email is on the website.
Thank you. He disconnected. I sat on Nana's bed, deflated. He didn't know her. I was so sure he would. Maybe a photo of her would jog his memory. But I had hoped they were close enough that he wouldn't need one. With a sigh, I made my way back into the kitchen. Landon, can you email Colin a picture of Mila? I asked. He says he doesn't know who I'm talking about.
He called?
Nana asked. I nodded. It was a quick conversation. I was really hoping he'd know who she was.
Maybe he does and he's not saying.
To protect himself? I asked.
Or to protect her,
Lan said.
But from whom?
That was what we had to figure out, and fast. I think it's time to call it quits for tonight, I said. I can't think straight anymore.
Probably best. We still don't have information on those jersey numbers. I say we call them and see who answers.
Sounds like a good plan for the morning, I said as I yawned. Anyone who answered now would be furious.
Jade, you want to bunk with me tonight?
Nana asked. I think I'll sleep on the couch tonight if you don't mind.
Suit yourself. You know where the blankets are.
Thanks, Nana. I gave her a kiss on the cheek and then headed to the hall closet to dig out a blanket and pillow. I wouldn't get much sleep, but at least I'd have a quiet place to think. And I had a lot to think about. Where was Mila? Where was Logan? And how was the 411 going to punish me? Hopefully, we'd have an answer as to who Mila was talking to in New Jersey. She had said she was from New Jersey, so maybe it was her family. And Colin should respond once he saw the photo of Mila. If none of those panned out, I wasn't sure what to do next except go to the police. But since she hadn't been missing for 24 hours and there was no visible break-in, they'd make us wait. and I was not patient enough to wait. My eyes peeled open at 7 in the morning when I heard the ding of a text. My mind doggy paddled through morning murkiness. It took me a moment to remember I was on the couch at Nana's. Once my brain got up to speed, I scrambled for the phone and saw it was from Nash. I crashed back into the couch in both relief and disappointment. I had hoped it was Mila, or at least Colin. However, Nash's text had me sitting up, sleep forgotten.
I'm at the diner. Overheard a conversation. I think the 411 has Mila.
Don't panic, I told myself as I ripped off the blanket and scurried for my shoes. All I had to do was go down to the diner and arrange for a trade. Me for Mila. The only reason they took her was to get to me. So, fine. They win. Tears prickled the corners of my eyes as I searched for shoes. Keys. I needed Nana's car keys. Finding her purse, I dug inside for her keys. Her purse was loaded, and no matter how many times I plunged my hand inside, I'd come up with something other than keys. Tipping it upside down, I shook out the contents and weeded through the zip ties, mace, and brass knuckles to find the keys. I wondered if I shouldn't pocket some weapons, but decided not to. I'd go in peace and hope an arrangement could be made. Uncle Sal had told me stories about bringing weapons to a sit-down. They ended badly. Of course, this wasn't an official mafia sit-down. It was me crawling in to beg for a trade. Uncle Sal. He might help negotiate. But did I want to involve him? Probably not. And yet, he understood mafia mentality. He could say keywords instead of groveling. I pulled out my phone and called Uncle Sal. His voice was gruff when he answered the phone.
What happened?
He asked instead of a greeting. The 411 has Mila. I'm going down to the diner to talk to Vito.
Why Vito?
Nash overheard Vito talking about it, and Vito's the only one I know how to reach. Give me some advice before I talk to him.
Advice? How about don't go?
You know I have to. They have Mila. I can't abandon her.
Give me a few minutes to poke around.
You have 20 minutes, I said. I'll be at your place by then so we can talk about it. He disconnected. As I walked out to Nana's car, an international phone call came through. I immediately answered. Hello?
It's Colin. I got the picture. That's not Mila or whoever you said.
Who is it?
I'm not supposed to say.
Why? Is she in witness protection or something?
Or something. Tell me how you know her.
We work together and we're roommates. She's my best friend.
I assume since you called me, she's in some sort of trouble.
Yes. I'm not sure if you've heard of the company, but they're the mafia in Chicago. I got confirmation that they took her. I'm on my way to make a deal with them.
Walk away from this. This is bigger than you. You'll only end up getting killed.
How is this bigger than me? It's my fault she's gone.
Listen, I can't say more. I took an oath and I have to stick by it. I've had to move on with my life, and so do you. You can't help her. Walk away.
He disconnected. Walk away? Even if I couldn't help Mila, I couldn't walk away either. No, I had to go and hope for the best. There had been no discussion when I stopped by Uncle Sal's place. He had been waiting outside his apartment building. I didn't even come to a full stop when he yanked open the passenger door, sat down, and said,
Drive.
And there was still no discussion on the drive to the diner. I got a total of 3 words from him.
I'll handle it.
I guess there was one more word when I protested he was putting his neck on the line.
Forget about it.
Technically, that was an additional 3 words, but not the way he said it, as if he was channeling his mob side. Uncle Sal channeled his 70s mob look with his bowling shirt, gold chain necklaces, and slicked back gray hair. Even his gold tooth seemed to sparkle more than usual. Uncle Sal had gone into Don mode. He eyed the diner as I parked down the block from it.
You stay here.
No, I'm not letting you do this alone. Anyway, you have some sway with Vito. He saved the restaurant from Carlo because of you.
That was a one-time favor for something he could control. If the 411 has Mila, he'd have to call a sit-down with them. He won't do that.
Maybe not, but maybe he'd give me the information on the 411 so I can have a sit-down with them. Uncle Sal blew out a breath.
You will not speak a word. We go in there, see what Vito is willing to do. If he doesn't help, we walk. No arguments. Got it?
Got it. I had to follow Uncle Sal's lead. He had been around the company longer than I had. But walk away? That wasn't going to happen. Uncle Sal and I stepped out of the car and headed to the diner. As we reached the door, Nash walked out, slipping an envelope into his pocket. Nash glanced at both Uncle Sal and me before saying,
"He's not in a good mood. Do you want me to stay?"
I shook my head. It's better if you don't get involved. I saw no reason to put more necks on the line.
Good luck.
Uncle Sal eyed Nash as he hastened down the street.
That guy is no good.
What do you mean? Nash helped us during the Penapyro incident, and he gave us a lead on Mila.
He also hangs around this diner too much not to be in Vito's pocket.
He's a chef. He's not in Vito's pocket.
Then why did he leave with an envelope?
I don't know.
It's not normal diner behavior, and in Vito's diner, an envelope means trouble.
I rubbed my forehead. I don't have time to think about Nash right now. We're here for Mila.
And you won't talk, right?
I won't talk. Uncle Sal opened the door and we walked in. Our presence was noticed immediately. Vito narrowed his eyes on Uncle Sal. With one flick of his hand, his men backed away, giving us easy access to Vito's table. Chapter 16. At least we didn't have to beat around the bush on this conversation. Vito knew exactly why Uncle Sal and I were here. When we reached his booth, Vito indicated we should sit with another flick of his hand.
You have balls to come here, Sally.
Hadn't Carlo called him Sally as well? Just how chummy was Uncle Sal with the company? I decided the best way to figure that out was to follow Uncle Sal's no-talking rule.
You know why I'm here?
Uncle Sal said.
I already honored my one favor by getting Carlo out of your restaurant. To come here asking for more is an insult to both of us.
His one favor? What did he do to gain a favor? I wanted to know more about that, but I remained silent.
Mila works for the restaurant. That favor extends to everyone working there.
Vito snorted.
You and I both know that's not how this works, and I'm not getting involved. If you have a beef with the 411, you take it to them.
Uncle Sal frowned.
You can end this. Have a sit down.
Vito narrowed his eyes at Uncle Sal, but then leaned back.
Listen, I know the company didn't do right by your cousin Alfie, but that was a long time ago. And because of Alfie, I pulled Carlo out of the restaurant. That's my one favor.
Your grandson never should have been in the restaurant.
He's a grown man. I have no control over him.
Uncle Sal raised a brow.
No control? Are you saying you don't have control over your men?
I'm saying Carlo isn't on my payroll. He's on the 411s.
Uncle Sal's bluster deflated.
Your own grandson?
Things are changing, Sally. The Cugines aren't loyal. The button men will take a hit on you for chump change. And the code of silence is a joke.
Vito drummed his fingers on the table.
In the company, you eat alone. Got it?
Got it. Tell us what you know, and then we'll get out of here.
Vito snorted.
Listen, Sal. Ordinarily, I'd have you thrown out on your ass. But here's my final favor to you. Stay away from the 411. They don't play by anyone's rules but their own. They've popped more people in the last 5 years than the entire history of the company combined. You want to live? You walk away.
But Mila, I started.
Is as good as dead unless she gets on their payroll. Either way, she's gone. Now get out before I throw you out.
Uncle Sal nodded for me to scoot out of the booth. But...
Out!
Uncle Sal ordered. I slid out and waited for Uncle Sal to stand. Before I left, I glanced at Vito. Do you know Colin LeSueur?
Never heard of him.
When I asked him about Mila, he said something about taking an oath of silence. I'm wondering if that is mob speak.
We don't take French men into the company,
Vito said, and then pointed to the door.
Out.
Uncle Sal nudged me to move. When we were back out on the sidewalk, he demanded,
What don't you understand about not talking?
I asked one thing. Anyway, why do they call you Sally? That seems like something a friend would call you. Or are they trying to say you're a girl? He said nothing as he walked down the block to the car. I paused. If it was only Carlo calling him Sally, I would think it was as an insult. But the way Vito said it, it wasn't. That was a nickname. You and Vito are friends, I hazarded a guess. He's been your connection to the mob all these years. All of those stories you used to tell me are from him.
Leave it alone,
Uncle Sal said as he stopped by the car door. I can't leave it alone. I unlocked the doors and we both sat inside. All these years, you have been friends with a mobster.
No, we aren't friends. Haven't been for a lifetime. Drive.
I started the car and pulled out onto the road. Want me to drop you off at your apartment? Or do you want to go to Nana's with me?
Are you going to pester me about Vito?
Yes, until you tell me everything. He sighed.
Vito and I were friends as kids. Once we got out of high school, things changed. He was pulled into the family business and I was left behind. Like a dummy, I suggested I should join the family business as well, but Vito would have none of it, even stopped hanging around.
He was saving you.
Didn't feel like it at the time, but yeah.
I saw Vito in a new light. Sure, he was a hardened cutthroat, but all those years ago he did the right thing. So, home or Nana's?
Home. Frank will probably have breakfast ready, and you and Nina better not stick your noses into the 411 to find Mila.
I couldn't promise it. But now that I knew even Vito was wary of the 411, I was positive I didn't want to tangle with them. But I would for Mila. I sat in Nana's living room, listening to her and Landon bickering in the kitchen about how many banana slices to put into the gelatin mold. The thought of gelatin made my insides flip upside down. Just as I was about to cover my ears, a text from the 411 lit up my phone. They sent their demand.
Continue fighting. We give back your friend. Stop fighting. And we put her in the ring with the exterminator.
When Logan warned me to stop fighting, Mila's life hadn't been on the line, and the fact that he hadn't responded to any of my calls or texts worried me. Where was he? Was he still tracking Avery? Did he decide to marry her after all and they were on a honeymoon? Or did she kill him in some psychotic rage? All could be possibilities, and all scared the hell out of me. Since I couldn't ask him for help, I had to trust that the insider at the 411 would aid me if I was going to die. However, that brought up the memory of me almost dying in the Jell-O pool and no one coming to my aid. I hesitated on the screen, but eventually I wrote, I will trade one fight for Mila, but it can't be against the executioner.
No deal. You continue to fight until we say so, or she'll be in the ring with the exterminator.
Fine, but no more hostages after this. Technically, it hadn't been the 411 who took Lily hostage, but my nerves seriously couldn't take another person being leveraged. I'd rather fight. And, since I had taken some time off from the ring, my body only slightly ached now. Maybe I could pull this off until I heard from Logan.
Stay in line and there'll be no reason to renegotiate.
I saw the lies in the message. I want to meet the boss.
Trust me, you don't want to.
I probably didn't want to, but I'd like to meet the person pulling on my puppet strings. I want a meeting, non-negotiable. I waited through the blinking dots.
Done. Fight tomorrow at 7 p.m. If you survive, the boss will meet you.
Well, I either did something really smart or completely stupid. Probably the latter.
Jade, how many banana slices should we use?
Nana called. My stomach flopped at the mention. None,
Well, that's silly.
I told you.
Lan said.
Less is more.
Not with bananas.
Not every recipe needs extra of everything. Remember the casserole you made last week? It was a solid brick of noodles.
I like noodles.
If they cohabitated any longer, Nana and Landon might need couples therapy. A text popped up on my phone.
The bug guys will be here in the morning. We'll clean and restock the next morning. Be ready to work that night. Love, Dad. P.S. Are you okay?
Thanks for the heads up. I'm fine. Love you too. Nana, I said, halting the bickering about adding too much salt, which had me hoping they weren't talking about the gelatin and banana concoction. I stood and walked over to the kitchen. Dad texted. Exterminators are coming in the morning, and we'll regroup for opening the day after.
Perfect.
I also got a text from the 411. I fight tomorrow at 7.
What about Mila?
She'll be released after the fight.
Well, that part is good.
Good, but I'm running into another problem. If these fights continue, I don't think I can work. These last 3 weeks have been brutal, and they've been calling me for nighttime fights.
Don't worry about the restaurant. I can help. It will be like old times.
I'll help too.
And if we need more staff, we'll tie an apron around Sally and Frank. After all they've eaten in food, they owe us a few shifts.
Sally?
Uncle Sal?
I don't recall you ever calling him Sally.
Oh, I used to in the past.
That's what Vito calls him. Nana paused and then looked at the clock on the wall.
I better get that gelatin mold set.
Nana, did you know Uncle Sal and Vito were friends? I asked.
Well, yes. But that was a long time ago.
Why didn't you tell me?
That's Sal's story, not mine. He's sensitive about it.
Because he lost his best friend.
He lost more than that.
His cousin Alfie. Nana rubbed her forehead.
Do I have to spell it out for you?
Yes. I have way too much on my mind to figure out what you're trying to tell me.
Did you ever wonder why Sal never married?
I shrugged. He likes his bachelor life. Landon snorted.
I almost flunked out of school, and even I know the answer to this.
I frowned at him. My thoughts had been pinging from Mila to Logan to the 411 and over to the restaurant. I had no more brain space to pretend to be smart. Tell me, I said.
They were lovers.
I paused as my brain processed the information. Uncle Sal and Vito. Nana nodded.
It was like a Romeo and Juliet story, minus the girl bits and add in some boy bits.
And there was only one jerk family instead of two.
And no poison, unless you count the poisonous mob family that made Vito want to protect Sal.
So the only casualty was the death of a relationship. Nana nodded.
A tragic love story.
My wheels were stuck. But Vito has a grandson, so he must have had a relationship with a woman.
Maybe he's bi.
Or maybe he didn't want his family to suspect. It was a different world back then. And being in a mob family came with a lot of expectations. It's like royalty. There must be an heir.
I sat down at the table as Nana sliced bananas. Do you think Uncle Sal still has feelings for Vito?
You tell me. You saw them together at the diner. Were there any long looks or subtle clues?
Not that I recall. It felt tense. Vito said he had owed Uncle Sal a favor, but that was for Alfie's death. He wasn't interested in helping us with the 411.
That's disappointing. Well, maybe Vito has moved on. They've been apart a long time. But I know Sal isn't over Vito.
Did he say anything? I asked.
Never. But I put some very eligible men in his path. Not even a double glance.
That made me sad for Uncle Sal. And yet, I understood him more than I ever had before. Because I couldn't let go of Logan even after 10 years of separation. Uncle Sal's heart must have been truly shattered to go a lifetime without a companion. Uncle Frank didn't count. Maybe it was hearing Uncle Sal's story that I pulled out my phone. Or maybe it was because I was continually getting hammered with the fact that every minute was precious. But I texted Logan with a plea. Marry me. I stared at it for a moment and then pressed send, hoping Logan would see it eventually. Would this be enough for him to come and find me? Chapter 17. When not even my hasty plea for marriage induced Logan to return my message, I stopped at the front reception desk in the 9th District Police Station. I believed this was the station that Logan worked at, but there were dozens of stations in Chicago, so I wasn't positive. The woman at the desk wore a uniform.
Can I help you?
Does Detective Logan Ward work here? I asked. She eyed me.
He does, but he's out right now.
So, you've heard from him? I was nearly giddy. She eyed me again, this time a little more closely.
What do you mean?
That he's checked into the station recently. He has, right? I've been worried since I haven't heard from him. Wait. Did that mean he was avoiding me? And I had sent the proposal message.
What's your name?
Jade Sommer.
Have a seat. Detective Amro will speak to you.
Is he okay or not? I asked, but the woman had already picked up the phone. Why would a detective want to speak to me? I had a horrible feeling Logan hadn't checked in, and the police were already searching for him. I hesitantly moved to the chairs stationed along the perimeter of the lobby. Before I could sit down, a woman opened a door that led to the offices. She wore jeans, a button-down shirt that cinched at her breasts, and a blazer. Her pretty blonde hair was tightly pulled back into a ponytail. Blue eyes targeted me.
Jade?
Yes, I said.
I'm Detective Isla Amro. Come on back so we can talk.
I followed her through the short-walled cubicles and over to a corner office that had 2 desks facing each other inside.
Sorry for the cramped quarters. We're running out of room. Logan and I share this space.
Logan works in here? I quickly scanned the desk. There was no sign he had been here recently. No cup of coffee, no half-eaten sandwich. Nothing.
We sometimes partner up, depending on the case, so it works that we share.
She sat down behind her desk and gestured to the lone guest chair stuck awkwardly to the side. I sat down and angled myself toward her. So, do you know where Logan is? I asked. She eyed me coolly before saying,
I was hoping you could tell me.
So, he was missing. I crashed back into the seat. There was probably a reason he hadn't been heard from that didn't include death.
How do you know Logan?
Family friend. Was that a flash of relief I saw in her eyes? And why would saying I was a family friend cause that reaction? I glanced at her a little more closely. Beyond the fact that her clothes could be found on every cop TV show, she was pretty. She didn't wear makeup, but that complemented her naturally full lips and blue eyes. Her appearance was that of someone who had her life together. I glanced down at my jeans and t-shirt. Was that a blood stain? I ran my finger along the spot, wondering if I could rub it out. I was a mess, and I had just texted Logan to marry me. What the hell was wrong with me? Logan would be much better off with his office mate.
When was the last time you heard from him?
I sighed, having lost track of when I spoke to him. I barely knew what today was. Scratch that. I had no idea. It was over a day ago, I said. I know he was tracking Avery. She was acting oddly, and he was trying to find her.
Who told you she was acting oddly?
I know Logan warned me about her, but I think Nash did as well. Amro leaned in.
Nash? Tell me about him.
I nodded. He's a chef. Used to work for Avery until she closed the restaurant. He had feelings for her, but I'm not sure if he does anymore. He seems nice, but I've only known him for a little over a month.
Do you know what he does for income now?
I don't think anything, I said. But I don't know that for sure. A memory flashed of him stuffing an envelope into his pocket. Had he picked up some work for Vito to pay bills?
Does he have a significant other? Any friends that you know about?
I shook my head. If he does, I don't know about them, but he seems the sort to have a lot of friends. I shrugged. Maybe he's dating. He is handsome, so I doubt he's on the market for any length of time. Is there a reason you've focused on Nash? Do you think he's sinisterly working with Avery?
Is that what you think?
He might still like her enough to want to help her. I don't think in a sinister way, though. Maybe he's helping her but doesn't realize what she's doing.
What do you think she's doing?
I felt like I was in a therapist's office with all the questions getting turned back to me. Seriously, my mind has gone rogue with all the what-ifs. It's in a dark horror movie right now. I've already seen Logan drugged and locked in a trunk, and my mind says Avery has him tied up. Probably a dingy motel somewhere. But have you tried her house? Basement?
You think he's tied up? Why not dead?
I straightened. You think he's dead? She shook her head.
No, sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. You said that your mind had gone to a dark place regarding his safety. Some people might have jumped to the conclusion he was dead.
From what I've heard, Avery is infatuated with Logan. I don't think she'd want him dead. I think she wants to keep him for herself.
I see.
Have you had any luck on your end?
We are following up on some leads, but we are in our preliminary stages.
I blew out a breath. Is there anything I can do?
Let us know if you hear anything or think of anything else.
She took a card from a holder on her desk, scribbling a number on the back of it. When she passed it to me, she said,
Here's my card. I wrote my cell phone on the back in case you need to reach me.
I took it and tucked it in my pocket as I stood. Before I left, she said,
Jade, Logan has told me stories about your family. Please don't be heroes and go looking for him. If Avery is unstable, you'll only be putting yourself and Logan at risk.
Ouch. Just how many stories did Logan tell her? And why was he sharing stories about us? I knew we could be a little ridiculous at times, but I didn't go around telling people about his exploits. As a teenager, he and Ross had many.
Jade, one more thing.
I stifled a groan and glanced at her.
Do you know his father?
I nodded. He's a drunk jackass who has a tendency to talk with his fists.
He's getting out of lockup tomorrow. Logan was supposed to pick him up. Since you're a family friend, do you know of someone who can handle that on his behalf?
No matter how much Logan hated his father, he still did the right thing for family, no matter how degenerate they were. My brother and I can do it, I said, knowing Ross was going to kill me. Amro took a sticky note and jotted down information on it. When she was done, she handed it to me.
This should get you to the right place. Once you get there, you'll see the signs.
Thank you, I said, glancing at the time on my phone. This visit to the station took me longer than I had expected. If I didn't hurry, I'd be late for the fight, And with Mila's life on the line, this was one fight I couldn't afford to screw up. A few minutes before 7, I arrived at the 411. I walked in and pointed to the whiteboard behind the bouncer as I breezed by him and through to the potted plant. When I was finally inside the arena, I glanced at my opponent, who was already in the cage, rattling the chain link with his giant hands. The small crowd loved it, shouting obscenities at him to rile him. By the size of the guy and his level of aggression, the 411 wanted to teach me a lesson, one that would hurt, but I didn't have time to worry about that now. I had to get Mila out of here. I headed to the loft stairs but was blocked by another muscle-bound bouncer. Did they feed these guys steroids instead of dinner? I want to talk to the boss, I said.
After the match.
He was a gum chewer, and each word was punctuated by a chomp. The deal was that I fight and Mila is let go.
Did you fight?
No, but I'm here.
Then go fight.
What if you go back on your word? This guy might actually kill me, I said, pointing to the fighter who roared at the audience. I want her safe before I step into the cage.
She's safe.
Then let me see her. The guard was about to say no, but I heard someone from the loft say,
"Let her upstairs."
When the guard stepped out of the way, I hurried past him. The loft was dimly lit and expensively furnished in dark colors. A card table sat in one corner, opposite of a bar set prominently at the far wall. Dark leather seating areas were clustered throughout. Despite the smokeless interior, I could imagine this as a cigar lounge. But the only thing I could smell was the underlying scent of sweat from the ring. Monitors that displayed the ring were stationed throughout the loft. Only a handful of people were up here. One was the bartender, who wore a bow tie, black vest, and a gun holster complete with a gun. 2 armed men played pool. One man sat on the couch with a woman draped on his lap. Not sure if he was packing, but judging from the way she settled onto his lap, he was probably packing a different kind of heat. I didn't see Mila, but I glimpsed a man as he passed through a door to the right of the bar. The door swung closed. Was Mila in there?
"So, you're the troublemaker,"
someone said. I followed the voice to the bar. In the shadows off to the side, a man eyed me. He had to be in his 60s, but looked fit enough to jump into the ring with me. I was pretty sure I'd need Doc after that round. "Where's Mila?" I asked. The man stood from the stool, making his already impressive size that much more worrisome.
"She'll be ready for you after the fight."
"Who are you?" The man chuckled as he stepped closer where the dim lights now caught on his face and revealed scars that crisscrossed his right cheek.
"You wanted to see the boss. Well, here I am."
"You're the one making my life hell?" He smirked.
"It's all about your point of view. You're what we call an earner. You make me rich. So, my life is great. Now, if you run off again, then you make me mad. And when I get mad, then you'll know how hellish life can be. Got it?"
"Oh, I got it. What's your name?" I asked.
"Thinking of going to the cops to squeal on me."
Would there be a point to it besides a cop losing their life?
Sounds like you already got the point.
"Show me Mila. Let me see that she's okay, and then I'll fight." His jaw muscle twitched as he thought for a moment. He then barked,
"Bring her out."
The back door opened and Mila was jostled out of it by Carlo. He swung his arm around her neck, bringing her face close to his. He then smirked at me.
"Hands off."
Carlo reluctantly let go and went to go sulk at the bar.
Here she is, not a scratch on her.
I eyed Mila. She looked like they were taking care of her. "Are you okay?" She nodded.
"I'm fine."
See? We take good care of our ladies. You keep fighting, she keeps breathing. You screw up and things get ugly. Got it?
Got it, I muttered.
Time for the ring, Jade.
He said, and then stepped close enough that I saw every jagged line of the crisscross pattern on his cheek.
You will fight until I say you're done, or I will kill every person who ever smiled at you. Go.
Mila glared at him, crossing her arms.
Don't fight, Jade. I'm more than happy to stay here. We were all getting to be good friends, weren't we, Angel?
He pinned her with a glare of his own that had me backing up a step.
What have I told you about calling me that?
Mila held her ground, but I could tell she was using all her strength not to flinch.
You told me you'd throw me into the cage.
Then I guess it's your lucky day. Get them out of my sight. We're already behind schedule.
I froze. Wait, she's fighting?
She did this to herself. Get into the cage before I make other arrangements.
Come on,
Mila said, tugging me downstairs. Why the hell did you piss him off? I demanded. He was going to let you go.
Don't be naive. He was never going to let me go, and this way I can help you in the ring.
You're wearing a dress.
Then the doofus in the cage might get a stunning eyeful of my goods while you blacken his other eye.
Interesting strategy. It might work. I saw your suitcase, I said. Where were you going?
Can we talk about this later?
When we reached the mat, the cage master opened the door for us and shooed us in. As soon as he closed the door, the bell dinged. Grudgingly, I had to admit this was not the time to talk, especially as the fighter walked the perimeter of the mat, eyeing us as if wondering who to chew up and spit out first. Chapter 18. With the choice between Mila in her form-fitting dress and me in my scrappy jeans and blood-stained t-shirt, the fighter lunged at Mila. She shimmied to the side and attempted to kick him, but the dress limited her range. However, she managed to strike him on the ankle. It hurt her more than the guy. As she whimpered over her banged-up toe, the guy picked her up and swung her over his shoulder. King Kong would have been proud, but now I had a problem. How did I attack this guy while he wielded Mila like body armor? Mila yelped as he shoved his arm up into her dress, trapping her against him. He then lunged at me with his free hand. I dodged out of the way. He might have Mila to block him, but having her wiggling body on him made him slower. He grunted as Mila bit down on him. The effect was like a mosquito bite. He was already swinging at me again. I circled him and kicked out at the back of his knees, hoping to bring him down. He stood there like an oak tree. Mila was in the way for an acorn shot. Maybe if I climbed him, he wouldn't be able to support both of us. But looking at how he held Mila as if she was nothing more than a rowdy puppy, I had a feeling we'd both end up trapped against him. All I needed was a knockout or blood. I hurried around to find Mila still gnawing on him like a squirrel. His skin must have been made of leather because there was no blood. So, a knockout. Knowing there was no way I'd be able to land a punch hard enough to knock him out, I had to find another way. As he swung around and Mila kept chomping, I jumped onto his back. My arm knocked into Mila. She yelped in surprise. Sorry. I wrapped my arms around the man's neck and my legs around him and Mila, which made for an awkward hold. With his free hand, he grabbed my leg. I gasped in pain as his vice grip cut off circulation. In response, I tightened my hold around his neck. All I needed was to cut off the air supply, and then he'd pass out. However, his neck was so thick and corded that I wondered if I had enough strength to do it. He twisted and bent as he attempted to free himself from my hold. After a few moments of thrashing, he pushed Mila away from him, threatening to tear my grip. She fell ungracefully onto the mat, butt up and stunned. I scrambled to get a better hold before he could toss me as well. Locking on, I coiled around him. He punched back, targeting my head. I switched to look over his other shoulder. His fist slammed the side of my face. I groaned through the pain but didn't let go. I knew this was going to be a painful fight, but did he have to hit me in the face? The swelling in my eye was almost immediate. "Just pass out," I yelled. He grabbed onto my ankles and began twisting. With his strength, my legs felt like twigs about to snap. If I didn't let go, he'd break bones. With a curse, I made my choice. Or rather, he made it for me when he exerted more pressure. I cried in pain. As I was about to let go, Mila sprang at him. Her foot found purchase on his crotch while she scampered up on him and wrapped her arms around his neck as well. He didn't sink to his knees in a whimper like I thought he would have. It was as if Mila didn't use his tenders as a stepladder, but it was enough of a jolt that he released his hold on my ankles. He pushed against Mila. Her grip slipped, and he tossed her like a rag doll to the mat. She landed flat on her back, knocking the breath out of her. The fighter grabbed my ankles again. Before he could get a good hold, I slid my legs off him. I held him only by his neck, looking like an accessory cape. He growled and swatted behind him, but he couldn't grab me. I thought it was the perfect way to keep him from injuring me. That was until he jogged back, slamming me into the cage. My breath was forced out, and I was pretty sure I'd have a permanent waffle pattern on my back. He rammed back again, loosening my arms with each slam to the cage. I couldn't catch my breath, and I was slipping. All he had to do was one more charge at the cage, and I was sure I'd be knocked out. Other than the pain, I was okay with that. It meant that the fight would be over. I barely registered movement from the side. What was Mila doing? Wait. No, that wasn't Mila. It was a man. Did someone enter the cage? A roar went up from the handful of people watching live. The newcomer ripped off a muscle shirt that I was pretty sure said "Exterminator." But between the wheezing and the slams, I wasn't sure about anything anymore. What was he doing in the ring? I remember Logan saying the Exterminator was the one to watch out for. That if he was in the ring, you were as good as dead. I wanted to warn Mila, but I couldn't suck in a breath to even squeak, let alone call a warning. But Exterminator wasn't going after her. He was coming straight for me and the man who slammed me against the cage. The way he stalked up to us had me letting go of my opponent and scurrying over to the cage master. "What the hell is going on?" I gasped the question between breaths.
"The boss called in the Exterminator,"
he said with a smirk. "The Exterminator kills people. I'm an earner." I heard a strangled cry and then a loud snap. My original opponent was down, and his leg was no longer straight. The Exterminator bent down to drag the man from the cage. Between the sight of the crooked leg and the cries of pain, it was too much. My adrenaline spiked, my knees gave out, and I fell to the mat. Mila reached over and patted my shoulder as if it was okay, as if I'd had one too many drinks and everything would be good in an hour. Nothing would ever be good, because even if we somehow survived this match, I knew the 411 would make sure I didn't survive the next. As the Exterminator dragged the fighter away and out of the cage, the bell rang.
"Out!"
The cage master shouted at Mila and me.
"We're done?"
she asked as I wiped my face with my shirt.
"You want to go another round?"
I stumbled to my feet and flagged Mila as I hurried out. Carlo was standing outside the cage.
That was a warning from the boss. You try anything stupid again, and the boss will send the Exterminator after you.
So he was after the other guy?
Carlo smirked.
Be thankful your warning wasn't as painful.
I didn't speak. All I cared about was the fact that I had Mila, and we were safe. For now. When we arrived home, Mila hurried to the refrigerator.
"I'll get you some ice. Your eye looks like it hurts."
At least the punch was off-center. He didn't get my full eye.
"How's the rest of you?"
"Sore. How about you?"
"Other than getting a hand shoved up my dress and then the air knocked out of me, I'm fine."
That was a relief. And they did nothing to you otherwise?
No, Angel told you the truth.
She took out the ice tray and brought it to the counter.
If you take away the fact that he is scary as hell, he is actually quite civilized.
I supposed a civil kidnapper was the best scenario. Why do you call him Angel? She smirked as she put ice in a hand towel and brought it over to me.
Because his name is actually Angelino. It was my way of irritating him.
Why didn't they contact me right away when they took you?
A bit of a scare tactic. Wanted you to stew for a while.
We didn't know what to think, I said. It looked like you were packing, and the thugs were still watching the building. We didn't know if it was the 411 who got you or if it was someone completely different. I even called Colin LeSueur to see if he knew of anything. She stilled.
Who?
Colin LeSueur, the guy from your favorite winery.
Why would you call him? That's rather random.
Is it? You were missing. You don't talk about your past, and you obviously have a connection with Colin. Every time you look at one of his bottles of wine, you get wistful.
Because of the alcohol.
He says he knows you, but not by the name Mila.
He must have mistaken me for someone else. Did he tell you who I look like?
He didn't. She let out a breath. Mila, I don't know what you're running from, but it must scare you enough not to tell me. She winced as she sat down on the chair across from me. I thought you were okay, I said. Are you hurt?
I think my muscles are starting to stiffen.
Go take a hot shower and get the mob stink off you. We'll put on our pajamas and have some wine. You don't have to tell me anything about your past if you don't want to.
Sometimes I want to.
She looked down at her lap. Go take a shower. I promise you'll feel a little better. We can talk later if you're up for it. She nodded and walked to the bathroom. When she shut the door, I pulled out my phone, wincing as my muscles seized. I first texted Nana that I had Mila and we were at the apartment. I then scanned to see if there was any word from Logan. No. With a shuddering sigh that made my body ache, I texted Ross. Someone has to pick up Logan's dad from jail tomorrow morning. Since you have a car, you get the honor. His reply was nearly instant.
I'm up to my ears in restaurant problems. I don't have time for this.
Please. Mila and I got our asses kicked by the 411. I don't have a car, and I don't have it in me to deal with a violent jerk.
Mila is involved with them now?
Too much to explain by text. Can you pick up Logan's dad or not?
I'm being pulled in too many directions. We are completely cleaning and restocking the kitchen before opening. Take my car if you want to. But that man doesn't deserve a ride.
I wondered if I could hire the jerk a lift home, but I wouldn't want to do that to someone just trying to make a buck. They had to deal with enough idiots as it was. I wouldn't stick them with a person who has a frequent rewards card for battery and assault.
Drop off your car in the morning and I'll drive you to work.
Done. Hopefully the 411 would leave me alone tomorrow so I'd only have to worry about dealing with one jerk who spoke with fists instead of words. Knowing I had to move before my body completely seized, I rolled from the couch as my body protested each movement. Hopefully, Mila wouldn't steal all the hot water, because I planned to spend some extra time in the warmth. Standing with a wince, I shuffled down the hall to my room. I heard the shower water running and anticipated that Mila would be done soon, unless she was staring at the wall, rethinking her life choices, as I often did after a match.
You can't tell anyone,
Mila said. I paused by the bathroom door. Who was she talking to? And what couldn't they tell anyone?
No, I'm fine. Just make sure no one finds out.
Finds out what?
Please, you know what will happen if they find out.
I wanted to bust down the door and ask Mila what the hell was going on, but maybe she would talk later.
Thank you. I'll check in soon.
The shower curtain rustled and then silence. I stood by the door for a moment, wondering what I had overheard. Would Mila ever confide in me? Heading into my room, I pulled out a pair of cotton shorts and a tank top, and then sat on my bed to wait for Mila to finish. Using my phone, I searched the internet for Colin Lesueur. While I couldn't trace Mila's past, there was a possibility for Colin. However, my research led to a dead end. Like Mila, his social media accounts were only dated a few years back. He didn't exist beyond that. While I realized some people were resistant to social media and maybe recently joined the movement, having both Mila and Colin resistant was suspicious. If Lon still had Mila's phone account information, a deeper look into the phone number history might unearth information. I glanced at the time. It was still early. Should I ask Lan to continue to look or leave it alone? Mila was allowed her privacy, but I sighed and rested the phone on the bed. I really wished I had Logan to talk to about this. He would be rational. He'd tell me if there was something to be worried about. And if there was, he'd be the perfect one to investigate. A tear dropped onto my hand. When did I start crying? Wiping my face with my shirt, I coughed at the stench. It reeked of stress sweat. Disgusting, I muttered as I continued my wait. 5 minutes later, Mila opened the bathroom door. She was swaddled in a fluffy robe and had a towel wrapped around her head. She glanced at me from across the hall.
If you don't mind, I think I'll pass on wine tonight. I feel a little numb.
Mind or body? I asked as I stood from the bed with a wince.
Mind. The rest of me is okay.
Get some rest, I said, wondering if she was stalling having to talk to me. She nodded, slipped into her room, and closed the door. I stepped into the bathroom and turned on the shower water as I peeled off my rank clothes. If I ever got out from under the 411's thumb, I was buying a whole new wardrobe and burning these clothes. Before I ducked into the shower, I texted Landon to continue digging into Mila's phone account. Chapter 19. The next morning, Ross picked me up from my apartment. As he pushed himself out of the driver's side door to switch to the passenger seat, I noticed he hadn't styled his hair like usual, which was odd. Normally, he never stepped out of the house without at least one quick swipe of gel. I studied him for a second before slipping into the driver's seat. After securing his seatbelt, he leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes. It was just after 9 in the morning, so he couldn't blame his fatigue on the time. Are you okay? I asked as I adjusted the mirrors and then pulled out onto the street.
Fine,
he muttered. That was definitely not a good fine. It was more like a leave me alone fine. Did you hash things out with Lily?
I never said anything bad about her brother.
He launched into his complaint.
And the one time I said something a little negative, she gives me the silent treatment. I don't need this drama right now.
For someone who hadn't been interested in Lily, he was sure taking this little spat hard. I wondered if there was more going on that he wasn't revealing. Lily was level-headed. So, while she might be upset with what Ross had said, she was also even-tempered enough to forgive him. I talked to Detective Amro yesterday about Logan, I said.
What did she say?
That they are looking for him.
Any leads?
Sounded like she is gathering information right now. Has Logan ever mentioned her?
Yeah,
Ross said through a yawn.
I think they went on a date or two. Don't think it went anywhere.
My brain tweaked at the thought of Logan and Amro on a date or two. Why'd they stop? I asked as if I didn't care.
I don't know. It's not like he shared his feelings on it. Most likely he wasn't that into her and didn't want to screw up a working relationship.
Oh, I suppose that made sense, but now I wondered what her version would reveal about the dates. After a few minutes of silence, he fidgeted with his seatbelt. Are you worried about the restaurant? I asked.
Of course. Every time I think we can get back on our feet, more bad luck happens. I wish we could get back to normal. It doesn't help that you're still fighting for the 411.
That sounded like an accusation to my already weary ears. I don't want to fight.
I know you don't want to, but I'm forever cleaning up after you. And this isn't high school, Jade. This is the mob. We're lucky they gave us the restaurant instead of torching it. You need to think things through. If you can't get your act together by now, I don't want to be around for your future.
I swallowed a retort because I knew he was stressed, but that stung. Pulling along the side of the restaurant, I stopped to let him out. I can help after I drop off Logan's dad.
Don't bother.
He pushed out and slammed the door behind him. I took a breath and let the anger roll away. But if the 411 was going to make me fight tonight, I knew where I was going to funnel my rage. As of now, they hadn't messaged me. But that meant little. I had a feeling before the end of the day that I'd get a message summoning me to the ring. I glanced at my reflection in the rearview mirror and winced at my eye. It looked like I had a botched Botox job. I wasn't vain. Well, not more than normal. While I wasn't blonde and stacked, I'd been complimented on my dark brown hair and matching eyes. And my body, while thin, had a little tone to it. A grudging nod to my 411 sparring partners. But seeing my skin all puffy and discolored made me wonder if I'd end up looking like an old piece of meat no one wanted. Why would Logan want me when he had Detective Amro? Not only was she pretty, but judging from her organized desk, she had her life in order as well. But me? I sighed. There wasn't enough time to list the things that were wrong with my life. Checking the traffic, I pulled out when it was safe and headed to the address Amro gave me. Mr. Clyde Ward was due to be released at 10. He wasn't that far away, but city driving was a lesson in patience, a lesson I failed. The drive gave me time to think about what I would say to Clyde. I couldn't remember the last time I saw him. Logan always kept me away from him. I knew it was to protect me. The times our paths did cross, I was pretty sure he hadn't been sober. Would Clyde even remember me? When I arrived at the side lot of the building, I saw a sign that said to wait in the small parking area. I pulled into a spot and turned off the engine. I then sat on the hood so he could see me when he walked out. Pulling out my phone, I checked messages. Nothing. I sent a quick message to Landon, asking if he had time to research the phone numbers. Then I opened the internet and searched for defensive maneuvers. I had watched a dozen videos over the last few weeks. However, after the incident with the exterminator, I knew I was doomed. I had to get serious. I had already watched all the kicks and strikes to the groin. I saw headlocks and countermaneuvers, the elbow strikes, the flips. It was all right there. But seeing it and doing it were two different things. Maybe I needed to practice with someone. But who? I watched another video of an elbow strike until a text came in from Nash.
Just checking in to see if you're okay.
I supposed I was okay. I mean, my life was garbage, but I was alive. Yeah, I'm okay.
Do you need anything?
There were many things I needed. One of them was to know what was in the envelope he pocketed at the diner. I should ask if you need anything, I texted.
What do you mean?
You left the diner with an envelope. Should I be worried about you? I glared at the dots as they taunted me again. Was he trying to find the perfect lie? After a moment, the phone rang. It was Nash. Hey, I said.
Hey, listen, about that envelope, it was nothing.
Uncle Sal thought otherwise.
It was from Vito, but it wasn't anything bad. But I'd rather not say anything else.
Because I might tell someone?
No.
I waited for him to continue, but when he didn't, I asked, Want to go somewhere and talk?
Not right now. I need to be somewhere soon.
Okay. Well, let me know if you do.
I will. Have you heard anything about Avery and Logan yet?
No, but there is a detective working on it.
Tell the detective to try Headington Station.
A train station?
It used to be a long time ago and then was turned into a restaurant. It was only open a few years before they closed. Avery had once told me she'd love to open it again. She could envision having parties and weddings there.
I had thought it might be a long shot until he mentioned weddings. Would she lure Logan there? Maybe have a delusional fantasy wedding? Thanks, I'll let her know, I said.
Stay safe.
Yeah, you too. As soon as I ended the call, I was about to contact Amro when the door opened and a man walked out. He might have been older with a head full of peppered hair, but I knew right away this was Clyde Ward. He and Logan were similar in height and body build, but Logan had his mother's brown eyes. Clyde's were steel gray. He targeted me with those eyes. Did he recognize me? I waved so he would know I was here for him. He walked up to me.
Who are you?
I'm Ross's sister, Jade.
Logan said he was picking me up.
Well, he was going to, but he's currently missing.
Missing?
Clyde's brows rose.
How long?
About 2 days. He nodded and then walked over to the passenger side.
Stop at the convenience store on the way.
That was it? No concern for his son? As soon as I sat down and buckled my seatbelt, he said,
Logan said he'd buy me some groceries to get me set up.
I held back a sigh. I'll buy them. He nodded as if that was the answer he had expected.
What happened to your eye?
I bumped my head, I said.
Happened to my wife a lot.
He said conversationally. I didn't comment, knowing his wife wasn't the clumsy sort.
So you and Logan screwing?
You. What the hell? No. He nodded and then eyed the length of me.
Doing anything later?
Lots of things. I really wanted this guy in the cage with me. That's what I wanted to be doing later. Is there a convenience store near your place? I'd toss him some money and ditch him.
Not sure. Logan set me up in this place. Haven't been there before.
But you have the key? He shook his head.
Supposed to meet with the landlord when I get there.
At least I didn't have to worry about that.
Pull over,
he said, pointing at the tiny gas station with a mini-mart attached.
This will do.
You're buying food from here?
Just a few snacks to tide me over.
He held out his hand. I pulled my slim wallet from my pocket and pulled out a 20.
That's it?
Logan didn't have time to brief me on your needs before he went MIA. He snatched the 20 and shoved out of the car. I stewed for a moment, wondering how Logan survived with a jerk father like him. I really wanted to strand him here, but for Logan, I waited. Less than 5 minutes later, Clyde hurried to the car. He was walking a little funny, like he had a full diaper. He yanked the door open and angled in.
Drive.
A man flew out of the mini-mart, waving a baseball bat.
Thief, stop!
Cursing, I sped away before the cashier could damage Ross's car. I'd have to go back and pay for whatever Clyde stole. What did you steal? I asked.
Nothing much.
He pulled out a cheap booze bottle from his pants and unscrewed the cap. After a long swig, he sighed.
Lordy, I missed this.
My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I wouldn't have stopped had I known you were going to rob the place. How about staying sober so you don't end up in jail again?
Nothing wrong with a little alcohol after a long time away.
There is when you have a problem with it. The way his hand squeezed the bottle, I knew I hit a trigger. I'd be careful with what I said next. I had no desire for another black eye. Still, he had demons inside of him that would never release him if he kept drinking.
I don't have a problem with alcohol. It's everyone else who has a problem with it. Logan's mother used to nag me day and night about it, but she stopped eventually.
Because she knew you wouldn't change?
Because I walloped her if she did. Just get me to the shithole apartment my worthless son got me and shut the hell up, or I'll make you shut up.
I did shut up, but only to diffuse the situation. He smirked.
That's what I thought. Bitches need to learn their...
Slamming my elbow up into his jaw, his teeth snapped together from the force. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth.
You bear!
I slammed him again. If you say one more word, I'll abandon you out here like your wife should have done. Do I make myself clear? He used his shirt to mop up his blood and didn't say another word. Huh. That move worked out better than I thought. I'd have to use it in the ring. It was a tense 15 minutes of silence and him boozing before I pulled alongside the apartment building. I feared that he'd be drunk. But if he was, he didn't stagger when he got out of the car.
Are you coming to talk to the landlord?
He asked when I remained seated. No, I gave you a ride. Now I have to go pay for the stuff you stole. He swore at me, pulled another bottle of alcohol from his pants, and proceeded into the building. I knew most of the time Logan stayed away from his father. He had gone years without seeing the jerk. So, why now? Why make the effort to help his father when he was so undeserving of that help? Making a U-turn, I headed back to the mini-mart. When I got there, a squad was in the lot with its lights flashing. I muttered a curse at Clyde, hoping his new apartment had roaches. Chapter 20. Pulling over to the curb, I parked and stepped out of the car. I could see from the large window the cashier was replaying the theft by waving his arms in grand mime style. Opening the door, I walked to the register where 2 police officers stood.
I can describe the car the person was driving,
the cashier said.
2 thugs were in it.
Oh, I was a thug now. Great. Hey. I eased up to the counter before the cashier could make the situation worse. I would like to pay for the stolen items. The cashier and officers glanced at me.
Why would you want to do that?
An officer asked. Did I tell them the truth? It might land Clyde back in jail and get me in trouble since I was the getaway driver. But I was tired of lies. And if they hauled me to jail, then I'd have a valid reason not to fight in the ring. However, I wouldn't want that on my background either. Listen, I was doing a favor for a friend by giving his dad a ride. He wanted to stop here. I gave him $20 to get a few things. Next thing I know, he's telling me to drive.
Did you know he had stolen items?
I figured that out when I saw the cashier running at us with a bat. I only drove away because I had borrowed my brother's car and I didn't want it to get damaged. But I'm here to pay for everything that was stolen. The cashier frowned as if his day of glory had been rained out. I slipped my wallet out of my pocket and handed my debit card to the cashier.
It was over $100 in alcohol.
Fine. As soon as the transaction was complete, the officers followed me outside.
We'll need some information before you leave.
Why? I paid for the stolen items, which makes them not stolen anymore.
A crime was still committed.
I sighed. Once they got all my personal information, they asked for information about Clyde. I rubbed my forehead, wondering if I should tell them. It wasn't because I was protecting Clyde's butt. It was because Logan went through all the effort of giving his father a fresh start. And not even an hour after his release, I was talking to the cops about him. Do you know Detective Logan Ward? I asked.
Yeah, we've worked with him.
So, you know his father? I asked. Dawning in their eyes had me grimacing.
Did he give you the black eye?
No. This beauty wasn't his handiwork. I'll be straight with you. Logan is missing. His dad got released from jail, and Logan was supposed to pick him up. I got the honors of that. I handed over the information that Amro gave me. Here's Clyde's new address if you want to talk to him or arrest him. Maybe scare him a little. I don't know.
We'll pay him a visit,
the officer said, pocketing the card. Have you heard anything about Logan's case? I asked.
We're not privy to that information.
Is Amro a good detective? I asked.
One of the best. If she can't find Logan, no one can.
That statement made me feel better and worse at the same time. Detective Amro met me in the station's lobby.
How did it go with Logan's father?
Not well, I said as I followed her to her office, noticing her hair hung in waves around her shoulders. But I got a tip on one of Avery's favorite places.
Where's that?
Headington Station. She might be there.
Why would you think that?
It was a train station that had been turned into a restaurant. At one point, Avery wanted to open it again and host parties and weddings. It was the weddings that made me suspect she might be there with Logan.
It's worth a look. Who did you get this tip from?
Nash.
Why didn't he bring me this information?
She asked as she sat at her desk and wrote a note on a pad of paper. We talked a little while ago.
Anything else you can tell me?
No, I just wanted to relay that information. She gave a nod.
And you have my phone number?
Yes. I paused. Do you have any hope you'll find Logan? Her expression softened as she leaned back.
From my investigation so far, Avery has been acting erratic. People like that will get caught eventually. Either way, I won't stop until I find him.
She looked hard at me.
Want to tell me about the eye?
Nothing to tell. She made an noise as she gathered a file.
I sometimes overhear Logan when he's on calls. I know what's going on with you. I also know Logan is your safety line, but you have me too.
She sounded sincere. Do you know who the insider is? I asked.
I do. And sometimes I think he might be worse than the guys in the 411. He won't help you. When you're at the 411, you are on your own.
Logan seemed to think the insider would help if I was in a life-threatening situation.
Every time you're in the ring, it's life-threatening.
I suppose you're right about the insider then, I said. No one had come to my aid when the executioner arrived.
I'm sorry you're in this situation.
Me too. I should let you get back to finding Logan. Will you keep me updated?
I will. You know how to reach me if you need anything.
I nodded. Thank you. I'm glad Logan has you in his corner. She didn't say anything, so I gave a small wave and hurried back to Ross's car. Now I had to pick up Mila, and we'd head over to the restaurant to clean. Mila kept quiet when we drove to the restaurant. She fidgeted with her phone the entire time. Each time it made an alert sound, she'd jump and look at the screen only to place it back on her lap. It saddened me she wasn't comfortable enough to tell me what was going on. But I knew she was in some sort of crisis. Her eyes were puffier than mine, so I could only assume that she had been crying before I picked her up. I bet Aunt Dot is wearing a hazmat suit, I said, trying to lighten the mood. Mila absently nodded as she looked out the window. And Ross is probably naked, I added, seeing if that would snap her to attention.
Uh-huh,
she said as she still gazed out of the window. Apparently, she wasn't listening to me at all. I playfully leaned over to brush my shoulder against hers. She gasped as she smacked into her door. I hadn't bumped her that hard. I didn't mean to scare you, I said. You were in your own world.
Oh, I guess I was. Did you say something?
Nothing important. I was just wondering what kind of chaos we're going to walk in on.
With your family, who knows?
As we passed by the restaurant to head into the back alley, I pointed at the front window. Is that a help wanted sign?
Looks like it. Did someone quit?
Ross is having personal problems with Lily. Maybe she quit. I thought that would have brought a smile to Mila's face. After all, Lily was competition when it came to Ross's heart. But instead, she frowned. Parking in the alley, we headed to the back door to find it propped open.
Coming through,
Aunt Dot said as she whizzed by with a stuffed garbage bag. While she wasn't wearing a hazmat suit, she was wearing something similar to a painter's jumpsuit.
Me too,
Kobe said, following her out with another large bag. What can we do to help? I asked.
Start wiping down surfaces. We'll need a couple of scrub downs. I don't want any residue left over from the bug people.
Mila and I headed inside to find all hands on deck. Even Nana and Landon had been put to work. I veered over to Landon, who was at the dish station, washing every piece of cookware, glassware, and dish that we had. "Did you get info on the numbers?" I whispered.
Yes, but I didn't have time to send it over.
He slipped off a rubber glove and reached into his pocket, bringing out a piece of scrap paper.
It's not much. Most of the numbers are already dead, but a couple are active.
I took the paper and glanced at it before stowing it in my pocket. He was right. There wasn't much information, but I would take what he had. I probably wouldn't do anything about it now anyway. Mila was home, and that was all that mattered. But if she disappeared again, at least I had somewhere to look. Scanning the kitchen, I spotted Lily near Ross. They bent their heads together as they wiped off a low shelf. Did they patch things up? If so, why was there a help wanted sign? I spotted Mom at the prep table as she scoured it. Sidling up to her, I asked, "I saw the help wanted sign. What position are we hiring?" She glanced at my eye with a frown.
Another fight?
I had no choice. She sighed.
Things are really a mess now, aren't they?
I nodded. But it can't stay like this forever. So why is there a help wanted sign?
Your brother thought we could stand to add another employee.
He's always complaining about not having enough money. She paused before she nodded.
This is true, but we do need another person to help.
Would they work front of the house or back?
They would deliver.
My eyelid twitched. I chalked it up to having an injured eye and not the betrayal of my family. I deliver.
Jade, you've been pulled away a lot, and we aren't blaming you, but it is a disruption to the business.
Are you saying I'm fired?
No.
Yes.
Ross butted in.
Ross, we discussed this. Jade will always have a job here.
Yeah, until the next mob guys, pyros, or blood dragons decide to blow this place up.
Ross, that's not fair. None of those were her fault.
We're barely floating. If one more thing goes wrong, we'll have to close. If you want to give her a chance to screw us again, then go ahead. But I'm not picking up after her.
Ouch.
Hello?
Someone called from the back. A guy about 20 years old, wearing so many chains on his jeans that I wondered if his pants ever dropped, peeked in through the back door.
I saw the help wanted sign. You guys hiring?
Do you have a driver's license?
Ross asked.
Yeah,
he said, stepping inside. Dark hair sprang out from underneath a dirty baseball cap. There was no way Aunt Dot would approve of this guy.
You're hired. When can you start?
He shrugged.
Whenever.
How about tonight?
Yeah, I can.
As Ross took the new guy under his wing, Mom put her arm around me and squeezed my shoulder.
Don't mind Ross. We really do need help whether or not you are here. With your dad still not 100%, this will ease some of the burden off both Ross and you.
She kissed my temple.
This will be for the best. You'll see. Anyway, I can't stand to see you going through so much.
Tears pooled at the corners of Mom's eyes. It's okay.
No, it's not. It's not okay that you are at the mercy of the mob and I can't do anything about it. I try to be strong for you because I know you are going through a lot and don't need me blubbering. But honey, I can't stand it. And seeing you hurt is torture.
I wrapped my arms around my mom. It's okay. This won't be forever. And you raised me to be strong. Plus, I have a competitive streak that comes in handy. She sniffled.
This isn't fair. You were supposed to come home and marry Logan and give me some grandbabies. Now you're fighting, and Logan is missing. Nothing is going right.
Have some faith.
I'm trying, honey. I really am.
I squeezed Mom one last time, and then wiped a stray tear as she composed herself. Maybe having extra help was for the best. Still, it stung. And I knew Ross had meant for it to sting. While I didn't blame him for being mad, would it kill him to step into my shoes for a bit and see what I was going through? I suppose the same could be said about me stepping into his shoes. Trying not to pout, I grabbed a rag and began disinfecting the side counter. Everything would work out for the best. I just had to make myself believe it. It was mid-afternoon when we were finally done cleaning the kitchen. Well, we would have been done hours ago, but Aunt Dot didn't trust 2 top-to-bottom cleanings. A third was required before she contemplated opening the restaurant. Even then, she looked hesitant. We still had the chore of restocking the pantry, and at this late hour I wondered if it was even possible. The way Ross tasked everyone with extra jobs, it might be. But we'd be exhausted by opening. And that's when I got a message from the 411.
Fight at 8. Bring Mila.
I blinked at the message before firing back a text. I'll be there, alone.
Bring Mila. Boss's orders.
That wasn't the agreement.
Now there's a new one. Bring her or else.
I cursed 1,000 times. And then another 1,000. This kept going from bad to worse. Mila, I said, waving her over.
Yeah?
She asked as she stepped next to me.
What happened? You look worried.
Glancing around us, I saw too many people in earshot. I turned my phone to her. She looked at it, her brow creasing.
Me?
I nodded. Maybe they earned more money with both of us in the cage, I said, barely above a whisper. She took a breath and then nodded.
Okay, I guess I'm in. It's not like I have much choice.
I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault. None of this is.
Tell that to Ross. She dismissively waved.
He's being a jerk because he's emotionally broken from the restaurant right now.
A clatter in the pantry had us looking over. Aunt Dot stomped out.
We're closed for tonight.
We can still pull through,
Ross said, following her.
Our supplies aren't stocked, and we have no time to prep. We can't do it.
I'm sure with a little more effort.
I said we're done,
Aunt Dot snapped. Mom hurried over to defuse the situation, but I thought Aunt Dot had the right of it. We were down to the wire with no food ready to cook. It'd be an online review nightmare. Ross slammed out the back door. Lily hurried out after him. Mila glanced back at me.
Looks like they're officially together. She wouldn't have run after him otherwise.
I guess so. Mila sighed.
Probably better this way. I was just after him for his body anyway.
I stifled a gag at anything to do with my brother's body.
I guess we should get ready.
I nodded. There's nothing we can do here, but I do want to call the detective about Logan.
Yeah, okay. I'll hire a ride home while you do that.
I pulled out my phone and the detective's information.
Amro,
she answered. It's Jade, I said. I don't want to pester you, but did you find anything at the old train station?
I haven't been there yet, but I'll let you know what I find.
Oh. I had thought that would be one of her first stops. I suppose you were busy checking other places like Avery's house and restaurant.
I haven't been given clearance on those.
So, Logan could be dead in the basement, and you wouldn't know?
We have procedures we need to follow. It keeps the officers and citizens safe. But I'll let you know if we find anything.
She disconnected. I stared at the phone in horror. All this time I thought the police were actively searching for Logan. So much wasted time.
Are you okay?
I shook my head. They haven't been looking for Logan.
What do you mean?
The detective said she hasn't been given clearance to search Avery's house or restaurant, and they didn't look at the train station I told her about earlier. He's been gone for days. Why are they stalling? My legs turned shaky and protested my weight. I should have been looking for him this whole time.
You didn't know, and he has repeatedly warned you not to put yourself in danger. This has danger written all over it.
Which meant I had to call in reinforcements. Chapter 21. Since the restaurant was closed, we used the dining room to assemble the search parties. Nana paced in front of a flat cardboard box that was propped against a chair. On the top, she wrote Operation Fettuccini, Mission 2. Under it listed probable locations Avery might be. Nana paused and pointed to the locations.
Our first tier of places to search is Avery's house, restaurant, and Headington's station. We will break into 3 groups. If we don't find anything at these places, we move to Tier 2.
Tier 2 was canvassing for information. But I hoped it didn't come to that since we had limited time and manpower. Nash should have the keys to the restaurant and possibly the house, I said.
Good. And if the station has been abandoned long enough, one good shove and we can probably get in there without issues.
I don't want to get arrested for breaking and entering,
Aunt Dot said.
Which is why I'll go to the station with Lan and Kobe. Ross, you take your mom and Lily to the house. Dot, you go with Jade and Mila to the restaurant.
I stepped away from the group and called Nash.
Hey,
he said when he answered.
I was just thinking about you.
Does that mean you might have time to help a girl out?
Possibly. What's up?
Do you have keys to Avery's restaurant and house?
Planning on breaking and entering?
Only entering if you have the keys. The detective on Logan's case hasn't done much. She's bound by procedural nonsense. The longer Logan is gone, the less chance we have of finding him.
And you think he might be in one of these places?
Probably not. But there might be clues left behind to point us in the right direction.
I have the keys. Do I get to be in the search party?
Absolutely. Meet us at Avery's restaurant in 5. I disconnected and let everyone know we were good to head out. Since Aunt Dot had a car, Mila and I followed her out as she grumbled. For someone who had been humming merry tunes a few days ago, her mood had taken a turn for the grumpy again. When we arrived at the bistro, Aunt Dot parked in a spot near the front door. It didn't look like Nash had arrived yet, so we waited.
This had better not land me in jail,
Aunt Dot said.
I love Logan, but I'm not willing to go to jail for him.
Nash has the key, I said, and he worked for Avery, so it's perfectly acceptable for him to unlock the door for us.
That's not how the law works.
True, but the law wasn't my friend at the moment. I chalked up our search to the gray matter that lived between the law and what was right. A luxury sedan pulled up behind us, and Nash angled out of the car. We met him at the front door.
I feel like we should go in the back way,
Nash said. Then it would seem suspicious, I said. Mila nodded. Aunt Dot glowered and crossed her arms. Nash slipped 2 keys out of his pocket.
One is for the house and the other for the restaurant.
Aunt Dot, I said, I know you don't want to be here. Why don't you take the house key and meet the others over there?
I don't want to be there either,
she said with a huff.
But fine, give me the key.
When Nash handed her the key, she asked,
Who's going to drive you back?
I glanced hopefully at Nash. He smirked.
I guess the honor is mine.
That was enough for Aunt Dot. She turned on her heel and headed back to her car. With the other key, Nash opened the restaurant door, and we followed him inside. He didn't bother turning on the lights in the front dining area but headed to the kitchen. There, he flipped on the lights, and everything seemed normal for a kitchen except... Mila tucked her nose into the collar of her shirt.
What's that smell?
Rancid meat.
Nash scanned the kitchen and then walked over to a pot on the prep table. He glanced in and quickly backed away.
Found it.
That smells exactly like the meat that was left at our door, I said.
You're right.
Mila nodded. So, the delivery hadn't been from the 411. I'd bet it was Avery.
Open the back door for me?
I hurried past the cooking and dish stations and unlocked the back exit. He followed with the pot, setting it out in the back alley. What's that? I asked, pointing to a clear box sitting near the door. It was swarming with bugs. Nash nudged it with his toe.
Looks like she's trapping roaches.
Mila peered over my shoulder.
Do you think she sabotaged our kitchen?
Looks like it, I said. She had a key to our restaurant. Maybe she still has it or copied it. We filed back into the kitchen. Mila covered her nose.
Still smells.
I'll turn on the exhaust fans.
As he got the air flowing, I began looking for clues. Nash had said that Avery's office was a hot spot for Logan craziness, so I headed there first. Since it was the only office in the small kitchen, I quickly found it. Flipping on the light, I stood there for a moment to grasp what I was seeing. Mila let out a low whistle.
She's taking stalking to a new level with this artwork.
Pictures of her and Logan were plastered everywhere. All were wedding photos created with magazine clippings of dresses, veils, and tuxedos, which were glued to photos of Logan and Avery. Minus all the clippings, the photos were of a happy couple. His smile echoed hers. Their hands mingled, their eyes joyful. They had been good together. Perfect, actually. My heart ached, looking at them. Logan could have easily married Avery and had a wonderful life, but he didn't. Why didn't he? Sure. Now the pictures were altered by someone unhinged by trauma and loss. The woman in the photos was replaced by someone who probably couldn't even recognize herself in the mirror.
Crazy, right?
Nash said when he stepped into the room.
I sent pictures of this to Logan. Maybe I shouldn't have.
You were right to send them to him. In my heart, I knew Logan felt bad for breaking his engagement, especially after Avery had been wounded by the pyro. Logan would have wanted to make sure she got the help she needed. But where was he now? Scanning the walls and desk for any clue where Avery might be, all I found were things about the wedding, the cake they were going to serve, the band they had hired, the dress she had bought. Everything was here, jumbled amongst the altered photos. I studied every photo, looking at the backgrounds to see if anything seemed significant.
Looks like the honeymoon was going to be in Vegas,
Nash said, as he shuffled through the papers on the desk. Vegas? I wondered as I continued my search. Why there? I know people get married in Vegas. I just didn't think she'd want it as her honeymoon.
New restaurants are popping up all the time there. She probably wanted to try some of them, and what better way than on a honeymoon?
At a wedding destination, I said, my mind on fast forward.
Yeah,
he mumbled, still messing with the papers. Does it say what hotel they would have stayed at? He pulled out a paper.
Looks like Lost City.
Drive me to the airport, I said.
What?
I guarantee Avery is at Lost City with Logan.
You could be right, but that's a long way to go to find out you're wrong. Shouldn't we keep searching here first?
Nana and the rest of you can continue the search here, but I have to go.
What about the 411?
Mila asked. I glanced at the clock on my phone. There was time to do both. Mila, you figure out flights that go out tonight. Nash, call the hotel and see if you can get confirmation on Avery and Logan's reservation.
What are you going to do?
I'll call Nana. Let's regroup in a few minutes. About 10 minutes later, I wrapped up my phone conversation with Nana. She had found nothing at the station, and the third group found nothing at the house. So, my only step forward was to go to Vegas. When Nash ended his call to the hotel, I asked, "Well, what did you find out?"
Not much. They wouldn't give me room numbers or anything like that, but she asked if I wanted to leave a message on the room's voicemail.
So, they're there?
It's possible.
I had to believe that Logan was at the hotel. I just had to fight, hop on an airplane, save Logan, and then come home for tomorrow's restaurant shift. Easy.
I found some flights,
Mila said.
But the only one I can get tickets for is the one leaving at 8. We'll miss the fight at the 411.
Book the flight. I deal with the consequences later.
I want to go, but I'll need to borrow money,
she said with an "I'm sorry" wince. I was about to hand over my debit card when Nash took out his.
I'm going too.
I'll pay, I said. I owe you both favors for this anyway. Nash pushed my card away and gave his to Mila. I wondered why he felt the need to pay, especially since he was jobless. But this wasn't an argument I wanted to have right now, especially since I was going to have to tell the 411 I wasn't fighting tonight. However, I wouldn't contact them until we were safely on a plane, and then maybe never come back. Chapter 22. The best-case scenario was that we'd find Logan right away, and we'd be on the next plane home. But we had to be realistic, too, which was why we each packed a small bag for the trip that would get us through a couple of days. My heart raced as we hurried to the gate.
We made it,
Mila said with a gusted breath.
I didn't think the security line was going to be so long.
We stood at the back of the line and funneled onto the plane with the rest of the passengers. I kept taking peeks behind us, positive that the 411 had men lurking. Even though this was a secured area, that didn't mean the 411 didn't have their fingers in every part of Chicago, including the airport. As soon as we sat down in our seats, I figured I was safe enough. That, and I was running out of time. I pulled out my phone and texted the 411. A message from them was already waiting for me.
Where the hell are you?
Can't fight. Had to go out of town. Hopefully I'll be back tomorrow and we'll fight then. The response was instant.
You better be here tonight.
Sorry, I can't. I'm on a plane right now. Have to turn off my phone.
If you're not here tonight, your next fight will be with the exterminator.
I knew it would happen eventually, but seeing those words made me appreciate I was sardined onto a plane. I turned off my phone and took a shaky breath. The exterminator was a problem for another day.
You okay?
Nash asked. If we find Logan, I will be. He held out his hand.
Good, because I need you to hold my hand.
I glanced from his hand to him. Why?
I'm a nervous flyer.
I thought he was joking until I saw the beads of sweat dotting his upper lip and brow. Then why are you here?
You can't do this alone. I know how to deal with Avery. You'll need me.
I slipped my hand in his and gently squeezed. Tension that I hadn't noticed in him eased as he let his head rest against the back of the seat. He closed his eyes and counted under his breath. Mila finished up a text and shoved her phone into her purse. She looked rather nervous as well. I held out my other hand. I wasn't sure if she'd take it or not, but she did. So, the three of us held hands until the plane took off and we were safely in the air. The stress of the 411 temporarily left me. Now, I could focus on Logan. When we arrived at the hotel, we headed to the front desk. The Lost City Casino and Hotel lived up to its reputation as being an Atlantis-themed resort. Between its towering columns and ceiling painted to look like we were under the water, it made me feel like I should wear a mermaid tail. The front desk was a giant aquarium filled with colorful reef fish.
Welcome.
A woman at the desk greeted us.
Do you have a reservation?
No,
Nash said.
Do you have any rooms available for tonight?
How many rooms?
She asked, looking at the three of us.
Just one.
And how many nights?
Hopefully just one.
Her fingers clicked on the keyboard as she searched.
We have a suite available.
He passed his credit card to her. I'll pay, I said.
You can make it up to me later.
Thankfully, he didn't follow that up with a wink, because the front desk attendant's gaze flittered from Nash to me, and then to Mila. I knew exactly where her mind was going. We have friends staying here, I said. Can we get their room number?
I'm sorry. I can't give out that information.
I figured that would be her answer, but it never hurt to try. This hotel was huge and had tourists coming and going at a rapid pace. I'd never find Logan. Can I send a note to the room? From her confused expression, I suspected she didn't get that request often.
Sure,
she said, glancing down at her desk. She grabbed a pad of paper and a pen and handed them over to me. Thank you. I eyed Nash. What should I write? Nash took the paper and scribbled for Avery to meet him at Tapas Baronet in an hour. He then handed the paper back to the front desk attendant. She took them with a smile and then handed us our key to the room.
Now what?
Mila asked after we moved away from the desk. We wait by the elevator until she passes off the note to staff, I said. Then we follow the staff to Avery's room. Seeing as the elevator was off to the side of the front desk, I was concerned we might draw attention to ourselves as we lingered. Thankfully, there were slot machines everywhere, including next to the elevator. Pretend you're playing, I said to Mila. Nash, you watch the front desk.
The woman is going to think I'm a creep if I watch her.
He paused.
Hang on, I think she handed off the note.
I glanced over. Where are they going?
Not this way.
I spun to find the uniformed woman walking in the opposite direction. Follow her! With our bags, we bumbled after the woman, sidestepping tourists and slot machines. We came to a halt in the middle of the noisy casino.
She's gone,
Nash said, using his height to look over the crowd.
Now what?
We retreat and put our bags in the room.
And hopefully the message will get to Avery.
With a sigh, I followed Nash and Mila back to the elevator and rode up to our room on the 10th floor. Dropping our bags near the king bed, I supposed we'd figure out the sleeping situation later. Right now, I didn't think I'd ever be able to sleep anyway. Mila hugged my shoulder to her.
It's okay. We'll still find him. And if he's really here with Avery, then he's probably safe. It's not like they allow dead people into the hotel.
But people die in hotels, I said.
Avery isn't here to kill Logan,
Nash said as he picked up the Courtesy Tourist magazine. He flashed the cover of a bride and groom at a wedding chapel.
But Logan wouldn't marry Avery. He loves Jade.
All Avery would have to do is drug him.
Mila frowned.
I suppose there are chapels here that might turn a blind eye to it.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
My stomach churned as I thought of Avery and Logan getting married. As long as Logan was safe, I could deal with anything, and there was always the option of an annulment.
I say we call chapels,
Mila said, snatching the magazine to find the page with the chapel listings. I knew she was right, and it was a proactive thing to do, but if I had to stay in the room and make phone calls while Logan could be anywhere out there, it would drive me as loony as Avery. Nash must have picked up on my nervousness and suggested an alternative.
Mila, why don't you make the phone calls, and Jade and I will do a sweep of the lobby and casino.
Mila nodded.
I'll let you know if I find anything.
Nash opened the door and ushered me out. Thank you, I said as we walked to the elevator.
Not a problem. I knew there was no way you'd be able to sit in the room, and I'd rather be on the move.
He pressed the down button. But let's do this strategically, I said. The last thing I want to do is walk around in circles and waste time.
What do you suggest?
One of us stays at the main lobby door, I said. The other does a sweep of the main hotel and casino areas.
Sounds good. Which one do you prefer?
The lobby. While I had excess energy to burn, I'd rather stick by the door where I had more of a chance at catching Avery. We stepped aside when the elevator doors opened, allowing a kissing couple to exit. They giggled at being caught and then scurried to their room. When we stepped into the elevator, I jabbed the lobby button. Nash smirked.
Don't take your frustration out on the button.
I'm not, I said, jabbing the close door button next.
You'll have Logan back and we'll be making out with him in the hallway in no time.
I wished. When we reached the lobby, I scanned the area. The lobby was spacious, but there weren't many places to sit and get a good view of the door. Nash nudged me and pointed.
Over there.
A lone love seat was placed along the wall as if it was an afterthought. It had a view of the front door, elevator, and front desk. It was perfect. Except there was someone already sitting there, and she didn't look like someone who shared. With her rod-straight posture, pressed together lips, and purse clutched to her, she probably wouldn't be the kind to scoot over so we could all squeeze onto it. She looks territorial, I said. I'd rather stand anyway.
You'll draw attention. But if we go over there and act like the kissing couple, the lady will probably move.
Good plan, except for the kissing part.
We don't have to kiss. Sit on my lap and giggle.
I blinked at him. Sit on your lap and giggle? I repeated. Who does that?
A person who wants the love seat.
Fair point. As we headed over, he nodded to the woman who didn't seem impressed by his winning smile. Nash squeezed in next to her. When she didn't look like she was going to move, Nash held out his hand to me.
Sit for a little, sweetheart.
When my hand was in his, he pulled me to his lap and grinned at me. The woman glowered, taking sidelong glances at us. Nash had wanted me to giggle, but I was in no mood to act silly. Giggling required energy that I simply didn't have anymore. Plus, I was still sporting a black eye. Nothing about me said I was a giggler. Still, I couldn't sit on Nash's lap for the rest of the night. And the woman was irritating me with her judgmental stare. I sighed and said, Sweetheart, I hope that loan shark doesn't come back. I can't afford another black eye. My boss said he'd take me off the dance floor if I showed up to work with any more bruises. Lap dances are the only thing keeping my rent paid. The woman's glower deepened, puckering her sour face. She stood with a huff and marched out of the lobby. If that lie offended her, she was in the wrong city. And then I did giggle from the silliness of the whole encounter. Nash smirked as I stood and took her place on the couch.
Very effective.
Worked better than I thought it would. He glanced at me, pausing on my bruises.
I'm sorry you're going through this.
Me too.
Do you know what you'll do when you get back?
I shook my head. No, I want to focus on finding Logan. Then I'll figure out the 411. I just hope they don't retaliate.
Think they will?
Nearly positive. I eyed him. Which is why you should stop hanging out at the diner.
I only eat there.
Then what was in the envelope?
Let it go.
No. Explain why you took an envelope from the diner if it wasn't some kind of job. A job that pays money, which you need since you aren't working for Avery right now.
Jade, it's nothing sinister, but I'd rather not talk about it.
I pressed my lips together and then said, Would you tell me if you need money? I have some from all the fights. I'll give you some if you need it.
I don't need money. Everything is good, I promise.
I wouldn't pester him further about it, but I was going to keep my eye on him when we got back to Chicago. He stood.
I'll make a sweep through the casino. Let me know if you see Avery.
I suppose that meant I had to turn on my phone. That would not be a fun task, but it needed to be done. When Nash walked away, I pulled out my phone and turned it on while still monitoring the lobby and elevator doors. Only one message popped up.
If you're not back by tomorrow night, one member of your family will die every night you're gone.
I had to reread that several times as the edges of my vision blurred. Taking a deep breath, I collected my thoughts. It would be okay. I'd make sure to be home by then. I texted Mila. Got a message from the 411. I need to be home by tomorrow night or family starts dying. After your phone calls to the chapels, can you look up flights for tomorrow? I didn't get an immediate response, so I figured she was on the phone. Should I warn the family? It would probably terrify them. But maybe they could bunk with Nana again, just in case. As I pondered, I continued to monitor the surroundings. Had I not been here to search for Logan, I might have enjoyed people watching. People watching used to be fun. Now it was annoying. Because with each person stepping through the doors who wasn't Logan, My annoyance and stress levels notched up. A message from Mila came through.
I'll look at flights as soon as I'm done. No luck so far on the chapels, but I have more to call.
I replied with a quick thank you and continued my watch over the area.
Hey, baby.
Someone said.
You want to have some fun?
He halted as I turned toward him. One glance at my face and he swerved.
Never mind.
He found his next mark a little further down.
Hey, baby.
I reached up to my face, lightly pressing on the bruises. Not that I wanted to be hit on by a horny man fueled by alcohol, but was I that hideous? With a sigh, I knew I was. 30 minutes later, Nash returned to the lobby.
I looked in the main areas and some of the casino, but I should head to the restaurant to see if Avery shows.
Do you think she will? He shrugged.
She's been wanting to go there since it opened a year ago. If any place can lure her, it will be Tapas Baronet.
Do you want me or Mila to go with you?
No, it's probably better if we split up. If she saw you at the restaurant with me, she wouldn't come in.
Okay, but text updates if you can. He gave a jaunty salute and walked toward the front door. A few come-hither stares from the ladies were aimed his way as he left. The nighttime crowd was emerging, and with it came slinky dresses and ridiculously tall plastic cups filled with cocktails. Putting the two together made for humorous scenery, but it also blocked my view. The elevator door opened and a bachelorette party spilled from it. They giggled as they talked in rapid, loud voices. So much giggling and squealing. My nerves couldn't handle much more of it. As they lingered in the lobby and went over their plans for the night, they blocked my view of the elevator. Between them and the thickening crowd, I couldn't see much of anything. I needed a better view. Standing, I headed to the front door. Out of all the locations, the front door was my priority. Veering through the crowd, a streak of Mountain Dew yellow caught my attention. That shade was a little too familiar for me not to investigate. I halted and turned back, keeping my eyes on the hair as it weaved through to the front desk. "Nana?" I called. The hair stopped and turned around.
Jade?
After dodging a group of men in Hawaiian shirts, I found her and Landon. They waved to me when they saw me. "What are you doing here?" I asked.
Helping you find Logan,
Land said. "But how did you get here? Mila said all the flights were booked." Land frowned.
There were still seats available. Even the red-eye had tons of seats.
What was Mila up to? Why would she lie about not being able to get a later flight? Was it because she didn't want to fight? I wouldn't blame her if that was the case. But now we were in deeper with the 411. We would have been better off going to the fight and then recouping on the airplane.
Do you have a room? We didn't get that far in the planning.
Yeah. It's a suite, but it only has one bed, I said.
No problem. It's not like we're going to be sleeping. What have we missed so far?
Not much. Nash texted Avery to meet him at a restaurant she has been wanting to try out. I'm not sure if she'll take the bait, but he went to go see. I've been watching the lobby, but it's getting crowded in here. And Mila is calling chapels to see if Avery and Logan have been seen in any of them.
Good. Sounds like you got a handle on things. We'll drop off our bags at the room and be back to start searching as well.
I gave them the room number and went back to my post at the front door, hoping I didn't miss anything while I was distracted. My phone buzzed. I glanced at the text from Nash.
I'm at the restaurant. So far, I don't see her, but there's still time.
Stay there for a little while, I replied. Nana and Landon are here. They'll help search as well.
How did they get here? I thought the flights were booked.
So did I. But Mila must have been confused. I hoped it was just confusion, but Mila was savvy with anything online. However, the alternative was lying, and the way she had been acting made me suspect the worst.
She must have been looking at one airline and not all of them.
I knew that had to be wrong, but I didn't comment. Resuming my spot at the front door, I scanned the crowds. There was no sign of Avery or Logan. This plan was not working. So when Nana and Lan returned 10 minutes later, I pulled them aside. "We're never going to find Avery and Logan in this mess," I said as a woman bumped into me.
"We need to figure out what room they are in,"
Nana said. "Tried that already," I said. "We had a message sent to the room. We were going to follow the messenger, but we lost them."
"Then we'll try again. How about sending a little celebratory champagne to the happy couple?"
"Great," I said. "But how would we follow the champagne?"
"We ride the elevator. Someone will eventually have to deliver it. Then we follow."
It was as good of a plan as any.
We can't all ride the elevator. It would draw too much attention.
"You're right. Jade should be the one."
"I'm happy to, but why should I be the one?"
"I'll end up with motion sickness, and Lan can't do it. There would be a call to security. They'd think he was a creeper."
She patted his arm.
"Not that you are one."
He didn't seem to mind.
"So, it's settled. Jade, you ride the elevator. I'll stay at the front door. Lan, go order the champagne and then walk the lobby."
When Lan left to order the champagne, Nana put her hand on my shoulder.
"Are you okay?"
"I'll be fine as soon as we find Logan."
For someone on the right side of the law, that boy sure gets himself into a lot of trouble.
"The same could be said about you." She winked at me.
"I like having a little fun. Go on to the elevator. This will all be over soon. You'll be giving him a hug before the night is through."
I was going to tell her to promise me we'd find him, but we both knew there were no promises for finding Logan. And just like the lobby, the elevator was crowded. I stepped in and squeezed my way to the back. I had a feeling I would be on this thing for a few rides until the champagne appeared.
"Oh, sorry,"
someone said as they stepped on my foot. I silently groaned and shifted my feet so they were less likely to get stepped on. By the time I arrived at the top floor, the car had cleared out, but a couple stepped on. The way they clung to each other made me suspect they were about to have a kissing fest the minute the doors closed. What was it about Vegas that made everyone feel the need to kiss in public areas? I sighed at my prudishness, knowing it was just the stress. The couple glanced at me as if expecting me to get off. "I forgot something in the lobby," I said. The doors closed, and I kept close to the panel while they made out behind me. The shiny metal doors reflected it wasn't only their tongues dueling. Hands were involved. Thankfully, a few floors down, more people got on, and the couple had to curtail their lovemaking. By the time we reached the lobby, the car was packed again, and I was shoved to the back.
"We should have taken the other elevator,"
someone complained. The other elevator? There was only one in the lobby. Where was the other one? I pulled out my phone to text Lan and Nana, but as I did, someone familiar stepped onto the elevator. Since I was sandwiched in my place, and people tended not to make eye contact in the small space, she didn't notice me. But what was Detective Amro doing here? Chapter 23. From my spot at the back of the elevator, I stared at Amro and realized why it took me a few moments to recognize her. Instead of her detective gear, she wore a flattering shirt that followed her curves and a skirt that showed off her toned legs. Her hair was curled and gently rested on her shoulders. What was she doing in Las Vegas? My first thought was that she got a tip on Logan and was following up on it, but she looked more like she was going out on the town. And why would she take time off when her partner was missing? Something wasn't right. Unless... Maybe she found out Logan was here and was going to swoop in and save him like a goddess in high heels, armed with a badge. He'd see her tight figure and fall in love with her. And I wouldn't blame him if he did. Glancing from her ensemble to my own was a slap in the face at how far I'd fallen. Maybe it was a coincidence she was in Vegas. She might not even know Logan was here. Heck, I didn't even know if Logan was here. And then I thought of a different angle. What if Amro was working with Avery? Was there a jilted lovers meetup and Logan was the sacrifice? Logan's partner, Detective Amro, is here. I texted the group. I'm going to follow. And there is another elevator somewhere on the property. Someone find it. Nash was the first to reply.
I'm heading back. No sign of Avery.
Lan said he'd search for the other elevator. Nana would stay put at the front door until needed. And silence from Mila. When Amro stepped off on the 10th floor, I got off as well, hoping she wouldn't notice me. I stayed far behind, watching as she walked to a door. She knocked on it and waited for a moment. When she didn't get an answer, she pulled out her phone. She typed on it as she turned toward the elevator and headed back. Since her eyes were on her phone, I took advantage of the moment and snapped a picture of Amro as I walked past her. I then glanced at the door she had knocked on. Room 1012. I texted the room number and photo to the group. Nana said she would be on the lookout. Lan and Nash were likewise. Mila was silent. I pondered on what I should do. If I returned to the elevator with Amro, she would notice me for sure. So I continued to the end of the hall. I then exited through to the staircase and jogged down to the first floor. With so many people jammed on the elevator, I was downstairs and over to Nana by the time Amro walked out of the hotel.
I'll follow her,
Nana said just as Lan returned.
I'll go with. Hang on. Looks like she's grabbing a ride.
Hurry, order one.
As Landon hired a car, I wondered if it would be here in time to follow Amro.
Looks like a 5-minute wait.
As he spoke, a car pulled along the curb in front of Amro. She opened the door and sat inside, and then she was gone. I bit back a curse.
It's okay. Even without her, we have more information than we did before.
That was true. We now had a room number. But whose room number?
Should I cancel the ride?
Yes, we can camp outside the room. Someone is bound to return.
A text came through from Mila.
I might have found a chapel with a reservation for Ward. Meet me in front in 10 minutes. They are sending the chapel bus to pick us up.
Finally, Mila came through. I felt a little bad for my negative thoughts earlier, but it didn't change the fact that she was keeping secrets. Still, I was so relieved that we might have found a lead that I instantly forgave our lack of communication. Sure, the reservation didn't specify that it was for Logan, and Ward was a common last name, but we were getting somewhere. When we assembled in the front to wait for the bus, Mila said,
I have to tell you something before the bus comes.
Was it her secret? Please, let it be her secret. But as she was about to say something, a large school bus painted white pulled to a stop in front of us. Between the loud music and flashing disco lights, this looked more like a party bus than a chapel van. The door opened, and a guy stuffed into a tuxedo t-shirt hopped off. He glanced at us with dollar signs in his eyes, and I had an immediate bad feeling.
Did you guys call about the chapel?
I did, Mila said.
Then hop on. Champagne is on the house.
Bad feeling or not, I stepped up onto the bus. Mila, what were you going to say? I shouted above the music as we filed to our seats. She cringed.
I'll tell you later.
She nabbed a red plastic cup filled with flat champagne. I grabbed one as well, hoping it would take the edge off whatever lay in wait for us at the chapel. When we were all seated, the man stood outside for a moment, hassling the crowd as they streamed by. He homed in on the tipsy. He stopped 2 women who drank from tall plastic souvenir cups.
I need 2 men to marry these lovelies,
the man shouted. Seeing that we were in Vegas, where men tended to let their pants rule instead of their minds, the driver found 2 willing suckers to hop on the bus with the duo. Now I understood the bad feeling. If this guy was rounding up strangers to get married, then he'd have no issues with marrying a crazy woman to a drugged man. I just hoped we weren't too late. While the music thumped, The girls giggled as they tried to dance, but their swaying bodies and the bus driver's bad driving had them falling all over the place. The men grinned and drank. Between them and the cheap champagne, a headache bloomed. I leaned back in my seat and closed my eyes. All I needed was a couple of minutes to regroup. From the sound of Nana's voice as she encouraged,
"Chug, chug, chug!"
I knew at least one couple would have regrets the next day. Save Logan and go back and deal with the 411. I repeated it in my mind like a mantra. That was it. Nothing to worry about. Of course, that was a lie. There was a ton to worry about, including the fact that being on this bus might lead to a wild goose chase, and we were getting further from finding Logan. But if I ever found him, I was putting a tracker on him. When we arrived at All Celebrities Chapel, I followed the others off the bus. The building was extensive and didn't at all resemble a chapel. I was dubious but headed into the lobby. The room was blindingly white, and I had to blink as my eyes adjusted. A young woman with multiple hair colors sat at the front desk, looking extremely bored and blowing large gum bubbles. A tubby gray cat sat on one of the lobby chairs. He wore a tuxedo jacket and bow tie. I didn't see Logan or Avery. Were we too late? My worried glance at Nana had her elbowing her way to the front desk.
"We're here for the Ward wedding."
The woman glanced at the clock and sighed.
"They started about 5 minutes ago. You might be too late, but you can try the fairy tale room."
"Where's that?"
"Down the hall on your left. You'll see a sign 3 doors down."
Nana was first to bolt down the hallway. I was a close second. "Don't barge in," I said to her as we neared the door. "We don't know if this is Logan and Avery." I didn't want to ruin anyone's wedding unless it was Avery's. But judging from some of the themed rooms, like the Wild West and the Wizarding World, the weddings might not be great to begin with. We reached the door, and Nana grasped the handle like she was about to fling it open, but she cracked it open and peeked inside. I nudged her so I could look too. A dark-haired woman who wore all white, including a veil, stood next to a broad-shouldered groom wearing a suit. I knew those shoulders anywhere. It was Logan, but he stood tall and strong. No waver in his stance, no one to prop him up. So, Avery didn't drug him? My brain and heart warred as to why he would be here if he wasn't a hostage or drugged. "Move in," I said. Quietly. I slowly pushed the door open, and we filed in and took seats in the back row. That's when I noticed Detective Amro sitting off to the side. She glanced back at me with surprise. Seeing her here confounded me even more. How did she find out about the wedding? Or was she in on it the whole time? And if so, why didn't she tell me? She turned back to the front. The officiant was quite handsome in his white Prince Charming suit, but my eyes could only focus on one person, and he was slipping a ring onto Avery's finger. Nana leaned over and whispered,
"Are you sure you don't want to interrupt?"
I shook my head, even though every ounce of me wanted to yell and scream and demand answers. But there was no one holding Logan against his will, no one forcing him to be here, which meant, this whole time, he had been fine. He just didn't want to talk to me, and if he truly wanted to marry Avery, then I would not ruin it for him, no matter how much I wanted to. In fact, when I came to Vegas, all I had wanted to do was make sure Logan was okay, and he was. With a heart that felt like it was going to splinter my insides, I slipped out of the row and headed back to the hallway. I knew I was a coward. I was running away from seeing Logan with another woman, but my nerves were shot. My heart was collapsing, and I couldn't take another minute of the agony without succumbing to hysterical fits of sobbing.
"Jade,"
Mila called as she hurried after me.
"Where are you going?"
"Home. Logan is alive and well."
"He's alive, yes. But why would he agree to marry Avery? This makes no sense."
He agreed to marry her once, And if this wedding wasn't on the up and up, his partner would have Avery in handcuffs by now.
So you're giving up?
Yes, I give up. She glowered at me.
This isn't like you. You never give up. You always fight. You have issues with competitiveness.
Maybe I'm tired of fighting, I said. Speaking of which, I need to get back to the 411. Or are you going to sabotage that for me again?
What are you talking about?
Nana and Landon got here on a later flight. They said the flights weren't booked solid like you had said. I watched as she glanced away, not able to keep eye contact. I can understand that you don't want to fight at the 411. I sure the hell don't. But I also don't want to piss them off and find myself in the ring with the exterminator again. Her face fell.
Jade, I was only trying to protect us.
You made it worse.
I'll make it better. I promise.
I wasn't sure how she was going to make it better. Yes, she had a genuine heart and meant well. But this was the mafia we were dealing with, not an annoyed neighbor. Before I could leave, Nana, Lan, and Nash had followed me out to the lobby as well.
The deed is done.
If my heart could shatter any more than it already was, I'd be dead right now.
I still don't get it.
Me neither.
The gray cat from the lobby waddled over to us and sat down at Nana's feet.
He smells your emergency sandwich,
Landon said.
And he's not getting it.
Nana glowered at the cat and then looked at me.
But you can have it. You look like you could use it.
I shook my head. I'm past needing a sandwich. Logan, looking like Sin in his dark suit, walked out to the lobby. He was holding hands with Avery. Detective Amro joined them on the other side of Avery. Avery still wore the veil, blocking some of her burns. But the damage was visible, and it made me hate her a little less. We had all been through a lot with the penny pyro, but she had the scars to prove it. She seemed quite mellow, which gave me pause. After seeing her handiwork with magazines and glue, I thought she'd be a little more. Logan narrowed his dark eyes on me, his jaw clenched firmly. He didn't let go of Avery's hand but changed his line of trajectory to pass me.
Meet me at Lost City, room 1012 in 30 minutes.
Then he left with Avery. Amro glanced back at me with a shake of her head and then disappeared after Logan.
What did he say?
Nana asked. To meet him in 30 minutes.
Are you going to?
Nash asked. Why would I? He's bringing his bride to their hotel room.
Oh, that lovable loon isn't his bride,
someone said. We glanced over at Prince Charming, who dazzled us with his smile.
What do you mean? We watched him get hitched.
There were no papers signed. It was all a ruse. She came to us to schedule a wedding, but something about her was a little off. So we asked to meet with the groom. After talking to Logan on the side, we agreed to do a fake wedding.
He leaned in.
Between you and me, I think he was feeling a little guilty about something.
So, he wasn't married?
Jade, are you okay?
Mila asked.
Oh, I've seen that look before,
Prince Charming said, coming around to me. I couldn't focus on him, only the room as it tilted on its side. He put his arm around me.
Take deep breaths.
I tried to breathe as he ushered me to the couch, but it was as if my body forgot how.
Sit down and relax. I'll be back with water.
Nana came over and patted me on the back.
See? Everything ended well.
Why didn't he call or text me? I demanded as I gasped. We could have avoided this whole thing.
I guess that's something that you'll have to ask him.
All right.
The bus driver walked into the lobby, rubbing his hands together.
Who is the lucky couple tying the knot?
What are you talking about?
Nash asked.
The person I spoke to guaranteed a wedding package.
We all looked at Mila. She grimaced.
I was going to tell you, but then the bus showed up and it was too noisy. But don't worry, I'll buy a wedding package. Just loan me the money and I'll pay you back.
Nana scratched her jaw.
Does it have to be a legit wedding?
The driver shook his head.
I don't care what it is as long as I get my commission.
Well, this might be fun. There's a Tarzan and Jane theme.
She looked at Nash and Mila.
How about you two?
Mila and Nash glanced at each other and shrugged.
I suppose.
Do you have rings?
The driver pulled a pouch from his pocket.
If not, I have some genuine cubic zirconial.
You mean zirconia?
Nana said. He shook his head.
No zirconial. I get them at a good price, which saves you money.
Nash glanced at Mila.
Want one? It can be a souvenir.
Sure.
Mila glanced at the rings and slipped the gaudiest of them onto her finger. She then selected a man's ring that might have been popular in the 70s. It was large, like a belt buckle for a finger. He chuckled.
I guess we're ready.
The driver beamed as he stuffed the pouch back into his pocket.
Let's get you settled at the front desk.
This I have to see,
Nana said happily as she trailed after them.
You going to be okay?
Lan asked me. Yeah, thank you, I said, glancing at him. In the last few months, he went from underfed street brat to a solid person I was glad to have around. You've been really nice about this whole thing, and you've been great with Nana. I know she loves having you around. He smiled.
She's great. Opened my eyes to a whole new way of thinking.
And what's that?
That we shouldn't take life so seriously. We have to keep having fun while we move forward.
I'm sure there was wisdom in there for me, but at the moment, I couldn't grasp anything beyond the fact that Logan wasn't married, and that I was supposed to meet him. Judging from the growled demand, it would not be a pleasant conversation, but if he thought I was going to meekly listen to him, he was wrong. He had a lot of explaining to do. Prince Charming came back with a bottle of water. A large gorilla followed him. I took the water but wasn't sure what I was supposed to do with the gorilla. Prince Charming grinned.
This is my partner, Frankie. He does the Tarzan and Jane weddings.
The gorilla beat his chest with a call of the wild that had the cat's eye twitching. Mila and Nash glanced over with a worried expression. Nana smirked.
I suppose we should head into the room,
Landon said. You go ahead. I should go to the hotel.
Want company?
I shook my head. No, go have fun, and take a video of it. I need blackmail for later. He grinned.
Done.
I stood and made my way out to where the driver was stepping on the bus. Are you going back to Lost City? I asked.
I'll probably hit there. Need a lift?
Yeah, as long as I don't have to marry anyone. He grinned.
Can't make any promises, but come aboard.
As I stepped onto the bus, I remembered my text to Logan. Marry me. He hadn't responded. Was that his answer? I grabbed a cup of flat champagne and sat down. Chapter 24. I had waited in the lobby until the 30-minute mark, and then made my way to Logan's room. After the emotional whirlwind, I felt rather numb, which was probably a good thing seeing as I was heading into the lion's den. As I brought my hand up to knock on the door, it swung open, and Amro appeared with Avery. Avery still wore her wedding dress, but the veil had been removed. She smiled serenely at me, which made me take a step back. I was sure she'd rather gouge my eyes out, so what was her angle? As I moved out of the way, Logan followed behind them into the hall.
Are you sure you can handle her?
Logan asked Amro. She tisked.
Avery's a pussycat with the meds.
Let me know if you need anything.
Just get your ass back to work,
Amro said as she ushered Avery away.
I'm not covering for you after today.
Logan watched until they reached the elevator and stepped on. He then glanced at me and pointed to the room.
Inside.
I did as requested. only so people didn't have to listen to us arguing in the hall. As soon as the door closed, I knew he was going to launch into the reasons I shouldn't be here, how I put myself in danger, etc., etc. But one moment, I was about to blast into a counter-argument, and the next, his lips were on mine. His body pressed hard against me as he tugged me tightly to him. I found myself trapped between him and the door. The anger that had been churning in me morphed into a need that had my fingers attacking his shirt. He took my roaming hands and pinned them as his mouth dipped to my neck, causing all sorts of commotion that my brain couldn't process. All I knew was that my fingers itched to be released from his hold. This was torture. I felt his smile on my neck. He knew what he was doing to me. "Let go," I said. He pulled away to look at me.
I don't want to.
Why?
Because every time I do, you find a way to get into trouble. I'd rather kiss you.
If I do get into trouble in the next few minutes, I guarantee this will be the kind that you'll enjoy. He smirked and pulled me from the door and into his arms. I was still trapped, but at least I had use of my hands. I slipped my fingers under the back of his shirt, reveling in the warmth of his smooth skin.
Why are you here?
He asked as he pressed a small kiss to my lips. You know why. You didn't answer my calls or texts.
I'm sorry about that.
When I came here, I expected an argument. But now I was in his arms, and he was apologizing. It seemed too good to be true. There had to be a catch. However, I couldn't think straight while he planted small kisses on me. I pushed back, and he let me go with a sigh. Let's talk, I said, and then we can get back to other activities. I sat on a chair as he pulled off his tie and kicked off his shoes. He then sat on the end of the bed and looked at me.
I didn't mean to not call you. I followed Avery here. She had given me the slip so many times that I didn't want to lose her again. But in the process, she shattered my phone. I didn't have anyone's numbers, and I really didn't have time to search.
But you had time to contact Omro, I said. He nodded.
I didn't want police involvement, but Isla was willing to come out and assist on her own time.
But she pretended you were missing.
She did?
When I nodded, he ran his hand through his dark hair and blew out a breath.
I told her I wanted to keep what I was doing a secret. I didn't mean for her to lie to you.
I crossed my arms and eyed him. Why did you marry Avery? He winced.
I really wished you hadn't seen that.
Why?
Jade, I feel guilty about how things ended with Avery. I blame myself for the situation she's in.
None of that was your fault.
Some of it is. I bailed on her in her darkest hour. When she needed me at the hospital, I basically ended things with her. I'm not proud of that.
Do you regret calling off the wedding? He shook his head.
Never. But I regret how I did it. I was so focused on you that I guess I didn't want to deal with the aftermath with Avery. Had I checked in on her, maybe I could have gotten her help in time.
So, how does a fake wedding help?
She is not stable right now, but she needs more than just medicine. She needs closure. I thought if I went through the motions for her, it might help, but she's so out of it, I'm not sure it even did that, and now I feel like I betrayed you.
I understood. I didn't begrudge him for what he thought was the right thing to do. It wasn't like he actually married her. Still, seeing him at the altar with her was like a knife to my heart. He moved over to me, dropping to his knees in front of me as he shifted his way closer. I let my legs fall to the side as he pressed close.
Do you forgive me?
There's nothing to forgive, I said, and meant it. Could things have gone differently? Yes, but I couldn't fault him for trying to be kind in a difficult situation. I forgive everything, except the fact that you need to be clearer with Omro.
I wanted to keep what I was doing a secret, but not from you. I thought she would have told you I was safe. Otherwise, I would have contacted you.
A small smile slipped onto my lips.
So, you forgive me?
When I nodded, he backed away.
Good. Now it's your turn.
My turn?
What the hell are you doing here, Jade?
The switch from begging for forgiveness and now demanding answers was such a hard spin that I nearly had whiplash. You know why I'm here. I was looking for you.
I've repeatedly asked you not to put yourself in danger, and here you are, putting yourself in danger.
For you. He narrowed his dark eyes at me.
Not good enough.
So, I'm supposed to sit at home and twiddle my thumbs, waiting for you to return.
Jade, I'm a detective. When I'm on a job, I will always try to let you know that I'm safe. But there will be times when I can't. I need you to trust that I can handle myself.
You didn't that time with Sommer. He groaned.
You won't let that go, will you?
How can I? You were drugged and locked in a trunk. I thought Avery did the same thing to you.
Jade, you have to let it go. With Sommer, I let my guard down for a moment. It is a mistake I will never make again.
He held out his hand. I wasn't sure if I wanted to take it, but I slipped my hand into his anyway. He pulled me up to stand and wrapped his arms around me, looking into my eyes.
Jade, I had been distracted by you coming into my life again, and there is no one that can keep me from you. Not Sommer, not Avery, no one.
He placed a kiss on my lips and brushed my hair off my shoulder. He looked at me with soft eyes that had my knees turning as soft.
I love you, Jade. Always have, always will.
I paused at his admission. He did it so effortlessly, like there was no past baggage, like it was just a fact. I love you too. And then I did what I had wanted to do for a while. I pushed him to the bed. He laughed as he dragged me down with him. I smiled down at him. Now, aren't you glad I followed you to Vegas?
Show me why I should be.
Was that a challenge?
You've always loved a challenge.
I smirked. When it came to Logan, I gladly accepted any challenge thrown my way. And with him trapped underneath me, I was sure I was going to win this round. Maybe not the round with the executioner tomorrow, though. Chapter 25. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. And I realized that harsh reality when I snuck out of bed and kissed Logan goodbye. According to the text I got from the 411, I had no choice but to leave. Just like Logan wanted to keep me safe, I had to do the same for him. And just like I had to trust him to do his job, he had to trust me. Not that I had anything with the 411 under control. I left a note for Logan on the bed, hoping he would understand. While I realized his need to protect me came from a place of love, involving him would make it more dangerous for both of us. As I walked out of the room, I knew I had to look a mess. However, my bag with all my necessities was in the suite. Quietly closing the door behind me, I turned and stifled a gasp when I came face to face with Mila and Nash, who were in the same state of dishevelment that I was, and they still wore their rings. I raised a brow at them but was distracted by the door opening and Logan flying out. Wrapped in a sheet with thunder on his brow, he looked like a Greek god with lightning at the ready.
What the hell is this?
He asked as he jabbed the note at me. I sighed, not wanting to have this battle in the hallway while hotel guests skittered around us to get to the elevator. I got a message from the 411, I said. I have to leave.
You're not going.
I have to. You asked me to trust you to do your job. I'm asking you to do the same for me.
This isn't the same at all.
If I could have muted him, I would have enjoyed the sight of him naked, only wrapped in a sheet. I had explored all the ridges and planes of his body last night, but seeing him in the light was like having a whole new terrain to explore.
Are you listening?
I think you lost her,
Nana said as she and Landon emerged from the suite.
Maybe put some clothes on.
She glanced at the group.
I could sure go for a big breakfast. How about the rest of you?
Starving,
Nash said. Mila nodded. I don't have time, I said. The 411 wants me on a plane now.
You're not going,
Logan said. I have to. I pulled out my phone to show him the message. Whatever anger had been there before was gone like a poof of smoke.
I'll be ready in a minute.
You can't come with me.
The hell I can't.
He locked eyes with me.
Don't you dare leave without me.
When he retreated to the room, Nana asked,
What in the world has him riled up?
I handed the phone to Nana. The group gathered around her and looked at it. Mila gasped.
Is that Ross?
Nash asked, peering closer. Nana handed the phone back to me.
They've been messing with the wrong family for too long. Now it's war.
Nana, all I have to do is fight in the match and I'll get Ross back. It's no different from when I fought to get Mila back.
Yes, it is,
Mila said.
Read the message. They said you have to win to get him back. With me, you just had to show up.
I can win, I said with more gusto than I felt.
Jade, the message says you're fighting the exterminator. You can't win.
What the hell am I supposed to do? Abandon him?
Never. But you're not going to fight either. We'll just take down the mob.
Nana, you can't just take down the mob. The easiest way to get Ross back is if I fight. As long as I follow their rules, no one else has to get hurt. They stood, blocking my path. That means get out of my way. I glared at them, but none backed down. My glare swung to Mila. Are you going to sabotage me again? I asked. That's what got Ross into this. She winced.
I didn't mean for it to happen.
But it did, I said. Don't make this worse.
We still have time to get a plan together.
Mila nodded. I realized they wanted to fix the problem, but the problem was growing out of control. Picking a fight with the mafia wouldn't solve it.
We need to trade. We'll give them something for Jade and Ross's freedom.
They called me an earner, I said. They won't let me walk away while they're bringing in a huge bankroll.
I'll talk to Vito,
Nash said. I eyed him. Do you have an in with him? I thought back to the envelope that Nash stuck into his pocket after leaving the diner.
It's not what you think. I picked up work with him, but only baking pastries until he can hire someone else. He said he owed me a favor. I wasn't going to take him up on the offer, but I can see if he'll help you.
Nana seemed relieved.
Perfect. You get him on the phone.
Logan walked out. He was dressed but hadn't bothered with a comb or razor. My fingers itched to run along his stubbly jaw.
Nash offered to talk to Vito,
Nana said to Logan. Logan glanced warily at Nash.
Think you can get him to call off the fight and release Ross?
I don't know. All I can do is try.
Try really hard,
Nana said. She turned to the rest of the group.
Landon, you're on flight duty. See what you can get us on last minute. Logan, call your people and see if they can aid us if Vito falls through. Mila, you're on breakfast duty. Get us a bag of carbs for the road. Jade, you and I are on bag duty. Everyone meet in the lobby in 10 minutes.
Logan pulled me into the room as everyone broke away.
You were going to leave without saying anything to me,
he accused. We just talked about trust, I said. You asked me to trust you. Now I'm asking you to do the same.
I asked you to trust me to do a job that I've been trained to do. You're fighting illegally with the mob. There's a difference.
I took a breath so I wouldn't cry. I'm trying to keep everyone alive.
What about keeping you alive?
This isn't about me right now. It's about Ross.
And we're supposed to sit back and watch you put yourself in danger while we do nothing?
I bit my lip. It's not like I chose this. I didn't choose any of the things that have happened since I came home. Keep it together, I scolded myself. But once the first tear fell, the others came. I hated crying. It was useless. And I just wanted to get to the 411. Logan pulled me to him and wrapped his arms around me.
We'll figure this out,
he murmured as he calmingly stroked my back. But there was no we. The 411 would only deal with me. Even Vito didn't want to face the 411 for his past lover. What chance did we have? It was an hour before the fight at the 411, and I sat in the restaurant dining room with Nana, Lan, and Kobe. I wasn't sure how Kobe got involved, except that perhaps he was hiding from his mother, who was still scrubbing the kitchen. Logan was busy trying to find a solution on his end, and Mila walked out of the room as soon as she got a phone call. Fled was more like it. So, with just the four of us, Nana went over the plan. She held up a piece of scrap paper with scribblings on it. That tired piece of paper contained the layout of the 411 building, and also the plan for getting inside without notice. An impossible task. If I wasn't worried about the plan before, I was sure the hell worried about it now.
So I'll fake a heart attack in front of the bouncer,
Nana said, pointing to the wonky layout of the 411 building.
That will allow the rest of you to slip inside.
What about the camera in the potted plant?
Lan asked.
Everyone will trail behind Jade in single file.
She's too skinny to hide behind.
Nana eyed me.
For working at an Italian restaurant, you really are too skinny.
Thanks. She brightened.
No worries. You can wear a puffy jacket.
A puffy jacket was going to hide a train of people behind me?
And then what?
Kobe asked.
None of us have weapons.
Nana pulled out her trusty taser from her purse. The pepper spray followed next, and then she produced an array of knitting needles, and since she didn't knit, I could only imagine that she bought these for future stabbings.
Twigs against guns?
Nash asked as he walked in and sat down next to me.
Oh, good. You're back. Did you finally reach Vito?
Yes, and he refuses to get involved.
I didn't have to talk to Vito to know that was going to be his answer. Still, I was thankful that Nash had tried. Nash leaned over and whispered,
Is she serious about going through with this plan? It's insane.
Just nod and smile. You can run away after.
So, you don't think we'll make it into the building either?
Of course not. Even the first step of the plan is flawed. She thinks the bouncer would actually care if someone had a heart attack in front of him. Mila returned, looking a shade whiter than her already pale complexion.
Is she okay?
I don't know. She's been a bit off the last few weeks. As I watched her shakily sit in a chair, I wondered how long she would allow her secret to eat away at her. I leaned over to whisper, I'll help you if you'll let me. Her eyes brimmed with tears, but she shook her head.
There's no helping me,
she said as she brushed away the moisture.
But I think I found a way to help you.
How?
I called Daddy.
I blinked. You called your dad?
Or is that a nickname?
Nana asked as she listened in.
Like a sugar daddy?
A sugar daddy might explain how Mila had tons of money before, and was now broke. But as far as I knew, there were no men in her life.
No, my actual dad.
Was her dad part of the secret she didn't want to share? We watched as she took a breath and composed herself.
He's on his way. I'm sorry, but I can't see a way out of this situation without getting him involved.
Why are you sorry? I asked.
And how can he help?
Nana added. She rubbed her temples, looking as if she was quelling a storm in her mind. Mila, what's wrong? She glanced at me.
The 411 might be run by monsters, but I just summoned the devil.
Chapter 26. Wearing a light coat, I walked into the 411 building, fiddling with the handkerchief in my pocket. For once, the bouncer recognized me and waved me in. I glanced at the whiteboard that matched me against the exterminator. This was the 411's final hand. They wanted me dead. Heading to the potted plant, I glanced at the camera. After a moment, the latch clicked open on the bookcase, and I was allowed into the belly. Before walking through the doorway, I tossed the handkerchief onto the camera and dropped my coat onto the door tracks. I entered the arena and paused as I scanned the audience. Normally, there were only a handful of people, but chairs were added, and every seat was filled. The boss glanced down from the loft.
In the cage.
"Let me see Ross," I said. A yelp sounded from somewhere in the loft. Ross's head was shoved to peer over. His eye was puffy, and his lip was split, but otherwise he looked okay.
Inside the ring, Jade.
I glanced over at the cage. It was empty for the moment, but I knew as soon as I stepped inside, the exterminator would be right behind me. I'd be locked in with a killer who could snap bones in seconds. I had to stall. Mila needed time. But when a cheer erupted from the crowd, I knew I was out of time. The exterminator appeared. He strutted to the cage, snarling at anyone who neared him. I breathed through the fear that shot through me as he entered the cage, filling the space. There was nowhere to hide.
Last warning, Jade,
the boss said. I glanced up to see a gun pointed at Ross's head. His eyes were wild with fear. I brought my hands slightly up in a sign of surrender to ease the tension. There was no choice in my mind. I knew what I had to do. Walking to the ring, I stepped in. It wasn't the cheering that put me off. I was used to that. It was the blood-hungry taunts to "rip her head off" that made my vision blur and my legs shake. I knew I was walking straight into death's arms. But maybe I'd get lucky. Perhaps this one time, luck would be on my side, and Mila's father would come through. Mila still didn't tell us the entire story about why she considered her father the devil. But from the small bits she relayed, I put two and two together. And if I was right, Mila was the daughter of the most ruthless mobster in New Jersey. Lancelotto Gazzardo, also known as the Reaper, was the most bloodthirsty mobster to ever live. The company bosses were powder puffs compared to him. But as the door clanged shut behind me, I had to focus on how to survive a round with the exterminator. He smirked at me, revealing gold teeth. I was pretty sure those were real and not grills. The cage wasn't big enough to maintain any real distance. One lunge and he'd have me up against the chains. His eyes tracked me as I edged the perimeter. There was no concern on his brow. I was nothing more than a fluffy bunny in the predator's sights. I had to remember that I was capable. I still had my wicked nut kick in my arsenal. I could handle. I screamed as he lunged forward, grabbing me and hoisting me in the air. He spun in a circle as I flayed above him. And just as quickly as he jutted me into the air, he slammed me down onto the mat. I groaned and rolled away as my body vibrated from the fall. In 2 steps, he reached for me again. I batted at his meaty paws and kicked out at him. He latched onto my ankle, dragging me around the perimeter of the cage for the men to give him way too many ideas on how to gruesomely end my life. Dropping my leg, he swung around and kicked. I instinctively clenched my abs to protect myself, but the blow fell flat. It was nothing more than a nudge. And yet the crowd cheered wildly. The exterminator reached down and pulled me up like a rag doll. His quick movements had me in a headlock before I could grasp what was happening.
Next hit will look like I broke your neck,
he whispered roughly.
Fall flat and play dead.
Play dead? Before I could brace myself, he spun me. From the force of it, I had no problem falling flat. I slammed my eyes closed and played dead like a good fuzzy bunny. The roar from the bloodthirsty crowd was instant. The mat vibrated as the exterminator jogged a victory lap. He didn't kill me. Why didn't he kill me? An incessant popping rose above the shouting. Was I still supposed to play dead? The crowd grew silent and the popping grew louder. Guns. Holy hell, the Reaper was here. A battle cry from the 411 roared, I cracked my eyes open to see if it was safe to scurry to a hiding place. Chaos. Men and guns everywhere. Bloodshed. I couldn't understand what was being shouted, but there were voices everywhere. The exterminator fell to his knees and then face down next to me. He blocked my view of the carnage outside of the cage. Blood oozed from him. I scanned, looking for the wound. A bullet hole tore through his upper back. His unfocused eyes were on me. When I made a move toward him, he groaned.
No.
I barely heard him over the noise. When it came to the exterminator, I had mixed feelings about him. The exterminator wasn't a good person. Or was he? He hadn't harmed me even though he had plenty of opportunities. In fact, he protected me from the audience's bloodlust. Mind made up, I slipped off my shirt, knowing the chaos beyond the cage didn't give a damn about a woman in a matronly white bra. I rolled the shirt and wedged one edge under him at the entrance wound and then pulled it back to the exit wound. I pressed hard against him. He bucked in pain. I held firm while also trying to keep as low to the mat as possible. Had he not been injured, he could have easily flung me off, but he caved under my pressure. A bullet hit a cage pole. I pressed closer to the exterminator. I wasn't proud to say I used him as a shield, but I did. It seemed like forever had passed before the shots ended and the men fell silent. With the cage lights on, it was hard to make out anything beyond the metal prison, but I heard a low voice that made my body grow rigid in fear.
Scrub the area and cameras. We're done here.
What about the rest of the company?
Someone asked.
Call a sit-down. They have an hour to respond or we wipe them as well.
Jade.
I heard Mila from beyond the lights. A moment later, she wrenched open the cage.
Are you okay?
I nodded. But he's not.
Who cares about him?
She demanded as she fell onto her knees and tugged me into a hug. The exterminator groaned as my weight pressed on him. He pulled punches, I said. He wasn't going to kill me. Mila frowned and then called over her shoulder.
Daddy, can you spare this guy for now?
A man walked to the cage. His hard face came into view. The cruel tilt of his mouth was at odds when he said,
All right, Ginny Bean, I'll give you this one. For now.
The "for now" caught my attention. That and Ginny Bean. This had to be Lancelotto Guzzardo. Just from his expensive threads to the way he spoke with authority, I could tell this guy was at the top of the food chain. And Mila was his daughter. Is the doc still alive? I asked, wondering what to do about the man bleeding out under me.
Russo, find the doc,
Guzzardo said. There was no raise of his voice. It was like he knew his crew was waiting on his every word. He could have whispered, and the order would have been instantly carried out.
Coming through!
Nana shouted from beyond the lights.
Where is Ross?
I glanced at Mila. Through all the commotion, I had almost forgotten Ross was here and in the crossfire.
Over here.
Nash called.
He's okay.
I gasped a breath. Logan appeared at the cage, looking as if he wanted to both thank Guzzardo and handcuff him.
Police are on the way,
he warned.
Clear out,
Guzzardo said.
Come along, Ginny Bean.
I can't leave, Daddy,
Mila said. He stared hard at her.
We made a deal, Geneva. You will honor it.
A chill shot through me. What deal? I asked. She glared at him but then broke eye contact when he didn't budge. Mila, or rather Geneva, hugged me to her.
I'll be in touch. Don't worry about me, and don't come looking for me. I promise to reach out when I can.
She turned and walked out with her father. The remaining men slipped silently out of the building after them.
We have to go too,
Logan said. I can't, I said. He's losing blood.
Leave him. He'll get help soon.
When I didn't budge, the exterminator groaned.
Leave. Take your shirt.
But...
Take it. You can't be caught involved in this.
I grabbed the sopping mess and whispered my apology as the exterminator groaned again. What am I supposed to do with it? Nana pulled a trash bag from her purse. I deposited the shirt and wiped the excess blood on my jeans as we fled. Logan tossed me a hoodie. I tugged it on, trying to keep from tripping on bodies and slipping in slick blood.
"Hood's up,"
he said to the group as we ran outside. His SUV was parked right alongside the building.
"Go with Nana and the others."
"What about you?"
"I'm staying. I'll meet up later."
Nash, Lan, and Ross jogged after Nana to her car parked down the block from Logan's.
"Shoes off!"
she yelled and popped open her trunk. We tossed our shoes into the garbage bag. I peeled off my jeans and tossed them into the bag as well. The hoodie was long enough to be a dress, and at this point, I didn't care about modesty. We piled into her car. She gunned it down the street before all the doors were closed. I slammed the door as she took a turn that squealed the tires. Ross sat in between Nash and me in the back seat. His eyes were red-rimmed and vacant. "Ross, are you okay?" He didn't say anything. Was he in shock? I reached over to feel his pulse, but he yanked away. "Sorry," I said. "I wanted to check if you were okay."
Do I look okay?
Other than being roughed up and sporting some ugly bruises, he was alive. I didn't comment since he didn't want my attention. He hunkered down in his hoodie and shut everyone out. Nash glanced over at me and attempted a smile, but it fell flat. And that's how I felt. Flat. The only thing that reminded me that I was alive was the constant ringing in my ears. But it was over. The 411 was gone. It was hard to reconcile my mind with that fact, but they were out of my life. I wiped away a tear and took a breath. It was over. Chapter 27. Nana pulled into the alley behind the restaurant. She parked and we all hobbled out, shoeless.
"Let's regroup for a moment,"
Nana said. Since the restaurant was still closed under Aunt Dot's order, we walked through the scrubbed kitchen and into the dining room. Aunt Dot narrowed her eyes at us before ducking down to scrub more. "Do Mom and Dad know what happened?" I asked.
"No. Your dad felt a little under the weather today, so your mom has been at home. We didn't want to worry them."
I let out a relieved breath. They would, of course, ask what happened to Ross's face, but that was a problem for later. Right now, I was just glad everyone was safe. We collapsed around a couple of tables that had been pushed together.
"Okay,"
Nana said, bringing out a flask from her purse.
"First round is on me."
Ordinarily, I wouldn't have partaken in her purse party, but when it came around to me, I took a gulp of the bargain basement hooch. It burned all the way down. I sighed as it warmed me. I realized Ross might not be the only one in shock. My body felt cold, and at some point, I had started shivering. Nash scooted over to me and wrapped his arm around me, rubbing his hand on my arm to create friction. "Someone fill me in on what happened after I left," I said through chattering teeth.
"Not much. You knew the plan, that we were waiting for Mila's family to arrive. Talk about waiting on pins and needles."
"I've never seen anything like it,"
Lan said.
"I mean, I've seen things go down with the blood dragons, but that was child's play compared to when the Reaper arrived."
"The bouncer got mowed down before he even opened his mouth to speak. Now I understand why Mila didn't want to call them. There was never an option for mercy."
Nash shook his head.
"I will never be able to unsee it."
I guess I should have been thankful for being forced into a cage with the exterminator. "Was Logan with you the entire time?" I asked.
"No, he came in after, which is good. We don't want him connected with any of this. He could lose his job or worse."
That made me pause and look at the black hoodies everyone wore. Are we in trouble? It didn't seem right since Ross was the hostage and I was forced into a to-the-death cage match. But I supposed it could stir up questions, and none of us wanted to deal with those.
The Gazzardo family knows what they're doing,
Landon said.
There will be a large cleanup involved.
And bribes paid.
Plus, they scrubbed the footage,
Nash said.
And we have Logan on our side. I think the police will have enough on their plates with this that they won't worry about the few innocent people who got away.
I hoped so. I guessed only time would tell what kind of inquisition we'd face. Did Mila really promise to go home with her family? I asked. Nana nodded.
She filled me in a little as we waited for them. But Mila had basically erased her past and reinvented herself to get away from them. Her brother Colin had done the same. It was only in the last few weeks that her dad found her and was coercing her to come home.
But what about the money she had? If she had estranged herself from him, where did she get the money?
She was living off an allowance that she had saved up over the years. When he found her, he had her account frozen.
I feel bad, I said. I knew she had a secret that she didn't want to share, but I never thought it was this huge. I should have been more tolerant. Nana patted my hand.
She felt bad for not confiding sooner. She said she regrets letting you get so far under the 411's thumb when she could have had the problem dealt with sooner and far less bloody.
Nana sighed.
I think we've all learned from this.
I wasn't sure what I learned except that I really wanted to take a hot shower and sleep. And then I was going to track Mila down, because even though Lancelotto, the Reaper Gazzardo, was scary as hell, Mila was my best friend. She saved me. I would do the same for her.
So what now?
Nash asked.
Operation Fettuccini is over. We toss the hoodies in the bag. Lan and I will make a drop at a dumpster away from here. And then we go home and pretend this never happened.
Nash snorted.
Like that will happen anytime soon.
Ross remained silent. I glanced at Nana and shifted my eyes to Ross. She gave a slight nod that said she would watch him. I knew Ross didn't want my help, but I hoped he would let Nana in.
From here on in, we know nothing about what happened tonight. If the police come sniffing, call Logan. Above all, say nothing. Logan knows the truth about what happened. He will give them what they need to know and not a peep more. So, let's get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow is another day.
I didn't think any of us would have a good night's sleep, but if I could hide under my warm covers, I would be content. Everyone slipped off their hoodies and handed them to Nana, except me. I wasn't wearing too much under it. I don't have any clothes, I said.
Oh, Nash, you don't need that shirt you're wearing, do you?
He tugged off his t-shirt and handed it to me.
I think I gave you my shirt after the sumo wrestler incident too,
he said with a smirk. Thank you. I'll try not to let it happen again. Nana gave me a wink.
Nash, you get Jade home. I'll take Lan and Ross.
I glanced at Ross, who numbly walked behind Nana as she led the way out to the alley.
He'll be fine,
Nash said. I don't know. He was furious at me before the fallout. Now he looks shell-shocked.
Give him time. We'll all need a little time to recover.
I hear that, I said as we walked through the kitchen. Thank you for all your help. I know we dragged you into our crazy again. He shrugged.
It's a good crazy, and I got a wife out of it. Of course, she just abandoned me, so I don't know what that says about our marriage.
I paused. You mean fake wife?
Nope. It's signed and sealed. We were in a hurry at the chapel, so we signed whatever they put in front of us. I only realized it this morning. I didn't have a chance to talk to Mila about it, but I don't think she knows.
My jaw dropped.
Think about what I feel like,
he said, looking at his gaudy ring.
And talk about horrible in-laws.
Oh my God, you have to tell Mila. Maybe you can get an annulment if you do it soon. He smirked.
Annulment sounds so boring, and Mila isn't the kind that does boring.
Was he seriously going to keep the marriage? They hardly knew each other. I never thought I could be shocked again after the 411 blowout. But Nash accomplished it. And I was okay with it. Because if I couldn't get Mila back, maybe he could. If we need to infiltrate the Gazzardo house, I'll be your wingman, I said. He chuckled.
After seeing some of your fight moves, I know we can take them on.
I knew he was full of it, but the small bit of banter made me feel better. Maybe life could get back to normal, whatever that was. He slung his arm around me.
Come on, let's get you home. I have a feeling Logan will be beating down your door if you're not home soon.
I was fully scrubbed twice over and had just wrapped a fuzzy robe around me when I heard a knock on the door. Walking over, I glanced out the peephole to find Logan. I opened the door and let him inside. As soon as he was in the door, he closed it and pulled me into a hug.
You okay?
He asked as he kissed the top of my head. Yeah. You?
Stressed but good.
What happened?
A lot of questions being asked, of course. They'll be investigating for some time, but I already know money is being exchanged.
How? I asked, leaning away so I could see him.
Just a feeling. An incident like this would have a full team investigating, but they've already pulled some of the forensic.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Normally I would say it's a bad thing, but I don't like that you and your family were there. So if none of this comes to light, then it will be a good thing.
Do you think we would be in trouble? He shook his head.
No, but there would be a lot of questioning. And with the 411 wiped out, there's no reason to pull you in. They knew right away, going in, that this was a rival mob.
Will they trace it back to Mila's family?
Probably, but it will stop there. There's a reason her family isn't behind bars. They have money and power, and they're in another state, which brings more organizations into it.
I hope she's okay. Do you think the exterminator is okay?
Do you care?
I have mixed feelings about him. I think he might be a good guy in a disguise.
He's the insider I told you about. I didn't know he was posing as the executioner until I saw him in the cage, but it makes sense. He had been trained as a wrestler before he became a cop.
So, he didn't kill people? Logan shook his head. But then what happened to all the people he fake killed?
They assume another identity and leave town.
Speaking about faking, I wanted to tell him about the unfake marriage of Nash and Mila. But instead, I took his hand and led him to the bedroom. All I wanted to do was cocoon myself in his arms and forget the last few days had ever happened.
I also found out what happened to Sparrow,
Logan said as he followed me. I paused. You found him? Is he in jail? Logan shook his head.
No, I saw him in Vegas. I guess there is a drag convention there every year.
He showed me a picture on his phone. It was Sparrow on a poster. He was rocking his pink boa and winking at the camera. He's a headliner at the convention, I said.
I think his days peddling at the park are done.
I smiled. I'm happy for him. And it solved the mystery of what happened to him. Now I had a new mystery to solve. Did Logan still have ticklish spots?
Jade,
he said before I could push him onto the bed. Yeah? I fiddled with the buttons on his shirt.
Did you notice I got a new phone?
I guess I didn't. When did you have time to do that?
There's a guy near the station. I tossed my old phone to him as I went to work and then picked it up before the 411.
Finally back to the wireless world, I said, wondering why we were talking about phones when he should be in bed kissing me.
All the messages came through.
I froze. Oh, damn. He saw the "marry me" message. I glanced at him, worried because I had sent that text in a moment of panic and desperation. Did I even feel the same now that we were both here and safe? After a quick search of my heart, I was happy to discover I did. I loved Logan. Always had. Always will. Well? I asked. What's your answer?
You're serious?
I nodded. He stared blankly at me for a full second, which put my heart into panic mode. Was he going to say no? I wouldn't blame him if he did. I mean, We both got out of engagements, got into a tangle with the mob, and he fake married his loony ex. It was a lot in a short amount of time. Logan, I started, trying to find the words to express both my love for him and my understanding that it might not be the right time. He cut me off with a kiss that relayed everything that I couldn't say with words. He clutched at the robe, pulling me tight against him as if he was never going to let me go. I assumed his answer was a yes, but I needed confirmation. I pulled back slightly. Is that a yes? He put his forehead against mine.
I thought I was going to have to chase you forever to get you to marry me.
Would you like to chase me? He smirked.
I will chase you wherever you want me to, as long as we're together.
So, yes?
Yes, and soon.
How soon?
How's tomorrow?
I laughed. Maybe that's a little too soon. How about talking about a date tomorrow?
Deal.
He nudged me to the bed.
And tomorrow we're talking about living arrangements.
So soon? He laughed.
When it comes to you, it's not soon enough.
The last few weeks had been a nightmare, but I would do it all over again if it meant having this moment with Logan. And tomorrow? Well, that was another day. There were many obstacles I'd have to deal with, especially with Ross and Mila. But at least I had Logan. Besides, he could name any date he wanted, and I would be there no matter what life threw at me. Together, we were stronger. He pulled me to the bed and tucked me into him, my human cocoon. Tomorrow would play out how it wanted to, but I was taking tonight for myself. This has been Fettuccini Fiasco, written by Nicolette Pierce. Digitally narrated with full cast of voices. Copyright 2021 by Nicolette Pierce. Production copyright 2025 by Pierced Heart Publishing.